Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Lin stepped off the helicopter, his gaze falling on the towering S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The building was both familiar and alien, yet brought a faint smile to his lips. Alice followed closely at his side, while Weskier led the heavily armed Umbrella Biochemical Strike team at his back. Their boots echoed like war drums as they marched straight through the front entrance, without hesitation, without resistance. For a moment, Lin marveled at the scene. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined walking into S.H.I.E.L.D's gate, not as an intruder, but as a conqueror with tens of thousands of bioengineered hunters lurking just outside. Inside, chaos reigned in silence. Because Nick Fury had given no order to resist, terrified S.H.I.E.L.D. employees did the only thing they could: raise their hands and stand frozen as the Umbrella team stormed past. The elevator carried Lin upward, guided by the Red Queen's directions, until he reached the executive floor. He paused outside Fury's office, knocked politely, and waited. "Come in," Fury's calm voice called. Lin opened the door, still courteous, but the moment his eyes fell on Alexander Pierce, his lips curled into a knowing smile. So the true master had already revealed himself. After a brief exchange with Fury, Lin walked directly toward Pierce. They had never met, but recognition flashed between them instantly. Predator meeting predator. "Should I call you Minister Pierce?" Lin's voice was laced with amusement. "Or boss of HYDRA? The room froze. Fury staggered back in shock, his single eye wide. "What?" Fury's voice cracked as he stared at the man he once trusted most. "Pierce, you? Hydra?" For a heartbeat, Fury's world shattered. Memories fell into place. The infiltration, the inexplicable betrayals. Only someone with Pierce's authority could have turned S.H.I.E.L.D. into Hydra's nest. Coulson's disbelief was written on his face, but Pierce didn't flinch. Hydra? Extinct decades ago. His tone was smooth, calm, as if denying the obvious. His mask was flawless. Lin chuckled. "Tisk TSK. A man who's hidden this long, and you still act like a saint. Bravo." But Pierce ignored him and turned to Fury, voice filled with wounded sincerity. "Fury, you don't believe this nonsense, do you?" Fury's hesitation hung in air, but Lin didn't wait. With a flick of his wrist, Weskier stepped forward, slammed the butt of his rifle into Pierce's skull, and dropped him unconscious to the floor. Mr. Lin, wait." Fury rushed forward, panic flashing. "You can't. Pierce can't be HYDRA. Enough." Lin's voice cut like ice. He raised a hand, and instantly, the entire Umbrella squad aimed their weapons at Fury and Coulson. The two froze, cold sweat dripping down their backs. This was no longer S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. This was Umbrella's fortress. Weskier worked quickly, tying Pierce to a chair and splashing him awake with a basin of cold water. The HYDRA leader blinked awake, his eyes darting to the black suitcase set on the table before him. The lid clicked open, revealing steel instruments that gleamed under the fluorescent light. Pierce's composure finally cracked. No, don't. I'm not HYDRA. I'm the Minister of the World Security Council. If you touch me, you'll have the entire U.S. government on your head." His voice grew shrill, his years of power stripped bare by fear. Weskier ignored him, calmly sliding thin needles beneath each of Pierce's fingernails. Pierce's scream tore through the office, his bravado dissolving with every tool that followed. Soon, his defiance faltered into pleas. "Stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Lin stood at the window, unmoved, watching the city below like a king surveying his conquered land. Fury approached quietly, his voice heavy with the weight of old friendship. "Mr. Lin, please. He's had enough. Let him speak." Lin turned, smiling, calm, cruel, devilish. "Half an hour more," he ordered, glancing at his watch. And Weskier obeyed. For Pierce, that half hour felt like half a lifetime. Each time he blacked out from the pain, Weskier dragged him back with another splash of freezing water. And when even that no longer worked, a cruel needle of stimulant ensured he remained awake, alive, aware, and drowning in agony magnified tenfold. By the end, Pierce was broken. His once proud face sagged, every breath a rasp, every groan a surrender. At last, Weskier stepped back. The torture stopped. Lin Yu crouched in front of him, expression almost innocent. "Why so stubborn?" I asked nicely the first time. His lips curled into a mocking smile. Pierce's hoarse reply cracked from his throat. I'll talk." Lin Yu tilted his head. "Whether you talk or not doesn't matter. Do you think Umbrella lacks methods?" At his signal, Weskier produced another case. Inside rested a syringe, glowing faint blue. He flicked it once, then drove the needle into Pierce's arm. Nick Furypale asked quietly, "What is that?" Lin Yu spread his hands. "Veritasium, Umbrella's specialty. One dose, and truth comes pouring out." Fury's single eye widened. "Veritasium? Then why the endless torture first?" He and Coulson exchanged a look, both equally unsettled. Could it have been nothing but a game to this man? A demonstration of madness? Lin Yu gave a guilty laugh. But it only works after some pain." Fury and Coulson both knew that was a lie, but neither dared speak it aloud. The stench of blood and the sight of Pierce's shredded body were proof enough. Resistance was suicide. Moments later, the serum spread. Pierce's eyes dulled, his will dissolved, and the words began to spill. "Rumlow." The first name landed like a hammer. Fury's expression hardened instantly. Coulson's jaw tightened. Lin Yu had been right from the start. Sitwell. At that name, chaos erupted. On the 20th floor, Sitwell had been nervously peering out the window when, without warning, his head simply rolled from his shoulders. The body slumped with a hollow thud. His colleagues screamed, some drawing pistols, some diving under desks, others fleeing. Blood sprayed across the office as panic spread like wildfire. No one saw the killer, only a green blur that tore through the building faster than the eye could follow. Back in Fury's office, Pierce spoke another name. The Red Queen instantly locked onto the target through surveillance feeds, feeding the data to Lin Yu. Another super hunter was dispatched, a shadow of claws and muscle. From a moment a name left Pierce's lips to the moment another body hit the floor, barely 2 seconds passed. Again and again, screams echoed through the tower. Each cry marked another Hydra operative cut down. The SHIELD headquarters dissolved into bedlam. Agents shouted, doors slammed, gunfire cracked in futility. Blood smeared the floors, the scent of iron thick in the air. Yet outside the building, silence. The plaza remained calm, guarded by ranks of Umbrella soldiers and the monstrous hunters at their side. No one dared enter, no one dared leave. The storm raged only within. SHELD's stronghold had become a slaughterhouse. Pierce is worthy of being the leader of HYDRA. He knows all the Hydra members hidden within SHIELD. He can even name the less important cleaners. And this massacre lasted for a full hour. The entire SHILD headquarters building has already turned into Shura hell. Blood was everywhere. Headless corpses were also lying in various offices. Countless SHILD staff members were hiding in every corner, trembling with their heads in their hands. Even SHILD agents like them can no longer bear this tragic situation. At the moment, in Nick Fury's office, Pierce finally said the last name. His condition has reached its limit. Being tortured for a long time, coupled with the injection of stimulants and Veritasium, his body was almost on the verge of collapse. Definitely, his spirit had already collapsed. If it weren't for the fact that the Umbrella Company's Veritasium was a bit powerful, he wouldn't have been able to finish the list. After saying the last name, Pierce finally passed out again. Lin Yu estimated that no matter what kind of methods were used against him, it would be difficult to wake him up. Only by resting for a while can you recover. However, Pierce's mission can be considered completed. Lin Yu winked at Weskier and others, and Weskier immediately left the office with his men. There were only 4 people left in the office again. At this moment, Lin Yu's face also showed a smile again. Lin Yu slowly walked to Nick Fury's side and said, "How about it? I've done a good job for you. If you close the door and beat the dog, not a single Hydra will be left." Although Lin Yu's description was not particularly appropriate, Nick Fury still nodded slowly. Indeed, Lin Yu's methods were a bit cruel, but it turned out perfectly. From then on, there were no more Hydra spies in S.H.I.E.L.D. Although SHIELD will have a hard time because of this, at least it can start from scratch. "Thank you," Nick Fury said sincerely. Through this time, he also thoroughly saw the methods of Lin Yu, the boss of the Umbrella Company. During the massacre, just now, he understood that he must maintain a good relationship with Lin Yu no matter what in the future. This man cannot be messed with. Hearing Nick Fury's thanks, Lin Yu grinned, showing his big white teeth, and said casually, "Okay, let's do it. If you need help from me in the future, feel free to contact my secretary. I'll be on call." After Lin Yu said that, he turned and left. There was no sloppiness at all. I didn't ask Nick Fury for any benefits. It seems that this matter is just a simple help. It wasn't until Lin Yu and Alice walked out of the office door that Nick Fury and Phil Coulson let out a long breath. Their tense nerves could finally relax a little. In the hour and a half from when Lin Yu entered to when he left, both of them were almost exhausted from nervousness. Standing in the same room with Lin Yu, they felt like every second was torture. The pressure Lin Yu brought to them was really too great. If I had to describe the feeling, it would be that being with you is like being with a tiger. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson looked at each other, and both saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Then, the two of them looked at Pierce again, who was still trapped in the chair and no longer looked like a human. Slowly, they seemed to have lost all their strength and collapsed on the ground. "From now on, I won't offend Lin Yu, but I definitely won't have too much contact with him," Nick Fury thought to himself. But what left Nick Fury speechless was that he received another call from Secretary Lin Yu that afternoon. Umbrella Corporation, Hive Underground Base. "Lin Yu came back not long ago with his large army. Then I received the news that the Captain of the United States finally woke up. After being frozen for 70 years, he still survived." Lin Yu had already expected this news. "However, I have never figured out how to deal with this old guy. His thoughts are still stuck in those 70 years ago, and he used to be a soldier with stubborn ideas." After thinking about it, Lin Yu decided to ask Alice to call Nick Fury and ask SHIELD to pick up the United States Captain Steve. Although Lin Yu acts vigorously and resolutely and shows no mercy to his enemies, he is not an executioner after all. Steve didn't offend him, and he also benefited from him, so there was no need to kill him. But Steve's personality and thoughts are incompatible with the Umbrella Company, and there is no use keeping him. Just give it back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Yu didn't even have any interest in meeting Steve. After arranging Steve's affairs, Lin Yu went directly to the virus research laboratory in the Hive underground base. After learning about Alexia's existence, Lin Yu's desire for the T-virus has reached its peak. That thing is the most powerful trump card of the protective umbrella. If combined with his own biochemical technology tree, even Lin Yu cannot estimate how powerful the Umbrella Company will become. Soon, Lin Yu brought Alice to the door of the virus laboratory again. Pushing the door open gently, the two of them walked in directly. But what surprised Lin Yu was that this place was completely different from other laboratories and seemed extremely deserted. There are bottles and cans everywhere, and it even looks a bit dirty. I didn't even see where Alexia was. It's completely different from Lin Yu's inspection of other laboratories. Definitely, Lin Yu didn't mind either. After all, it is your own territory, so there is no need to mind these false courtesy. Lin Yu took Alice around the laboratory and finally found Alexia in a corner who was conducting experiments on a white mouse. Alexia looked exactly the same as Lin Yu in the Resident Evil movie she had seen in her previous life. The only difference is that she looks a little sloppy now. Her hair was a little messy, as if she hadn't showered in a long time. The clothes on his body were wrinkled and stained with various strange colors. Until Lin Yu and Alice walked to the door of this room, she didn't pay attention. It seemed that all the energy was focused on the experiment in front of him. It wasn't until Lin Yu coughed lightly that Alexia raised her head. When she saw someone breaking in her laboratory without permission, a trace of anger immediately appeared on Alexia's face. She has said many times that she will not allow anyone to come to her laboratory. Alexia almost exploded. But when she saw clearly that the person who came was actually her big boss, she immediately put her anger back. Immediately afterwards, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Boss! Alexia was excited, but also a little confused. She hasn't left the laboratory for a long time, and she hasn't seen her boss for a long time. Therefore, she was still a little unsure whether the bald man in front of her was her boss. It looked somewhat similar, but her figure is much better than that of her boss, and his face is more rosy. The biggest difference is that the person in front of me is bald. At this moment, Alice hurriedly stood up from behind Lin Yu and introduced to Alexia. Dr. Alexia, the boss has come to see you personally. Alexia still knows Alice. After all, Alice's figure travels throughout the Hive underground base every day. All orders from Lin Yu are delivered and supervised by her. After hearing Alice's introduction, the confusion on Alexia's face finally disappeared. But her first words left Lin Yu and Alice confused. Boss, I heard that you brought back a corpse injected with super soldier serum. Can you bring it to me for study? Alexia asked expectantly. After a brief silence and speechlessness, Lin Yu suddenly asked seriously, You want his body? Is it useful? Alexia hurriedly said, It is definitely useful. The project I am currently researching is about to have a breakthrough. The only problem now is its stability after integrating with biological organisms. I have heard of the super soldier serum. If that thing is integrated with the human body, after integrating, it will become extremely stable. If I can learn from it, it will definitely make my research breakthrough again. Alexia spoke very quickly and seemed a little anxious. However, this is normal. The project she is researching has reached its most critical moment. If Lin Yu doesn't come, she will take the initiative to find Lin Yu. Lin Yu came at the right time. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing Alexia's words. What is your research project? Lin Yu asked. When talking about the project, Alexia became excited again. Boss, I haven't given this research a name yet, but the virus I have researched will definitely subvert the world's view of viruses. After integrating with the host, it can make the host extremely powerful and evolve infinitely. And Alexia's introduction is not finished yet. Lin Yu already understood. This project studied by Alexia is definitely one of the most powerful viruses of the Umbrella Company in the previous life. It may be the Veronic virus, or it may be the T virus, but no matter which it is the most powerful trump card of the Umbrella Company. Alice, go and stop the Captain of the United States. Don't let him go. Lin Yu ordered hurriedly. It seemed that people from SHILD had come to pick up Steve just now. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Alice hurriedly picked up the communicator and started to contact Weskier. It was Weskier who was responsible for handing over the captaincy of the United States to SHIELD. At the moment, the roof of the Umbrella Company's Raccoon City headquarters building, a SHILD helicopter, is parked on the roof. Below the plane, Weskier and Steve, who still didn't understand the situation, were walking towards the plane. On the plane, two guys wearing SHILD uniforms also got off the plane and came to greet them. However, at this moment, Weskier suddenly felt the vibration coming from his communication. He picked it up hurriedly. Okay. Weskier seemed to have received some order. He held the phone in one hand and suddenly pulled out his pistol from his waist with the other hand. He took a step back and pointed the gun directly at the back of Steve's head. Let me confirm again. Do you want a corpse? Weskier asked seriously. On the other side of the phone, Alice was slightly stunned. It seems that Alexia just wanted a corpse. But after thinking about it, Alice asked Lin Yu again for instructions. Boss, do you want to live or die? Lin Yu was also stunned by this question. He turned his head, looked at Alexia, and asked, Do you want the body of the United States Captain Steve, or just a few tubes of blood? Alexia thought for a while and said, Just a few tubes of blood will be enough. His body is of no use. Upon hearing this, Alice hurriedly conveyed this sentence to Weskier through the communicator. On the roof of the umbrella company, the two staff members who had just gotten off the SHILD helicopter saw Weskier pointing a pistol at the back of the captain of the United States head, and a chill went straight to their foreheads. The entire shield fear of the Umbrella Corporation is now deeply rooted in their bones. Seeing Weskier raise his pistol, they immediately raised their hands in a hurry. Weskier's behavior frightened them. "Aren't you here to receive the captain of the United States? Why did the guy suddenly pull out a pistol?" And at the moment, Steve seemed to notice something after seeing the unusual behavior of the two SHILD staff members. He turned back hastily. Then he happened to see Weskier holding the phone with one hand and inserting the pistol in his hand into the holster on his waist with the other hand. Seeing Steve turn his head to look at himself, Weskier hurriedly forced a smile on his face. Then he said, "By the way, our boss said he would like to keep some blood samples from you to help you check your physical condition." As Weskier spoke, two of his men ran over behind him with suitcases. Then, two men came to Steve's side, one on the left and the other on the right, and helped him roll up the sleeves on his arms. And Weskier quickly took out the syringe from the box. My physical condition is very good. No need to check." Steve was a little confused. He was about to get on the plane. Why did he suddenly remember to check himself up? Haven't you checked it many times? Moreover, just check your body. Why do you need to draw blood? But before Steve could finish speaking, the syringe in Weskier's hand had already been pierced into Steve's arm. What Steve didn't know was, just now, he had already walked past the gate of hell. If Alice hadn't asked more, Weskier would have followed Alexia's words and turned him into a corpse. Although Steve was very strong, if he was shot in the back of the head with a pistol, he probably wouldn't survive. After drawing 5 tubes of blood, Weskier put Steve on the plane. Several SHILD staff members on the helicopter were so frightened that they flew away in a hurry. In their view, umbrella companies are definitely not a place to stay for a long time. Steve, on the other hand, had a lot of blood drawn, so he fell asleep as soon as he got on the plane. A few minutes later, Weskier took several tubes of blood drawn from Steve and came to the virus laboratory in the Hive underground base. Seeing those tubes of blood, Alexia was extremely excited. Hastily, she began her experiment. Even the big boss Lin Yu couldn't care about it. What a good and dedicated employee. Lin Yu sighed and then led Alice and Weskier out of the laboratory. In front of the virus laboratory, Lin Yu told Alice again, "From now on, no matter what Alexia's request is, I will try my best to satisfy her, especially the experimental supplies. I will give her whatever she asks for. Do you understand?" Alice nodded hurriedly. Although she didn't understand why her boss was suddenly so interested in the weakest laboratory in the company, she needed to abide by her boss's words unconditionally. The umbrella company has once again entered a period of stable development. Alexia is studying the blood of the captain of the United States, and the development of the virus is progressing rapidly. Abigail from the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory has already begun work on combining the steel battlesuit with the Hunter, and the speed is not slow. It is expected that the first finished product will be available soon. The expansion of the cloning laboratory has been ongoing. So far, 100,000 biological cultivation chambers have been expanded again. The entire umbrella company is running like crazy. It seems that only Lin Yu, the big boss, has nothing to do every day. But Lin Yu has not been idle. He has been exercising his body. Since the body cannot instantly withstand the power brought by the Biochemical Technology Tree, these powers are slowly increasing all the time. Lin Yu, on the other hand, can constantly adapt to the increase in body strength and speed only through a lot of exercise. At the same time, Lin Yu also arranged for the Red Queen to monitor everything happening in the world in detail. Lin Yu even directly gave some lists and asked the Red Queen to pay attention to the people on the lists. For example, Tony, such as Thor, for example, that Loki who has not yet appeared on Earth. Tony has been making a lot of noise recently. He has directly admitted his identity as Iron Man at a press conference. But Loki never showed up. But according to Lin Yu's estimation, the time when Loki comes to Earth should not be far away. By the time Whether it's Loki's genes or those Chitauri, it is estimated that his biotechnology tree can be improved again. The New York military has been relatively stable recently. Nothing big happened all the time. Definitely, General Ross is not a guy who can settle down. However, after several secret confrontations with the Umbrella Company, the New York military base has suffered heavy losses. However, after this period of self-cultivation and recuperation, coupled with financial allocations from the United States government, the New York military district has regained a lot of strength. General Ross also set his sights on the Umbrella Company again. It is not the character of General Ross to retaliate. SHIELD. After the last Hydra massacre, the entire SHIELD became depressed for a few days. However, under the leadership of Nick Fury, it quickly regained its vitality. And SHIELD's base is not just the headquarters building. In a secret underground base in the suburbs of New York, astronomer Dr. Eric is secretly studying the Tesseract. This is another secret project of SHIELD. Weapons are developed by studying the energy in the Tesseract. However, this project has not been penetrated by Hydra due to the small number of participants. Moreover, there seems to be some breakthroughs in this project recently. But Nick Fury's focus is not on this project. He has recently been preparing for the formation of Avengers. Ever since he met Captain Marvel when he was young, he had the idea of forming the Avengers. In recent times, this idea has become even stronger, especially since so many things have happened recently, such as the arrival of Thor and the three warriors of Asgard, the appearance of Iron Man, and so on. But on this day, Nick Fury suddenly received a call from Hill Agent. On the phone, the Hill Agent was quite anxious because, in the secret underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Tesseract was being studied by Dr. Eric. Suddenly something went wrong. It seemed that it was suddenly activated. Nick Fury rushed to the scene. As soon as he arrived here, Dr. Eric reported the situation of the Tesseract to Nick Fury. Nick Fury frowned and asked, "Can't we cut off its power supply?" Now, after all, SHIELD's research on the Tesseract wasn't thorough enough. If it is activated rashly, it will be troublesome. SHIELD had just experienced a disaster, and Nick Fury didn't want any more problems to happen to his base. But Dr. Eric's words directly poured cold water on Nick Fury. The Tesseract is originally an energy source. Even if we don't provide it with power, it can operate independently, Dr. Eric said worriedly. As he studied Tesseract more and more deeply, he felt that it became more and more mysterious. My own research is just the beginning of it. Then hurry up and evacuate this place. Even if Nick Fury was reluctant, he could only choose to abandon this underground base. After all, talent is the core. SHIELD is now seriously short of personnel and can no longer afford the loss of personnel. After hearing Nick Fury's words, the Hill agent on the side hurriedly picked up the communicator in his hand and arranged for everyone again. All personnel, evacuate quickly and speed up. But at the moment, the Tesseract suddenly erupted in a fierce blue light. It's completely activated. Then, a dark blue portal suddenly appeared in the underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D. In that portal, a guy in gorgeous robes and two golden horn helmets suddenly appeared. Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City Hive underground base. In Lin Yu's office, the Queen's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's ears. "Boss, I detected a huge amount of energy burst in the suburbs of New York. Something unexpected happened in SHIELD's secret underground base. An accident just occurred in SHIELD's secret base, and the Red Queen immediately detected it. At the same time, the large screen on the wall of Lin Yu's office suddenly opened automatically under the control of Queen Hong. Then, on the big screen, a scene inside SHIELD's secret base appeared. As long as there is a network, it cannot be hidden from the Red Queen's detection. And there are a lot of cameras in that base. The Red Queen instantly controlled all the cameras in the base and directly broadcast the footage in front of Lin Yu. On the screen in front of Lin Yu, Loki held the psychic scepter in his hand, with a sinister smile on his face. He easily killed several SHIELD agents, and then controlled Hawkeye Barton and Dr. Eric. Then, Loki also got the Tesseract. The same plot as in the Avengers movie. In fact, Lin Yu feels like she is reviewing the plot of a movie now. The plot of Avengers 1 that Lin Yu has been waiting for a long time has finally begun. And Loki finally arrived on Earth. At the moment, while Lin Yu was watching the picture on the big screen, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! The Giants of Jotunheim bloodline gene has been detected, which can provide the host with a super multi-attribute branch experience. Please get it as soon as possible. This time the system prompt sounded. Lin Yu is not surprised at all. Those who don't know may be a little confused as to why the system prompts the Giants of Jotunheim gene when Loki appears. But, as a time traveler who is familiar with Marvel plots and characters, Lin Yu naturally knows Loki's identity. Loki is actually a descendant of the Giants of Jotunheim. However, in a battle between Asgard and the Giants of Jotunheim a long time ago, the infant Loki was brought back to Asgard by Odin and became Odin's adopted son and Thor's younger brother. But, this time, Lin Yu is not in a hurry to get Loki's genes. Because Lin Yu knows that according to the plot of Avengers, Loki will open the portal and summon the Chitauri army next. Chitauri is also a gene that Lin Yu must obtain. At the same time, Chitauri's flesh and blood will also bring a large amount of cloning raw materials to Lin Yu's cloning laboratory. How could Lin Yu miss out on killing two birds with one stone? At that time, when the Chitauri army arrives, it will not be too late for Lin Yu to obtain the genes of Loki and Chitauri at the same time. Now, Lin Yu has only one thing to do. That is, before the Chitauri army comes, prepare all the combat power of the Umbrella Company. Then when the battle begins, keep all those Chitauri. Alice! Lin Yu shouted softly. Alice quickly opened the door and walked in. Alice's office is next to Lin Yu, waiting for Lin Yu's summons at any time. Come on, come with me to a few laboratories, Lin Yu said with a soft smile. More than 10 days have passed since the last time I went to Alexia's place. In these days, both virus laboratories and weapons research and development laboratories have made great progress. But the rate of progress is not enough. Loki has arrived, and it is obvious that the time for the Chitauri army to arrive on Earth is not far away. The Umbrella Company can only profit from this war if it is fully prepared. At the same time, SHIELD has not been idle during this time. The arrival of Loki made Nick Fury instantly nervous. That Tesseract can actually be used as a portal in Loki's hands. This means that Loki can use the Tesseract to bring armies from other planets. This is much more of a threat than an Umbrella Company. Nick Fury immediately arranged for his trusted agents to start the formation of the Avengers team. Iron Man Tony Stark, Hulk Bruce Banner, Captain Steve of the United States, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and even Thor are all targets. Umbrella Company headquarters building. In the director's office. At the moment, Phil Coulson is reporting to Nick Fury on the formation of Avengers. There should be no problem with Tony Stark. He has actually wanted to join the Avengers for a long time. Bruce Banner, Natasha Romanoff has also completed the mission. Their plane will arrive this afternoon. After hearing Phil Coulson's report, Nick Fury nodded slowly. Regarding the formation of Avengers, it was relatively smooth. But, after Phil Coulson reported his work, he did not leave. Instead, he stood there, unable to speak. Nick Fury asked doubtfully, "Is there anything else?" After hearing what his director said, Phil Coulson said hesitantly, "Director, do you think we should also recruit Lin Yu, the owner of the Umbrella Company? After all, Tony Stark has already participated. If we try to invite Lin Yu, will you also be willing to participate?" Phil Coulson feels that with the strength of the Umbrella Company, joining Avengers is more than enough. Tony Stark is also the boss of a large company, and he has joined, so Lin Yu may also be willing to join. Moreover, if Lin Yu is willing to join, it will definitely improve the overall strength of the Avengers team to a higher level. Coupled with the biochemical monsters of the Umbrella Company, if they participate in a large-scale battle, they will definitely be an extremely terrifying force. But, hearing Phil Coulson's question, Nick Fury smiled bitterly and shook his head. He slowly said, "You are thinking too simply. The Umbrella Company is indeed very powerful. I even think it is much stronger than S.H.I.E.L.D. However, do you think that with Lin Yu's character, he will be willing to obey orders? Moreover, even if Lin Yu is willing to obey orders, do you dare to order him? Nick Fury is a smart man and sees things very clearly. Hearing his director's words, Phil Coulson also nodded slowly. What Nick Fury said does make sense. I have been thinking about strength before, but I forgot the most important point. The Umbrella Company is indeed ridiculously strong, but even if he is willing to join, no one can command him. Even everyone has to obey his command. And S.H.I.E.L.D. has also been educated in this regard once. It's easy to ask God, but hard to send God away. Lin Yu didn't expect that Phil Coulson would even have the idea of recruiting him into the Avengers. However, even if it is really invited, Lin Yu will not participate. Lin Yu doesn't like to be ordered around by others. In your own company, you can do whatever you want, how relaxed and comfortable you are. And no matter what Lin Yu wants to do, countless people will work for him without having to take action himself. This kind of life as a behind-the-scenes boss is what Lin Yu wants most. Even so far, Lin Yu has never shown his personal strength in front of anyone, because there is no use at all. It wasn't used before, and it's even less useful now. Just when S.H.I.E.L.D. was busy with Loki's affairs, good news finally came from Lin Yu's virus laboratory. Thanks to Alexia's decades of hard work and the influence of the United States Captain's blood, Umbrella Company's first-generation virus finally came out. Lin Yu was extremely excited when he heard the news. This news was simply the news that made Lin Yu the happiest besides obtaining the Biochemical Technology Tree. An umbrella company cannot be called a complete umbrella company without the power of viruses. After the Red Queen informed Lin Yu of the news, Lin Yu immediately put down all his work and took Alice with him to the virus laboratory in the Hive underground base. The first time she met Lin Yu, Alexia reported to Lin Yu excitedly, "Boss, the virus I studied is finally stable. By learning from integration method of the super soldier serum in Steve's blood and human cells, I improved the coexistence model between the virus and the human body, making the virus more stable after entering the human body. The greatest ability of this virus is to increase the metabolic rate of the human body, making the human body stronger and more powerful, and also has a strong recovery ability. If successfully integrated with humans, this will be the greatest opportunity for human evolution." Alexia is still constantly introducing the power of the virus she developed. But listening to these introductions, Lin Yu's mood gradually calmed down. Because, while Alexia was explaining, Lin Yu heard a word. That's what if. What Alexia said is if integrate is successful. Later, Lin Yu thought of the plots and scenes seen in the Resident Evil series of movies. The Umbrella Company's virus is indeed powerful. Because of the virus injected into it, many nearly invincible bosses have been created. However, the leak of the virus also led to the destruction of the entire world. Finally, Alexia finished her introduction, and Lin Yu finally had the opportunity to ask at this time. "Alexia, tell me, were the chances of the virus you developed successfully integrating with the human body?" This is Lin Yu's biggest concern. Alexia thought for a moment, then stretched out 3 fingers. 30%. The excitement on Alexia's face gradually calmed down. 30% is the result of her borrowing Steve's blood and maximizing the success rate of virus integration. Lin Yu also understands that the 30% chance is considered very high. In the Resident Evil movie, no matter what kind of virus, the chance of success is very small, almost only 1 in 10 million. In the previous movie, it was a miracle that Alice could successfully integrate with the T-virus. And now, there is no way he would allow his subordinates to gamble on the 30% chance. "Have you named the virus you studied?" Lin Yu asked calmly. Alexia slowly shook her head and said, "Not yet, boss. You can name it." Lin Yu did not refuse and said directly, "Well, let's call it the T-virus. The 30% success rate is too low. Human experiments are not allowed until the success rate reaches 80%. You can continue to improve. If you need anything, please feel free to do so. Find Alice, and I will provide you with whatever resources you need. but you must increase your chances of success. Although Lin Yu is the big boss of the umbrella company, he is not the inhumane guy in the Resident Evil movies. After these days of getting along, Lin Yu has developed feelings for the people around him, especially the core members such as Alice, Weskier, Isaac, and Abigail. Lin Yu definitely didn't want them to take this risk. In addition, be sure to protect the T-virus test tubes and never let them leak out. Lin Yu reminded solemnly again, he did not want his hive base to become like in the Resident Evil movie. Moreover, at the same time, Lin Yu also ordered the Red Queen again. If the virus is discovered to be leaked, the virus laboratory must be sealed immediately, and the virus must not be allowed to leak outside. When the virus laboratory was built, it was completely sealed. And today's Red Queen also completely obeys Lin Yu's orders. Therefore, there is still no problem in safeguarding the virus in case it is leaked. But just when Lin Yu told Alexia, on the side, Alice, standing behind Lin Yu, looked a little uncertain. Her eyes were always looking at the green test tubes next to Alexia. A desire suddenly appeared in Alice's heart, and like a snowball, it grew bigger and bigger. Alice has always wanted to become stronger. Especially Lin Yu will always take her with her no matter what she does. But she is a weak woman who cannot protect her boss at all. She has always put Lin Yu's safety as more important than her own life. But I always felt powerless. That feeling is very bad. Especially that time, at the Stark Industrial Building shareholders meeting. Those men in black suddenly broke in, leaving her quite at a loss. Although on the surface, her expression remained calm. But in reality, she was worried about her boss. From that moment on, Alice has been craving for powerful power to the extreme. And Alice also didn't know Lin Yu's current strength, which had become extremely powerful. So, although she also heard Lin Yu's request, the desire in her heart became stronger and stronger. Subsequently, Lin Yu took Alice out of the virus laboratory and walked towards the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory. The progress of weapons research and development laboratories is much faster than that of virus laboratories. Abigail had already completed the combination of the steel battlesuit and the Hunter a week ago. Now, the Hunter version of the steel battlesuit has entered the production stage. However, since there are not many production equipments, the production progress is relatively slow. And at the moment, Alice, who is following Lin Yu, remained silent, as if she had something on her mind. Lin Yu was also concerned about the situation in the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory, so he did not notice Alice's uneasiness. Finally, the two came to the door of the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory. At the moment, Alice suddenly shouted to Lin Yu softly, "Boss." Lin Yu replied casually, "What's wrong?" Alice suddenly hesitated, and then said weakly, "Boss, I'm not feeling well." Since Lin Yu was thinking about the steel battlesuit, he didn't pay much attention to it, and said, "Then you should take a rest first and go to the doctor for a checkup. There is naturally a hospital in the Beehive underground base, and it is fully equipped with all kinds of equipment." Lin Yu thought Alice was simply not feeling well. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Alice nodded, turned, and left. Lin Yu also directly opened the door of the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory and walked in. But what Lin Yu didn't notice was that the direction Alice left didn't seem to be the direction of the hospital. Rather, the direction of the virus laboratory. Lin Yu doesn't know these things, because as soon as Lin Yu entered the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory, Abigail hurriedly greeted him. Moreover, he hurriedly reported the results of the past few days to Lin Yu. "Boss, our production line is now at full capacity and can produce 10 sets of steel battlesuits every day. Now we have 50 sets of finished products." Lin Yu was quite satisfied with Abigail's report. But the production speed is still a bit too slow. It is completely inferior to the expansion speed of the biological culture chamber of the cloning laboratory. Ellie, Lin Yu just wanted to arrange for Alice to expand the production line of the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory, but found that Alice was not by his side. Lin Yu was slightly startled. This was the first time that Alice was not by his side. It's actually a bit uncomfortable. Forget it. Let Alice take a rest first, Lin Yu thought to himself. Then, he directly ordered Abigail, Contact the person in charge of the engineering team and start the expansion of the steel battlesuit production line as soon as possible. No matter what materials or resources are needed, special approval can be given, but the speed must be accelerated. Lin Yu made arrangements directly to Abigail. Anyway, with the Red Queen coordinating it, Lin Yu's orders can be conveyed to everyone's ears through the Red Queen. Subsequently, Lin Yu left the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory and went to the Umbrella Company's largest department now, the Cloning Laboratory. The one with the fastest progress is probably the Cloning Laboratory. The current Cloning Laboratory has expanded more than 5 times compared to the beginning. The number of biological cultivation chambers has reached a terrifying 500,000, but cloning raw materials are still quite scarce. After searching prisons all over America again, we have only just collected the cloning materials for 500,000 biochemical monsters. The scale of biological culture chambers is still increasing, but the raw materials for cloning obviously cannot keep up. But Lin Yu is not too anxious about this, because he believes that the problem of raw materials will be solved after a while. After all, if we calculate the time, the Chitauri army should be coming soon. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth raised slightly, looking forward to the arrival of the Chitauri army more and more. By then, the 500,000 biochemical army will definitely shock the whole world. Umbrella Company. Hive Underground Base. In the virus laboratory. Not long after Lin Yu left the virus laboratory, Alice came back. She knew that since Lin Yu had just left here, he probably wouldn't be back in a short time. Arriving at the door of the virus laboratory, Alice opened the door of the laboratory with her finger. Alice has very high authority in the underground foundation of the hive, and she can enter and exit almost everywhere at will. Even in a fairly strict virus laboratory, she can come in casually. It can be seen how much Lin Yu trusts her. In the virus laboratory, Alexia was slightly confused when she saw Alice leaving and coming back again. "Alice, what's wrong?" Alexia asked. Hearing Alexia's question, Alice was slightly hesitated. However, after thinking about it for a while, his eyes became firm again. "Alexia, if the T-virus wants to achieve the success rate of more than 80% mentioned by the boss, how long will it take?" Alice asked. She was very eager to become stronger, but she didn't completely lose her mind. If the success rate can be improved in a short period of time, then you can wait. But Alexia shook her head and replied, "It's difficult. The virus is not that easy to control. It's too difficult to achieve an 80% chance of success. Reaching the current 30% chance of success has already consumed Alexia's decades of youth. Moreover, it was Steve's appearance that allowed her research to make a rapid breakthrough. Without Steve's blood, the chance of success would not even be 10%. After hearing Alexia's words, Alice's eyes became firmer again. In fact, when Lin Yu was still here just now, she knew by looking at Alexia's expression that it should be impossible to reach 80%. Asking like this is just to confirm again. At this moment, Alice said directly, "Alexia, I want to be injected with the T-virus." These words instantly shocked Alexia. Even for human experiments, Alice should not be used. After all, Alice's identity is not ordinary in the Umbrella Company. If it fails, the boss will be happy. "You probably didn't tell the boss, right?" Alexia asked cautiously. Although she was obsessed with research, she did not become a nerd. 14. Alice obviously came behind the boss's back. Alice shook her head, her tone still firm. "Alexia, help me. I don't want to be so weak. I want to be able to protect the boss. It doesn't matter if you fail. You can clone me again and let my clone continue to accompany the boss. I've never been more hopeful than now, hoping to become stronger and have the power to protect my boss." Alice's words made Alexia completely moved. She didn't expect that the reason Alice wanted to become stronger was to be able to better protect her boss. For this reason, she found it difficult to refuse for a while. But the boss has just given instructions. If the probability of success is not reached 80%, it is not allowed to be used casually. Alexia said weakly, but her tone was obviously not very sure. And this time, Alice suddenly laughed, her smile as bright as a flower. "But For the boss, this 30% is just 100% in my opinion. Alice said slowly, with a firm expression. Alexia's heart has been shaken, although the boss had already given the order. After all, it was Alice who wanted to be injected with the T-virus. She was the most trusted and closest person to the boss. If it had been anyone else, Alexia would have refused outright. However, Alice couldn't think of any reason to refuse. But while the two were having a conversation, a figure suddenly appeared behind Alice. It wasn't until the hand touched Alice's head that she turned her head in panic. Seeing that figure, tears finally filled Alice's eyes. The figure is not someone else. Lin Yu is really coming back again. After coming out of the weapons research and development laboratory, Lin Yu wanted to see Alice's situation through the Red Queen. After all, Alice had never said that she wasn't feeling well. Even if she is not in good health, she rarely talks to Lin Yu. Therefore, Lin Yu was very worried about what would happen to Alice's health. But when the Red Queen searched for Alice in the hive, she suddenly discovered that Alice had appeared in the virus laboratory. Queen Hong immediately reported this matter to Lin Yu. After hearing the report from the Red Queen, Lin Yu instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. Then, quickly returned to the virus laboratory. But what surprised Alexia and Alice was that Lin Yu did not stop Alice from wanting to be injected with the T-virus. Are you sure you want to be injected with the T-virus? Lin Shou's tone actually contained a hint of doubting. He had already passed the Red Queen and heard what Alice said. Lin Yu also felt that Alice was indeed too weak. Although sometimes he could protect her when he was by her side, it was also possible that he was not by her side. At that time, Alice was just a weak woman with no strength. In this chaotic Marvel world, her life's safety is not guaranteed at all. Definitely, there's another most important reason why Lin Yu didn't stop Alice from injecting the T-virus. That is, Lin Yu is a time traveler and knows many plots in Resident Evil. Although the current world is not the world of Resident Evil, but the world of Marvel, Lin Yu discovered that the main characters in Resident Evil are almost the same as those in previous movies. Exactly the same. In other words, the possibility that Alice can integrate the T-virus is very high. In the previous movie, the chance of successful integration of the T-virus was almost only 1 in 100,000. But even then, Alice integrated successfully. But now, the chance of success has reached 30%. Lin Yu feels that there should not be any problems with Alice's integrate T-virus. As early as when Alexia said the 30% chance of success, Lin Yu had already had the idea of injecting Alice with the T-virus, but he did not say it out. This idea is not because I want Alice to have the ability to protect herself. You don't need protection yourself. Lin Yu just hopes she can have the ability to protect herself. Now, Alice herself offered to be injected with the T-virus. After thinking for a long time, Lin Yu decided to respect Alice's idea. Even Lin Yu feels that after Alice successfully integrates the T-virus, he will tell her his true strength. By then, Alice's expression will definitely be wonderful. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Alice nodded gently. Even in front of Lin Yu, she did not change her mind. At this moment, Lin Yu said, "Okay, since you want to become stronger, then get the injection, and I will always be by your side." Lin Yu smiled slightly, and then nodded to Alexia. Alexia's eyes suddenly lit up. She also hopes that someone can inject the T-virus. In that way, her many arguments will be supported by experimental data, and it can also help her research go further. Soon, Alexia took Alice and Lin Yu to the innermost part of the virus laboratory. Here, there is a completely sealed room. In that room, after the T-virus is injected, it will be completely sealed. Even if the integrate fails, it will not have any impact on the outside world. Encouraged by Lin Yu and Alexia's eyes, Alice slowly walked in. While Lin Yu was quietly waiting for the integration process of Alice and the T-virus in the virus laboratory, just as all other departments of the Umbrella Company were making full preparations for the coming war. During this time, SHIELD was quite unstable. Loki has a lot of plots and tricks. He even deliberately let SHIELD capture him, and then angered Bruce Banner, who had joined the Avengers team. Bruce Banner still cannot control the Hulk in his body very well at this time. A chaos caused by Hulk once again severely damaged the morale of the newly established Avengers team. But during Loki's trouble this time, Hawkeye Barton returned to the Avengers. At this point, all the original Avengers members are gathered together. These members include the Hulk who was once scared away by 100,000 lickers in New York, the Captain of the United States who almost fainted after Weskier sucked out a lot of blood, and Iron who was almost scared to death by predators twice. Man, as well as Barton and Thor, who also had their blood drawn by the Umbrella Company. Except for Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who has not yet had contact with the Umbrella Company, everyone else has already had interactions with the Umbrella Company. Definitely. The reason Natasha Romanoff has no connection with Umbrella is simple. It's simply because Lin Yu's system didn't take a fancy to her genes. At the moment, on board the SHIELD space carrier, the Avengers are cleaning up the space carrier that has become a mess due to Hulk's destruction. During this chaos, Phil Coulson was also unfortunately killed by Loki, and Hulk also jumped off the space carrier and disappeared. In the first confrontation, Loki achieved absolute victory. Everyone in the Avengers felt heavy. Everything seems to be developing in a not-so-good direction. Moreover, after the battle, Loki disappeared from everyone's sight. Until now, the Avengers have not found where Loki is. At the same time, New York, the rooftop of the Stark Industrial Building. Loki is making final adjustments to a machine of huge amounts with Dr. Eric, who has been controlled by him. At the center of this machine is the Tesseract that Loki snatched from S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as this machine is debugged, the power in Tesseract will be completely stimulated and the portal will be opened. And the Chitauri army has already assembled on the other side of the universe. When the time comes, the Chitauri army will arrive, and Loki will become the master of the earth. Loki has already begun to imagine the moment when he becomes the king of all people on earth. At that time, he will wear the most gorgeous robes and a crown, stand on the tallest building in mankind, and swear his identity. But that's when, in the sky, a red and gold figure suddenly appeared from a distance, flying everywhere. Loki's expression changed slightly, but then a smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, these people could find their place so quickly. But that doesn't matter. They have no time to stop themselves. Iron Man Tony Stark slowly fell from the roof of the Stark Industrial Building and took off his steel battle suit using the tools on the roof. His steel battle suit is somewhat worn out and must be replaced with the latest battle suit. But the new steel battle suit must take time to activate. Tony had to hold Loki off for a few minutes. At the moment, Tony took off his steel battle suit and slowly walked behind a bar in the rooftop room of Stark Industrial Building. While pouring the wine, he put the bracelet that controlled the new generation steel battle suit on his wrist. And Tony also chatted with Loki. However, it was Loki who spoke first. "Are you here to show me mercy?" Loki walked over slowly, holding a psychic scepter. Tony, on the other hand, said calmly, "No, I'm here to scare you." These words made the smile on Loki's face brighter. "Scaring me? But you took off your steel battle suit." Loki chuckled and said. Tony Baiching calmly said, "I don't think there is any use in wearing a steel battle suit. After all, you are holding a Terminator-type scepter in your hand." Loki didn't understand Tony's words, but that didn't stop him from showing off. Loki's favorite thing is to show off. He slowly came to the huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows, looked at the sky outside, and said, "I know you're stalling for time, but it is useless. The Chitauri army is coming. No one can stop it." Speaking of the Chitauri army, two figures suddenly flashed in Tony's mind. A crazy-looking monster whose whole body seemed to have been skinned, and another whose whole body was covered with dark green scales, whose claws were as sharp as razor blades, came and went without a trace. The traceless monster. They should be considered an army of biochemical monsters. Between the two armies, who is more powerful? Thinking of this, Tony's eyes suddenly lit up. If the Chitauri army really invades the Earth, will the man from Umbrella Company just sit back and watch? Obviously, the other party couldn't let Loki run wild on his territory. At this moment, Tony suddenly sneered. Maybe Chio doesn't know much about it. Loki was slightly confused and said, "Oh, what don't you understand? It's not too late to learn more when my Chitauri army takes over this place." Tony said again, "What you don't know is that we also have an army, and it is much more terrifying than your army." "What army?" Loki was slightly startled. Tony would say that they have the Hulk. Shouldn't the strongest people on Earth be the so-called Avengers? Why did Tony say they also have an army? Those backward United States soldiers are really nothing compared to the Chitauri army. At the moment, Tony had a weird smile on his face and said slowly, "We have Umbrella Company's biochemical army. When you see it, you will be scared to death." Biochemical army? Umbrella Company? What is this? Loki suddenly became annoyed. These strange names were probably made up by Tony Stark in order to delay time. But at this moment, Tony's purpose of stalling for time has been achieved. Behind him, a gold and red column suddenly flew out from the secret door on the wall and locked the positioning bracelet on Tony's hand. In less than 2 seconds, Tony transforms into Iron Man again. In this steel battle suit, Zhongjing is the 7th-generation battle suit developed by Toden. The battle is about to break out. At the same time, Dr. Eric, whose mind was controlled by Loki's psychic scepter, also completed the final adjustments to the machine that inspired the Tesseract. A blue beam of light instantly shot out of the Tesseract and shot straight into the sky. In the sky, a dark blue portal slowly opened, and it is still expanding slowly. Immediately afterwards, a group of Chitauri warriors riding in flight machines quickly poured in from the portal. The Chitauri army has officially arrived. Iron Man Tony Stark, who had just hit Loki with a blaster, looked sharply in his eyes, rose into the sky, and rushed towards the Chitauri soldiers near the portal. In the distance, a SHIELD fighter jet also quickly arrived on the battlefield. Captain Steve of the United States, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye Barton, who has regained consciousness, also joined the battlefield. But at this moment, Umbrella Corporation's Hive underground base in Raccoon City. Lin Yu is still waiting quietly in the virus laboratory. The reminder from the Red Queen had already reached his ears, and he already knew what happened in New York. At the same time, just as the Chitauri soldiers passed through the portal, the system prompts also sounded at the same time. Ding! The Chitauri soldier gene of alien life has been detected, which can provide a lot of experience points for the host's Biochemical Technology Tree. Please get it as soon as possible. But, looking at Alice, whose body was still shaking not long after being injected with the T-virus, Lin Yu had no time to care about the arrival of the Chitauri army. Lin Yu is more concerned about Alice's safety than the arrival of Chitauri. But the integration of T-virus and Alice was faster than Lin Yu and Alexia imagined, and the integration was also quite perfect. It only took less than an hour from the time Alice went in and was injected with the T-virus until Alice's body began to gradually become calmer. At the moment, in the airtight room at the back of the virus laboratory, Alice, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyeballs all turned black. Like a black pearl, it exudes a breathtaking black light. The moment Alice opened her eyes, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! The gene of the perfect integrator of the T-virus has been detected. Please host to obtain it as soon as possible. This system prompt made Lin Yu's slightly nervous mood calm down instantly. Since the system says that Alice and the T-virus are perfectly integrated, there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Yu still trusts the system's judgment. But Alexia didn't know that Alice had perfectly integrated the T-virus. Seeing Alice wake up, she hurriedly observed the equipment next to her. The instrument in front of her can detect various indicators of Alice's body. But looking at the numbers on the instrument in front of him, even Alexia, the creator of the T-virus, couldn't help but be a little surprised. Now, all the indicators of Alice's body are far beyond those of normal people. It completely exceeded Alexia's prediction. After more than 10 seconds, Alexia finally slowly raised her head. There was still a slightly shocked look on her face. Then he said to Lin Yu, "Boss, Alice's integrate should have been successful. Her various physical indicators have exceeded expectations. Alexia used the word should. Obviously, Alice's current situation cannot be completely determined just from the instrument. At this moment, in the airtight room, Alice had already gotten out of bed and stood up. The blackness in her eyes gradually faded away, returning to their original appearance again. She raised her head and looked at Lin Yu outside the glass. A smile suddenly appeared on her face. There were some tears in the smile. She was actually quite scared, fearing that if she failed to integrate, she would no longer be able to stay with Lin Yu. But, judging from the current situation, it seems to have been successful. Alice looked at her hands, then suddenly clenched her fists. She felt that she seemed to have inexhaustible strength now. It is as if there is countless energy stored in the body, which can be mobilized at any time to make oneself omnipotent. This is an illusion after the body becomes stronger. It's almost like Lin Yu just obtained the Biochemical Technology Tree. She is not omnipotent, but after integrating the T-virus, she did become stronger, and it has become much stronger. Alice moved forward slowly and came to the glass. She didn't rush to ask for it, because she also knew that her current situation was not necessarily stable. Perhaps Alexia needs to check before coming out from here. However, at this time, Lin Yu suddenly said to Alexia, "Open the door. The integration has been successful." Lin Yu's words made Alexia slightly stunned. Successful? She wasn't sure. How could the boss be so sure? Lin Yu nodded slowly and said again, "Trust me, let's go." Lin Yu's tone was quite certain. Although Alexia was still a little confused, she had to obey Lin Yu's order. The glass door was opened. Alice inside was also a little surprised, but she could no longer stop missing Lin Yu in her heart. During this hour, during the process of integrating the T-virus, she never stopped missing Lin Yu. She had been afraid and regretted, but most of all she was reluctant to let go of Lin Yu. And at the moment, after regaining her new life, all the emotions in her heart burst out. After Alice came out, she threw herself into Lin Yu's arms. But she obviously hasn't realized how strong her body is now. Even though Lin Yu's body had become very strong, he almost stumbled to the ground when this sudden, delicate body rushed towards him. However, fortunately, Lin Yu has gained more power than Alice through several advancements in the Biochemical Technology Tree, so he was able to catch Alice's body. But after a few seconds, Alice hurriedly left Lin Yu's body. She has never had such close contact with her boss. Her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. A few minutes later, Lin Yu walked out of the virus laboratory. When I came out, I still had a test tube in my hand. Alice's genes were definitely easy to obtain. Alice, on the other hand, was in no hurry to come out of the virus laboratory, because Alexia needs to check her body to make sure she is safe and sound, and also needs to collect some data. By this time, the battle in New York had begun. Lin Yu no longer has time to stay there. Holding the test tube containing Alice's genes, Lin Yu hurried to his office. Subsequently, there was a flash of light. Alice's genes disappeared into Lin Yu's hands. Alice's genes are very strong. Even he is much better than the Captain of the United States. Gene name, T-virus perfect integrated gene, Alice. Gene strength, 4 stars. Available experience points, 500 points. Gene contains ability ranking. Strength 100, Agility 100, Intelligence 100, Special, Psychokinesis 200-inch. Compared to the 450 attribute points of the Captain of the United States, Alice has just integrated the T-virus, and the total attributes in the gene have reached 500 points, almost catching up to Thor's attributes. And one attribute in particular stands out. That's psychokinesis. Seeing this attribute, Lin Yu couldn't help but get excited. With this psychokinesis attribute, it basically means that the T-virus developed by Alexia should be the same as the virus in the previous Resident Evil movie. In the previous movies, Alice's strongest point was also her psychokinesis. After the light flashed, Lin Yu's Biochemical Technology Tree also underwent huge amounts of changes. The main experience value instantly increased by 500 points. The total has reached 2,370 points. There are only 630 points left before the advanced value of 3,000 points. And now, the genes that Lin Yu already knows but have not yet collected include Loki's genes, Chitauri's genes, and the Hulk's genes. Lin Yu has not yet had time to collect these 3 genes. Moreover, the strength of these 3 genes should not be low. If you get them all, the possibility of the main body being promoted to level 3 is very high. By then, new biochemical monsters will appear. Lin Yu is looking forward to this. After this upgrade, Lin Yu's body has also undergone great changes. Although the appearance is still the same, the strength and speed of the body have also improved again. Moreover, Lin Yu also felt that there seemed to be something extra in his brain. It was as if there was a ball of air slowly squirming in his brain. This air mass should be the legendary psychokinesis. However, Lin Yu has no way to control it now. But Lin Yu is not in a hurry. You already have psychokinesis, and it's only a matter of time before you master how to use it. Now, the most important thing is to deal with Chitauri's matter first. To get familiar with and master the use of psychokinesis, you probably have to wait until you have time to practice it slowly. In addition, the super hunter in the biological cultivation tank in his mind has also undergone some changes. However, Lin Yu didn't summon it either. The change of hunter should not be used in this war. It would take at least 2 days to clone the new hunters into an army, which was too late. And now, a total earned army of 500,000 armored lickers and super predators is enough to handle the coming battle. So, now, get out there. Lin Yu stood quietly in front of the big screen in his office. He spoke slowly and gave the order to the Red Queen. All dispatch. Target, New York. Lin Yu gave an order, and the entire Raccoon City seemed to come alive. The large troops that had been prepared for a long time started to move at the same time. Hundreds of transport planes and helicopters slowly took off. On the ground, countless black transport trucks formed several long black queues, heading rapidly towards New York. All underground trains are also transporting the biochemical army to New York. Umbrella Company, the entire army is dispatched. And at the moment, Lin Yu stood quietly in front of the big screen in his office. Looking at the satellite and surveillance images on the screen, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth curled up slightly. This time, my goal is not just to defeat those Chitauri. Instead, leave more corpses of Chitauri soldiers on the earth. At the moment, New York battlefield. As the portal opened wider and wider, more and more Chitauri soldiers came through the portal. Countless Chitauri soldiers, driving tricycle-like flight machines, were rampaging. The entire downtown of New York City was turned into a sea of flames. Countless pedestrians fled in all directions. But countless people died under the Chitauri's indiscriminate attacks. Countless citizens hiding in the building watched in horror as more and more alien soldiers in the sky attacked humans everywhere, crying in their arms. There is absolutely nothing they can do about such a tragic situation. They even dare not take to the streets, let alone look for their relatives. At this moment, a golden and red figure suddenly rose into the sky. Iron Man suddenly appeared in people's sight. Several shockwaves suddenly erupted from his hand, killing several Chitauri soldiers in front of him. Several rows of small missiles suddenly appeared on his steel battle suit, killing more Chitauri soldiers in an instant. At this moment, people who saw Iron Man cheered wildly and loudly. They are saved. Iron Man is their hero. Elsewhere in New York City, the same thing is happening. The captain of the United States, standing on the roof of the car, arranging the New York police, is like the great savior of mankind. Eagle 140 Eyes Barton and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff were on the ground rescuing humans on a bus. Everyone who was rescued was grateful to them. But as the portal expands, more terrifying Chitauri combat units appear. It was a huge, reptile-like monster. That monster is one of Chitauri's most powerful soldiers, the Leviathan. Leviathan possesses flight ability and can eject Chitauri soldiers one by one from his body, like a mobile fortress. What's even more terrifying is that the monster's body is quite hard and can run rampant between buildings. Countless buildings collapsed, and thousands of New Yorkers died under heavy objects falling from the sky. The situation on the battlefield took a turn for the worse in an instant. But, fortunately, Thor and the Hulk also joined the battlefield at this time. The Hulk's powerful combat power burst out instantly. Even the huge Leviathan is no match for the Hulk. But there's only one Hulk after all. Thor, there's only one. As the portal grew larger, more Leviathan beasts came to the Earth through the portal. And, in addition to the Leviathan beast, the number of Chitauri soldiers is also increasing. The Avengers team became in a hurry again. The entire New York City was in complete chaos. After all, there are only a few members of the Avengers team, which is not enough compared to the huge number of Chitauri soldiers. More and more New York citizens died at the hands of Chitauri soldiers. More fear arises in people's hearts. Their hero, their great savior, could not save them. But that's when, in the sky, there suddenly came huge amounts of roaring sounds from far near. The earth also began to tremble slightly. New York citizens on the edge of the battlefield suddenly discovered that countless black dots suddenly flew in the sky outside New York City. Those black spots are getting closer and closer. Finally, people saw clearly what those black spots were. Hundreds of helicopters roared past the sky. The scene is quite spectacular. Some citizens with better eyesight discovered that those helicopters were all stamped with the word sudden. It was a red and white umbrella-shaped pattern. People are naturally quite familiar with this logo. Umbrella Company, the world's largest monopoly company. Its market value is dozens of times that of Stark Industries, the largest company in New York. Even because of the Umbrella Company, people gathered to form a city. The name of that city is Raccoon City. As the helicopter flew over, people also saw several long lines of black transport convoys on the ground. Each vehicle has the same logo printed on it as the helicopter. Those motorcades have no end in sight. But those convoys did not fly overhead like helicopters, but stopped at the edge of New York City. The car door opened, and countless monsters came out of the car. People were horrified to find that those monsters were somewhat similar to the monsters that appeared in New York City before. However, the originally exposed brains on their heads were blocked by their skulls, and their bodies were all covered with thick bone armor. In addition to the bone armor, there were also many sharp bone spurs on the monsters' bodies and joints, like daggers, glowing with cold light. Definitely, this is nothing. On the four claws of those monsters, there was a faint flash of thunder. The army of 200,000 Thunder Lickers finally appeared in the public eye again. They gathered at the edge of New York City and lined up neatly, like a well-trained army. When they saw those Thunder Lickers, New York citizens suddenly discovered that those aliens falling from the sky did not seem so scary. Compared with these biochemical monsters from Umbrella Company, those Chitauri soldiers actually look a little cute. Those Thunder Lickers are the real terror, although many New Yorkers have seen lickers on the internet or in person. However, it cannot prevent people from having great fear in their hearts. The bright red muscle tissue, disgusting tongue, and sharp claws are like a group of real demons. And, not only that, just when 200,000 Thunder Lickers began to line up on the edge of New York, billowing dust appeared again on the distant horizon. People on the ground also felt the slight tremor of the earth again. A dark green figure ran from a distance. This is the first time these New York citizens have seen them. They were a group of creatures covered in dark green scales, with bodies that looked like lizards walking upright. The most frightening thing is their sharp sickle-like front claws. Just looking at it seems to make both eyes scratched. The 300,000 Super Hunter Army took the underground train from the Umbrella Company's Hive Underground base and went directly to the secret base in New York City. Then, running wildly, joined together with 200,000 Thunder Lickers. The 500,000 Biochemical Army has finally been assembled on board the SHIELD space carrier. Nick Fury also used satellite surveillance to see the 500,000 Biochemical Army gathering on the edge of New York City. However, unlike before, this time, when seeing the Umbrella Company dispatching such a large biochemical army, Nick Fury actually felt a little lucky. Fortunately, there is such a powerful organization as the Umbrella Corporation on Earth. Otherwise, Just the Avengers might not be a match for the Chitauri army. However, even Nick Fury did not expect that the biochemical power possessed by the Umbrella Company would be so huge. A total of 500,000 were neatly arranged there. From the big screen, Nick Fury could feel the terrifying killing intent. And at the moment, Umbrella Company's Hive underground base in Raccoon City, in Lin Yu's office. Lin Yu stood quietly in front of the big screen, looking at the biochemical army he had formed during this period, with a hint of excitement on his face. All the previous actions were just small tests. But this time, the real power of the Umbrella Company is fully displayed in the eyes of the world for the first time. Let's start. Kill as much as you want, Lin Yu said silently. The 500,000 biochemical army, after Lin Yu gave the order, erupted into a roar that shook the earth. The Thunder Licker and the Super Hunter, after roaring crazily to the sky, turned into a violent, huge wave and headed towards the center of the New York battlefield. At the moment, hundreds of helicopters also slowly stopped at the edge of the battlefield. Helicopters are much bulkier than Chitauri's flight machine. Therefore, Lin Yu did not directly order those helicopters to join the battle. They are only responsible for transportation. After some of the helicopter doors opened, hundreds of armed members of the Umbrella Company stepped out of the plane. Then, under the leadership of Weskier, several combat groups were formed to support each other and headed towards the center of New York. They all have their own tasks, but they're not dealing with those Chitauri. But in addition to these armed members, half of the helicopters did not open the hatch after landing. They stopped quietly on the edge of the battlefield without any movement. No one knew what was inside those helicopters. In the center of the battlefield, the Avengers are still struggling against the endless Chitauri soldiers. Almost all of them were quite tired. Even most of them have been injured, but they can only persist. If the battlefield is not controlled in the center of New York, the whole world will be destroyed by these Chitauri soldiers. That would be a disaster for the entire world. At this moment, everyone in the Avengers was exhausted and was about to be exhausted. They suddenly felt that the ground began to shake slightly. It seems like thousands of troops are galloping. Not only the Avengers, but also the Chitauri soldiers felt the trembling of the earth and the rumbling sound coming from the distance. On a Chitauri flight, Loki also frowned. So far in the battle, his Chitauri army has gained an absolute advantage. Even the Hulk and his brother Thor are unable to defeat the huge Chitauri army. In such a war situation, what else could happen? But, at this time, Loki suddenly remembered the conversation he had just had with Tony Stark. He seemed to have said a word. Biochemical army? Yes, that's the word. Loki was a bit dismissive at the time. However, now he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The rumbling sound, indeed, sounded like some kind of army in action. Biochemical army? What it is? Loki, as the Prince of Asgard, has never heard of this word. But soon he saw what a biochemical army was. Not far from the battlefield, a huge team was running crazily towards the center of the battlefield. They're extremely fast. The number is even more terrifying. Through his powerful eyesight, Loki could clearly see the appearance of those monsters. There are two types of monsters. Some parts of the body are covered with bone armor, while other parts have no skin at all. They look bloody, and they stick their long tongue out when they run, which is extremely disgusting. But those images are very familiar to Loki. That time when he controlled the destroyer mecha and came to Earth, he was attacked by those disgusting monsters. Moreover, their terrifying claws can actually leave marks on their own destroyer armor. And now, these monsters are dozens of times more than last time. In addition to these monsters, there's another kind of dark green monster with a larger number. They also look scarier. Those long sickle-like claws, Loki had no doubt of their sharpness. The two monsters combined together form a biochemical army of 500,000, with almost no end in sight. Soon, the Hua army came into contact with the Chitauri at the outermost edge. Although each of the Chitauri soldiers is equipped with powerful thermal weapons, their reaction speed and strength are far behind the biochemical army. In an instant, those Chitauri soldiers were submerged in the ocean of biochemical army. The army galloped past without slowing down at all. Behind them, the bodies of the Chitauri soldiers had been turned into pieces. Some of the flesh and blood had neat wounds, which were caused by hunters. Some turned into a disgusting pile of minced meat, which was bitten by the lickers. The two biochemical arms have completely different combat methods, but the effect achieved is no different. When the biochemical army arrived near the center of the battlefield, all the lickers and hunters dispersed in an instant. Lin Yu gave them the order to fight freely. The seemingly endless number of Chitauri soldiers turned out to be a bit inadequate compared to this 500,000 biochemical army. Almost every Chitauri soldier faces dozens of biochemical monsters. Originally, he might not have a chance to win one-on-one, but now he is no match for a group fight. In an instant, the Tarui people suffered heavy losses, especially the Chitauri soldiers on the ground. They faced the crazy lickers and the elusive hunters, and they were quickly killed and injured. The Chitauri flying aircraft in the sky are slightly better, but they are occasionally attacked by hunters who suddenly jump up. The balance of victory was reversed in an instant. The citizens of New York, who were already feeling a little desperate, suddenly felt hope rise in their hearts when they saw this scene. They had no idea that those biochemical monsters that looked more terrifying than Chitauri would actually become their saviors. Please give me flowers. Those monsters are attacking the Chitauri soldiers crazily, but they will not harm ordinary humans on Earth at all. People's mentality began to slowly change. The Captain of the United States can't save himself, but the Umbrella Company can. Although the monsters they created looked ugly, they actually look a little cute now. In front of those monsters, I actually felt a long-lost sense of security. At the moment, they even wanted the monsters to be scarier, because their terror has already been felt by those aliens. At the moment, the Avengers gathered together again. In the middle of this fierce battlefield, they seem to be doing nothing. Around them, countless biochemical monsters are attacking those Chitauri, and there is no chance for them to take action. And, not only that, zero. When everyone in the Avengers saw those Thunder Lickers and Super Hunters, they couldn't help but feel a little fear in their hearts. These biochemical monsters have more or less left a shadow in their hearts. Especially the Hulk. He once again had the idea of escape. However, all around him were crazy biochemical monsters. Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't run away. He could only stand there and look at the carnage around him in horror. However, despite the addition of the biochemical army, the Chitauri army has already fallen into a disadvantage. But as long as the portal is not closed, Chitauri can pass through the portal and come to the Earth without restriction. Except for Loki, no one knows how many Chitauri are watching on the other side of the portal. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff suddenly said, "How about I take this opportunity to see if I can close the portal?" Natasha Romanoff's words instantly won the approval of her teammates. Tony immediately said, "I'll go with you." Subsequently, Tony grabbed Natasha Romanoff's clothes, and the two of them instantly took off and threw them towards the roof of Stark Industrial Building. But immediately afterwards, after arriving at the rooftop of Stark Industrial Building, the two of them were dumbfounded. On the roof of Stark Industrial Building, at the moment, there are already countless super hunters. There were 3 circles inside and 3 outside, directly surrounding the entire machine that controlled the Tesseract. In the center of the encirclement, Weskier quietly waited with the fully armed Umbrella Company combat team. Seeing the arrival of Tony and Natasha Romanoff, Weskier gently waved the psychic scepter in his hand and said expressionlessly, "This place has been occupied by the Umbrella Company. The rest of the people are waiting to get away quickly." As a time traveler, how could Lin Yu not know that the Mind Scepter can close the portal? But Lin Yu doesn't want to close the portal so quickly. Chitauri soldiers, the more that come the better. Those are all the raw materials for the clone biochemical army. And the battle took place in New York, not Raccoon City. Lin Yu had almost no losses at all. And it doesn't matter if all of the 500,000 biochemical army are dead. As long as their bodies are still there, Lin Yu can clone them all again within 2 days. This is one of the Umbrella Company's strongest cards. So, the deaths of Thunder Licker and Super Hunter didn't bother Lin Yu at all. Moreover, The damage those Chitauri soldiers can do to these two biochemical monsters is really limited. The super hunts are so fast that Chitauri's thermal weapons can hardly hurt them. The armor of the Thunder Lick 537 Eaters is too hard, and even if they get hit a few times occasionally, they won't die, but will make them even crazier. In addition, the portal cannot transport all the Chitauri soldiers at once. They can only come in batches, and there is no way to organize large-scale Legion operations. As a result, the entire New York City has almost become Chitauri's meat grinder. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Lin Yu is not in a hurry at all. Therefore, he immediately asked Wesker to lead people to occupy the roof of the Stark Industrial Building. By the way, he obtained the psychic scepter on the roof of the building and also controlled Dr. Eric, who built the teleportation device. In this way, even if his biochemical army cannot hold it anymore, Wesker can quickly close the portal. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Tony, but after Natasha Romanoff saw the situation on the roof of the Stark Industrial Building, she could only return to the ground again and reunite with her teammates. They don't want to mess with the Umbrella Company right now. Even without the protection of those biochemical monsters, they would not dare to take action against anyone from the Umbrella Company. After all, the Umbrella Company is now the most powerful party on the battlefield. At this moment, on the battlefield, Loki finally discovered the seriousness of the problem. At the moment, after several minutes of massacre, there were almost no Chitauri soldiers alive on the ground. Only in the sky were some Chitauri soldiers driving flight machines and a few Leviathan beasts. These flight units still have a slight advantage when facing the biochemical army that cannot fly. Although their attacks cannot cause much damage to those flexible monsters, at least those monsters can hardly hurt flight units. Seeing this, Loki's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly ordered to Chitauri on the other side of the portal, send out the entire flight unit. Don't let the soldiers in the Leviathan come out. Strike the ground from the air first. Loki gave an order, and the Chitauri soldiers on the other side of the portal rushed in crazily again. But this time, they finally became much smarter under Loki's command. No more soldiers were put down on the Leviathan beast. They hide inside the Leviathan beast, while the Leviathan beast continues to wreak havoc. In addition, the Chitauri soldiers driving the flight machine gathered together and fired at the ground together. Covered by a wide range of firepower, it immediately caused casualties to the Umbrella Company's biochemical army. Although the casualties are limited, at least the Chitauri army is no longer passive. Loki's face showed a winner smile again. The portal is still slowly expanding, and because under Loki's order, the casualties of Chitauri soldiers quickly decreased, the speed of Chitauri soldiers pouring into the earth from the portal also increased. The balance of victory seems to have tipped towards Loki and Chitauri. Everyone in the Avengers has also seen that the battle situation is not ideal. Although they were quite exhausted, they could only join the battle again. This is not a simple battle between the Umbrella Company and aliens, but a battle between the entire Earth and aliens, and they cannot stay out of the battle. But their joining had minimal impact on the battle situation. After all, their numbers are too few. Now, a large number of Chitauri soldiers will come to Earth through the portal every second. The disparity in numbers made their efforts less meaningful. At the moment, Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City Hive underground base. Lin Yu looked at the picture on the big screen quietly, still looking calm. He didn't seem to care at all about the current battle situation. Even seeing more and more Chitauri soldiers coming to Earth makes me feel good. Finally, it seems that the number of Chitauri seen coming through the portal is enough. Lin Yu suddenly smiled slightly, and then ordered to the Red Queen, "Let the Steel Hunters go out and kill all those little flying insects." Lin Yu's order was instantly transmitted to the helicopter brigade next to the New York battlefield through the Red Queen. The helicopter, which had not opened its door before, opened its door at the same time. Immediately afterwards, in those hatches, countless black figures rose into the sky instantly. On their chests, there is an obvious logo of the Umbrella Company. Other than that, everything is black. Black metal armor. Those black figures are all super hunters, but they are all wearing black steel battle suits. Their sharpest claws are still exposed, clearly showing their identity. But after putting on this steel battle suit, they actually have flight ability. There were 2 jets on each of their armored legs and backs, which instantly burst out with fierce flames. The powerful thrust caused their figures to quickly rise into the sky, extremely fast. A total of 300 super hunters wearing steel battle suits turned into 300 streams of light and headed towards the battlefield. This is the research result of the Umbrella Company's Weapons Research and Development Laboratory. In other words, it is the result of improvements based on Tony Stark's steel battle suit. Regardless of whether there is any reference, these steel hunters instantly changed the situation of the battle as soon as they appeared on the scene. Compared to Chitauri's flight machines, these flight-capable steel hunters are faster and more flexible. And they also have the terrifying attack methods of super hunters. They don't need to use any thermal weapons at all. They only need to quickly approach the Chitauri soldiers driving the flight machines to easily resolve the battle. They're like ghosts with flight ability, drawing black lines in the sky. It's like weaving into a big black web. In an instant, countless Chitauri flights fell from the sky. Explosions came and went. In an instant, the advantage that Chitauri had established was completely torn to pieces. At this moment, Tony Stark, who was fighting with all his strength, was stunned when he saw the silhouettes of those Iron Hunters. He frowned slightly. It seemed that huge amounts of doubts arose in my heart. Although these steel battle suits are all black, why do they feel so similar to my own steel battle suit? Also, when did Umbrella Corporation have such powerful steel battle suit technology? Every steel hunter is extremely powerful. Their speed and agility are not inferior to Tony Stark, because the financial resources of Umbrella Corporation are completely unmatched by Stark Industries. Tony's steel battle suit is made of aerospace metal, and Lin Yu's steel battle suit of 300 steel hunters is also made of aerospace metal. 300 steel hunters, 300 times the investment, are simply a drop in the bucket for Lin Yu. If Lin Yu is given enough time, Lin Yu can even equip 300,000 super hunters with steel battle suits. 300 black figures were flying all over the sky. Every time they passed by those Chitauri flight machines, they could easily cut off their flight machines or the heads of the Chitauri soldiers on the flight machines. In less than a minute, these 300 steel hunters easily turned the tide of the battle. Except for a few Leviathans that have no good way to deal with them, the other shrimp soldiers and crabs are no match at all. At the moment, Umbrella Corporation's Hive underground base in Raccoon City. Lin Yu, who was quietly watching the Iron Hunters massacre the Chitauri soldiers, suddenly received news from the Red Queen. Boss, according to your instructions, it has been detected that the World Security Council has bypassed S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury and issued an order to attack New York City with a nuclear bomb. Now, the fighter planes are preparing to take off. As a time traveler, how could Lin Bao not know this plot? Although the World Security Council no longer has Pierce 14, the few remaining people are all bastards who only care about themselves. They don't care about the life or death of ordinary people. In order to eliminate Chitauri, they did not hesitate to bury the entire New York City with them. Although in the previous movie, Tony Stark was lucky enough to send the nuclear bomb into the other side of the portal. However, Lin Bao didn't want to pin his hopes on Tony Stark. His own appearance has originally brought too many variables to the world. If Tony fails this time, then his 500,000 biochemical army and the armed forces led by Weskier will all be damaged. Over there, however, Lin Yu does not need to pay too much attention to the nuclear bomb that is about to be released. Because, with the Red Queen present, that nuclear bomb is not so easy to drop. Whether it's the military or S.H.I.E.L.D., their aircraft are connected to the internet. Now that it is connected to the internet, the Red Queen can easily control it. Let the plane fly for a while, and when the battle is completely over, let it carry the nuclear bomb to the portal. Lin Yu ordered softly. At the same time, just as the Red Queen reported the situation to Lin Yu, a fighter jet loaded with nuclear bombs also took off from the S.H.I.E.L.D. space carrier and flew towards New York. Nick Fury was shocked, but he couldn't stop him. The World Security Council went beyond itself and issued orders directly to the flight crew. Nick Fury hurriedly took out his mobile phone and dialed Tony Stark's number. "Tony, there's one thing I must tell you. A fighter jet carrying a nuclear bomb is heading towards you. The nuclear bomb is expected to arrive in New York in 5 minutes." Nick Fury said hurriedly. Then, he hurried back to his command room. On the big screen in the command room, surveillance and satellite images of New York City are being played. What a bunch of idiots. In this battle, the Umbrella Company has obviously gained an absolute advantage, yet they actually want to release a nuclear bomb. In the picture, they're Umbrella Company's biochemical army in the sky and on the ground. Although Chitauri continued to rush through the portal, it was obvious that she could no longer make any splash. "See here," Nick Fury suddenly thought, should he also call Lin Yu, the boss of the Umbrella Company? After all, he is the main force on the battlefield. The fighter jet carrying the nuclear bomb flew over from his SHIELD space carrier. If he misunderstood it, it would be in trouble. After thinking about it again, Nick Fury dialed Secretary Lin Yu's phone number. A bell rang from outside Lin Yu's office door. Immediately afterwards, with the phone in her hand, Alice opened Lin Yu's door and walked in. Lin Yu was naturally very happy to see Alice back. Alice took a deep look at her boss and then answered the phone. If someone else had called, Alice would definitely not answer the call at this time, but the caller ID turned out to be S.H.I.E.L.D. Director. So, even though Alice had a lot to say to Lin Yu now, she still answered Nick Fury's call first. On the phone, Nick Fury's voice came. There were very few pleasantries, and we went straight to the topic. The World Security Council directly passed me and issued an order to the flight crew to attack New York City with nuclear bombs. You must tell Mr. Lin about this situation as soon as possible. I have tried my best to stop the fighter jet, but it didn't success. Nick Fury is still trying his best to explain. However, Lin Yu had already taken the phone directly from Alice. "Thank you for the reminder, Director Nick Fury, I understand. Goodbye." Lin Yu hung up the phone directly. At this time, Lin Yu didn't have time to chat with him. On the other side of the phone, Nick Fury suddenly heard Lin Yu's voice and was a little surprised. However, what is even more surprising is that Lin Bao did not care at all about the arrival of a nuclear bomb, and he hung up on himself so quickly. Nick Fury looked at the screen of his mobile phone and listened to the beep sound coming from the mobile phone, feeling confused. Did he hear what he said? That's a nuclear bomb. One is enough to destroy the entire New York. His men, as well as the hundreds of thousands of biochemical troops, would all be reduced to ashes. So, did he not hear what he said, or did he not care about it? Nick Fury's head hurts, and he can't figure out. However, he didn't want to call Lin Yu again. I don't want to, and I don't dare. At the moment, in Lin Yu's office, after putting down her phone, Alice hurriedly told Lin Yu about her physical condition. Through Alexia's testing, Alice's current physical indicators are more than 5 times stronger than ordinary people. Strength, speed, explosive power, recovery ability, etc. have all been improved a lot. Among them, the most terrifying thing is to restore ability. Any injury to Alice's body will cause her metabolism to accelerate suddenly. The acceleration of Xinxing's metabolism will cause the wound to heal quickly. However, when there is no injury, the body's metabolic rate is very stable. In other words, Alice's body will not age prematurely due to too fast metabolism. This is the result of perfectly integrate T virus. If the integration is not good, it is very likely that the body's metabolic rate will remain high. In that case, it will very likely lead to rapid aging of a human body, dry skin, and loss of moisture. It's like already, after introducing her current physical condition 033, Alice was in a pretty good mood. She had already done a simple test in Alexia's laboratory just now. The power of his punch is already about 600 kilograms. You know, even a punch from an adult man only weighs about 100 kilograms at most. In other words, in terms of strength alone, Alice is now comparable to the power stars of 6 ordinary adult men. However, this does not mean that Alice can only hit 6 grown men. The increase in strength is not addition. Moreover, Alice has not only enhanced her strength, but her other physical qualities have also improved greatly. Boss, if you go out again in the future, I can completely protect you, Alice said excitedly. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, unconvinced. Seeing her boss's expression, Alice knew that her boss still didn't believe that she could protect him. Alice's face suddenly showed a sly smile, and then she said to Lin Yu, "Boss, do you want me to show you my current strength?" She risked her life to inject the T-virus just to protect her boss in the future. Lin Yu doesn't believe that she can protect him. That's not possible. Alice can only show her strength and let her boss know that she already has the power to protect him. Lin Yu would never refuse Alice's sudden request. But Lin Yu's face showed a smile similar to Alice's. Then he said slowly, "Okay, then I will practice with you." "Boss, you..." Alice doesn't understand Lin Yu's words. "I'm so strong now, but my boss is just an ordinary person. How can I practice with myself? I said to show off my current strength, not to fight against the boss. Instead, simply let your boss see how strong you are." "Boss, I just need to punch the wall, and you can probably see how strong I am," Alice said weakly. But Lin Yu suddenly showed a smile. Then he said slightly excitedly, "No, just punch me and try it. I'm very resistant to being punched." After speaking, Lin Yu lightly waved his fist. His fist suddenly drew an afterimage in midair. Even Alice barely saw it clearly. And it seemed effortless with a gentle wave. There was a buzzing sound in the air. This scene immediately made Alice's eyes wide open. Although she's only a woman, she also understands that the sound that appeared when the boss waved his arms just now is definitely not something ordinary people can do. Being able to make such a sound shows that your boss is definitely not an ordinary person. His physical fitness is even better than mine. Alice's eyes were filled with shock. She said in disbelief, "Boss, aren't you an ordinary person?" "What?" Alice didn't know how to describe her mood. It was clear that he was injected with the T-virus just to protect his boss. But now it seems that the boss is not weak. "Haha, I have never said that I am an ordinary person. Come on, punch and see who among us is stronger," Lin Yu said with a chuckle. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu took a direct stance. The legs were slightly spread apart, bent, and facing the direction of Alice. Seeing that her boss was actually prepared to let her spar with him, and knowing that her boss was not an ordinary person, Alice stopped hesitating. "Pull back and throw out a punch." "Boss, I'm here," Alice shouted, and her fist struck Lin Yu's body very quickly. Although the fist was very fast, Lin Yu could see that Alice's punch would not hit her body. She couldn't really do it to herself. Even if she doesn't block it, her fist will stop in front of her chest. But Lin Yu's idea of competing with Alice this time is actually to tell her the secret of his powerful body. This was a secret that Lin Yu was not prepared to tell anyone. Now, finally, the first person to know is coming. Alice, it's worth telling her this secret. So, Lin Yu also took action without hesitation. Moreover, Lin Bao is faster. After integrating a variety of powerful genes, Lin Yu's body is much faster than Alice in terms of strength and speed. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Yu used the power of thunder inadvertently. A blue light suddenly appeared in his hand. A ball of lightning burst out in his hand. Let the speed of his hand more than double again. But the power of thunder is not what Lin Yu wants to use. When that hand was about to meet Alice's fist, the power of thunder was withdrawn by Lin Yu. He didn't want the power of thunder in his body to hurt Alice. But all this is completely different in Alice's eyes. She just saw an electric light erupting in the boss's hand, and then one of the boss's hands suddenly turned into an afterimage, instantly appearing in front of her fist. Bang! Lin Yu's hands are palm-shaped. Alice's fist hit Lin Yu's palm instantly. In other words, Lin Yu's palm caught Alice's fist. The fists and palms met, and a terrifying air flow burst out. The blow made their clothes fly. The paper on Lin Yu's desk was also blown everywhere by the airflow. The whole office was in chaos. But Alice froze on the spot, her heart filled with shock. Her fist was still in Lin Yu's hand. She could feel that in that palm, there seemed to be extremely terrifying power. Hitting it with his fist was like hitting a mountain. Obviously, the boss did not use his full strength. Moreover, Alice could clearly see the thunder just now. She originally thought she was about to be shocked, but when her fist touched her, the thunder suddenly disappeared. The boss must have taken it back. "Boss, why are you so strong? Why are you so fast?" Alice still can't believe it. He was clearly injected with the T-virus and was already incredibly strong. However, this competition truly showed that the boss was stronger and faster than me. At the moment, Lin Yu laughed again and joked, "How about it? Do you still want to protect me?" Hearing the boss's teasing voice, Alice seemed to realize something and hurriedly pulled her little hand back from Lin Yu's palm. In his mouth, he muttered in a low voice, "Boss, you are so miserable for me. If I knew that my boss was so powerful, I would definitely not inject the T-virus." Just as New York City was engulfed in war. In a New York military base not far from downtown New York, General Ross was standing in his office, looking through the office window at the Chitauri and Umbrella Company's biochemical armies flying over New York. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was thinking about something. A few minutes later, a subordinate knocked on the door and walked in, coming behind General Ross. After saluting, he reported loudly, "General, as per your request, 2 helicopter formations and 2 special combat teams have been assembled. Please give your instructions." After hearing the soldier's report, a light flashed in General Ross's eyes. "The aliens over New York have nothing to do with me. General Ross has been given many orders from above to dispatch troops to help SHIELD resist alien invasion." But General Ross prevaricated. Not even a single soldier was sent out. And now, he still was not prepared to send troops to New York. 2. General Ross once again took a deep look in the direction of Raccoon City and coldly ordered, "Li Hao, move out everyone." General Ross is a man who takes revenge. Now, the New York military base has almost allowed him to create his own private armed force. Even if he doesn't obey the orders above, it won't be a big deal. As for the Umbrella Company, he has long wanted to take action. It's just that I have never found a good opportunity. And now, the Umbrella Company has dispatched so many biological and chemical armies at once, as well as countless armed forces. Their internal defense must be quite empty now. So, only General Ross would send out several of his teams to capture Lin Yu, the big boss of the Umbrella Company. Seeing the 2 helicopter teams, a total of 10 armed helicopters taking off slowly, General Ross showed a sinister smile on his face. Now that the Hulk has surrendered to SHIELD, let's get the Umbrella Company's biomonster technology. Through the battle in New York, General Ross has deeply understood how powerful those biochemical monsters are. Previous chapter. TOC. Next chapter. At this time, the whole world is paying attention to the alien invasion of the Earth. No one noticed that 2 armed helicopter teams departed from the New York military base and flew towards Raccoon City. Even on the SHIELD space carrier very close to the New York military base, Nick Fury did not find these 2 armed helicopter teams. He never thought that at this time, when the fate of the Earth was at stake, General Ross would not resist the aliens, but he would actually take action against the Umbrella Company. But Nick Fury doesn't know, but that doesn't mean Lin Yu doesn't know. After the Red Queen appeared, it was hard to find anything on this Earth that Lin Yu didn't know about, unless it's a deserted place. Otherwise, as long as there is a signal network and satellites can take pictures, Lin Yu will basically know it. When General Ross ordered 2 armed helicopter squads to set off with his 2 special operations teams, the Red Queen promptly informed Lin Gue. After hearing the news, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems that there's really no need to keep this General Ross. "Alice, don't you want to show off your strength?" Lin Yu turned his head, glanced at Alice, who was standing quietly beside him, and said with a smile. Alice was slightly startled when she heard this. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu further explained, a total of 10 armed helicopters and 2 special operations teams just set off from the New York military base. Listening to Lin Yu's words, Alice's eyes gradually lit up. 750. She already understood what the boss meant. The fight with the boss just now was really not enjoyable. Moreover, even if the boss is terrifyingly strong, Alice is not willing to take too heavy a blow. And now, a group of soldiers from the New York Military District came unexpectedly. Perfect. Okay, boss, leave it to me. Alice squeezed her fist and made a crackling sound. After being injected with the T virus, Alice's personality seemed to be slightly affected. She seems to have become much more bellicose. When I heard that I needed to take action, I actually became faintly excited. At the moment, in the sky only a dozen kilometers away from New York City, a fighter jet is flying rapidly. The pilot on the plane had already touched the red button with one finger. As long as he presses this button, the nuclear missiles mounted on the plane will be released immediately. The entire New York will be destroyed under this attack. The flight crew's mood was also quite tense. After all, as long as he gently presses the red button, the lives of tens of millions of people in New York City will be lost to this nuclear missile. But he had to obey orders from his superiors. Simply, he decided not to think about anything and press the button directly. But what surprised him was that after pressing the missile launch button, there was no reaction. The missile was not launched, and there was no movement on the instrument panel in front of the aircraft. Malfunctioned? The flight attendant hurriedly checked, and just when he was looking at the dashboard, on the instrument panel, it actually showed that the aircraft's automatic navigation had been turned on. What's the situation? When did you turn on autopilot? The flight attendant was terrified. This is not an exercise, but actual combat. And he also carries a nuclear bomb. The pilot hurriedly tried to regain control of the fighter jet. But my own operations are completely useless. Immediately afterwards, the flight attendant wanted to report his situation to the superior. But he was horrified to find that the communication system was also broken. The fighter pilot was on the verge of tears. The plane cannot be controlled, the missile cannot be launched, and even communications have been cut off. Moreover, his fighter jets actually began to circle around New York City, while fighting was still going on the battlefield in New York. A small-scale battle started in Raccoon City. Two special operations teams dispatched by General Ross got off the helicopter from the edge of Raccoon City. Then, they chose a small road, concealed themselves, and headed towards the Umbrella Company headquarters building. General Ross, on the other hand, is personally taking command at the New York military base. On the screen in front of him, there are not only satellite images, but also images captured by the cameras carried by the team. General Ross knew very well that even if he kept hiding his presence, these two teams would be discovered sooner or later. But the later it is discovered, the greater the chance of success in recapturing Linyu. As long as Linyu did not escape and was still in that building, General Ross would be 100% sure to arrest Linyu. These two special operations teams were his last resort, because a total of 20 soldiers from these two teams were all injected with diluted super soldier serum. Their strength is several times greater than that of ordinary soldiers. Last time, after the Abomination incident, General Ross had begun secret experiments on a diluted version of the super soldier serum. After dilution, it was injected into the bodies of the soldiers he carefully selected. The success rate has greatly increased. Although there would be accidents, all the remaining super soldier serum stocks in the New York Military District allowed him to complete 20 super soldiers. These 20 super warriors can definitely defeat a team of hundreds of people. Moreover, it is most suitable to carry out this kind of arrest mission. The two armed helicopter teams are only responsible for transportation and are used for emergency purposes at critical moments. All of General Ross's hopes were pinned on these two teams of super soldiers. But just when the two teams entered the urban area of Raccoon City and had not yet seen the Umbrella Company headquarters building, something unexpected happened. A woman wearing a black tights and riding a stylish motorcycle suddenly appeared in front of the team and parked the motorcycle on the path in front of them. It was originally a small alley, but the motorcycle stopped sideways, completely blocking the road. At the New York military base, General Ross frowned slightly as he looked at the scene in front of him. A woman? Standing in front of his two super soldier teams? Looking for death? General Ross is not a pity person, and no accidents are allowed in this operation. He ordered without hesitation. Anyone who dares to block this operation will be killed without mercy. In the camera in front of General Ross, a soldier raised an assault rifle equipped with a silencer under the command of the team leader. And he pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Dong, dong, dong. 3 dull voices rang in the alley. But the weird thing is, after the gunfire, the woman's figure suddenly disappeared from the screen in front of General Ross. Only the motorcycle was still there quietly. Huh? Where are the people? General Ross was slightly startled. These soldiers, before being injected with the diluted super soldier serum, were elite soldiers of the New York Military District. It is impossible for them to miss at such a close range. But why didn't we see the woman's body? Could it be that the lens is broken? General Ross moved forward, trying to find the woman's body in the picture. But just at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in the camera lens. That woman is not dead. Moreover, a dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, and it instantly swiped the neck of a soldier in front of the camera. The speed is so fast that it turns into an afterimage, and the blood on the soldier's neck instantly surged. New York military base. General Ross looked at the scene in front of him. His eyes suddenly widened, and a feeling of infinite terror instantly arose in his heart. These 2 teams of my own are definitely very strong. He had tested their strength before. Everyone's physical fitness is more than 3 times stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. But facing that woman, these super soldiers couldn't even touch her shadow. Not only that, I couldn't even see that woman clearly on the screen. Who is she? Why so strong? Why do you want to stop your own army? Come here, quickly find out who that woman is. General Ross shouted. Behind him, several of his men responded hurriedly. Okay, General. Several information soldiers hurriedly started searching on the computer. Through the screenshots of the video, just now, they quickly found the woman's identity in the military's information system. Immediately afterwards, a soldier came up behind General Ross and reported, General, this woman is the secretary of Linyu, the actual controller of Umbrella Company, and also his personal assistant. What? General Ross said doubtfully. A secretary? Personal assistant? How could he be stronger than his own super soldier? Kill her. General Ross shouted into the communicator. He didn't believe that his entire team of 2 super soldiers would lose to a woman. In the screen, the battle continues. However, at such a close distance, the soldiers could not fire at all. He could only take out his dagger and fight the Black Shadow in close combat. But compared to these guys injected with diluted super soldier serum, Alice is faster and stronger. She easily shuttled around the soldiers, constantly using daggers to inflict injuries on their bodies. Occasionally, seize the opportunity and kill him. Before Alice was injected with the T-virus, she had trained with Weskier for a period of time. But there are few opportunities for actual combat. This time, after being injected with the T-virus, the movements she had learned in her mind seemed to become more and more clear. In actual combat, her movements became more fluid. The super soldier, who could have resisted for a few moments, was soon completely smitten. There's no way he can keep up with Alice's speed. Finally, 2 minutes later, the ground in this small alley is already covered with corpses. Blood is flowing everywhere. It looks like hell on earth. On the screen in front of General Ross, the camera lens happened to fall on the blood. The picture is filled with blood. A black figure wiped the blood from his dagger on the body on the ground, then turned around and returned to the motorcycle. There was a sound of a motorcycle starting up, and the black figure disappeared from General Ross' sight. At the moment, General Ross's expression was quite ugly. The whole room was filled with a cold atmosphere. General Ross seems to be on the verge of breaking out. Anger has almost made him lose his mind. Gunship helicopter team, all mobilize, blow up the Umbrella Company building for me. I want them all to be buried with my super soldiers. General Ross roared into the communicator. These 2 armed helicopter teams were originally used only for transportation and force deterrence. But now he was overwhelmed with anger. He is no longer prepared to intimidate. He wants the umbrella company to pay the price for what he has done. But when General Ross's order was given, there was no reply from the helicopter team in the communicator. General Ross suddenly frowned. Then he asked again on the communicator, "What are you doing? Have you heard my order?" After General Ross finished speaking, a frightened roar suddenly came from the communicator. It seems that those flight crews encountered something terrible. Quickly, turn on the monitoring equipment on the helicopter. General Ross ordered hurriedly. Soon, the scene in front of him changed into a helicopter team scene. But as soon as the screen opened, General Ross saw a dark green shadow flashing past the camera. That speed was faster than that of the woman in black just now. In the footage, the helicopter team has been completely wiped out. All the flight crew members had their heads chopped off. The scene was extremely tragic. Inside each helicopter, there were two headless corpses sitting, which looked extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, General Ross suddenly staggered back a few steps. Then he sat down on the ground. In his mind, the black figure, the dark green shadow, and the corpses on the ground constantly appeared. General Ross suddenly felt that his eyes suddenly turned black. Then he passed out directly. The stronger the personality, the easier it is to be defeated by failure. And this time the blow was really too big. General Ross finally couldn't bear it anymore. Umbrella Corporation's Hive underground base in Raccoon City. Lin Yu was still standing quietly in front of the big screen in his office. Just after his super hunter killed all the helicopter pilots, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. With the existence of the Red Queen, Lin Yu cannot hide anything around the world. What's more, those armed helicopters were parked on the edge of Raccoon City. Raccoon City is his base camp. How could Lin Yu not find those armed helicopters? So, just when Alice set out to intercept those super soldiers, Lin Yu summoned the hunter in the biological cultivation tank in his mind. "Please give me flowers." A single hunter easily eliminated the two armed helicopter teams that had not yet had time to take off. At this moment, Alice hasn't come back yet, but there was a knock on the door of Lin Yu's office. "Come in," Lin Yu said slowly. The person who opened the door and came in was one of Weskier's men. In his hands, he actually held 2 test tubes. After entering the door, the soldier reported to Lin Yuhui, "Boss, Captain Weskier asked me to send these 2 back first. He said that the Hulk's blood has not been collected yet. He only got Loki's blood and the Chitauri soldier's blood." After saying that, the soldier handed the 2 test tubes to Lin Yu's hands. After the soldiers left, Lin Yu's eyes burst out with extremely excited light. In addition to controlling the portal, Weskier's team also has another goal. That is to collect the blood of Chitauri soldiers, Hulk and Loki. These are also the 2 most important tasks assigned to him by Lin Yu. Although the Hulk has not been collected yet, these 2 genes have exceeded Lin Yu's expectations. Their total experience exceeds 700 points, and it only takes 630 points to upgrade the trunk of my Biochemical Technology Tree again. Just half an hour before Lin Yu received the 2 test tubes, Loki, who was piloting the Chitauri flight, was suddenly chased and intercepted by 7 or 8 Iron Hunters. Although they did not kill Loki, they left many wounds on his body. Even his face was scratched by the sharp claws of the Iron Hunter. Damn it! Loki covered the wound on his face, his expression extremely ugly. All the Leviathan beasts are dispatched. I will turn the entire earth into ruins. He yelled crazily. Originally, he just wanted to occupy the earth, but now he feels that he must teach these hateful earthlings some lessons. Since those Chitauri flight machines can't fight against those flexible flight monsters, then all Leviathan beasts will be dispatched. Although those biochemical monsters are flexible, it is still difficult to deal with the huge Leviathan. So, just dispatch all the Leviathan beasts first. There was a crazy look in Loki's eyes. But what he didn't know was, the reason why those steel hunters didn't kill him was not because of his good driving skills. Rather, they have collected enough blood. Umbrella Company, Raccoon City Hive Underground Base. Lin Yu has not absorbed these 2 genes yet. In Lin Yu's line of sight, systematic annotations of these 2 genes have appeared. Gene name, Giants of Jotunheim bloodline gene. Loki, the god of trickery. Gene strength, 4 stars. Available experience points, 400 points. Gene contains ability ranking. Strength 75, agility 75, defense 50, attack 50, attribute, frost, 150-inch. Loki's genetic attributes are very strong. After all, the Giants of Jotunheim are a race comparable to the Asgard Protoss, although they ultimately lost to Asgard. But their bloodline is not weak. Moreover, Loki's origin is not simple. He is the son of Laufey, leader of the Giants of Jotunheim. In the realm of Giants of Jotunheim, this identity is almost equivalent to Thor's identity in Asgard. Therefore, his genes are naturally not too weak. After reading the introduction of Loki's genes, 670, Lin Yu's hand flashed with light, and Loki's genetic test tube disappeared into Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu is not prepared to absorb 2 genes at once. Absorbing too much at one time can easily cause your body to change too quickly, making it difficult to adapt. Therefore, Lin Yu first absorbed Loki's genes. Wait for Loki's genes to be absorbed, and then absorb Chitauri's genes. With the disappearance of Loki's genes, immediately afterwards, the Biochemical Technology Tree system in Lin Yu's body also burst out with fierce blue light. 5 branches, which improve a considerable amount of experience. The main experience value has also increased directly from 2370 points to 2770 points. There are still 230 points left to upgrade to level 3. At the same time, Lin Yu's body is also changing rapidly. Strength and speed are all increasing rapidly. But after experiencing so many promotions, Lin Yu has gradually adapted to this feeling. Just when Lin Yu's body was changing, the super hunter who had just finished his mission and was rushing back suddenly stopped where he was. His body is also changing rapidly. The originally dark green scales actually began to show a hint of blue. Those blue lines gradually spread from the edges of the scales and eventually spread to the whole body. In addition to scales, some frost also suddenly appeared on his claws. It seemed that his claws became very cold in an instant. At the same time, the super hunter's eyes also turned dark blue. This change lasted for about 10 minutes. The form of the super hunter is completely different from before. Now, it has many blue lines all over its body and looks very gorgeous. And every time he takes a step, his feet will leave a small piece of frost crystal on the ground. It seems that its body has also become extremely cold. 10 minutes later, it is finally on its way back again. And at the moment, in the Hive underground base, Lin Yu still doesn't know about the super hunter's form changes. The changes in Lin Yu's own body have gradually slowed down, and Lin Yu finally began to look at the other test tube in his hand. The systematic introduction of the test tube also appeared in Lin Yu's sight. Gene name, Chitauri Soldier Gene. Gene strength, 3 stars. Experience points available, 240 points. Gene contains ability ranking. Strength 30, agility 30, defense 30, attack 30, intelligence 30, special, body mechanization adaptability, 90-inch. The Chitauri gene and the previous abilities are all average. However, the last item turned out to be a special branch, and it had a full 90 experience points. However, Lin Yu understood it after seeing the introduction in brackets after the special. Chitauri are a very special race. They transform their bodies into semi-mechanized bodies. Therefore, their genes also became more adapted to machinery during this long process of integration with machinery. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu's hand flashed with light, and the test tube containing the Chitauri gene disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the Biochemical Technology Tree in Lin Yu's mind instantly burst in a violent blue light. Branch experience increases rapidly, and the main experience instantly soared above the level 3 mark, reached 3,010 experience points. It exceeds the 3,000 experience points required to advance to the 3rd level of the Biochemical Technology Tree. The Biochemical Technology Tree has finally been promoted to level 3. and at the moment, the system prompt finally sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The main experience value has reached the promotion requirements. The Biochemical Technology Tree has been upgraded to Level 3. A biochemical culture tank will be awarded, as well as a new biochemical species, the First Generation Tyrant, which has been stored in the new biochemical culture tank. Host, please continue to work hard, continue to collect strong genes, and improve the level of the main body. The next level will reward more powerful biochemical species. At this time, how could Lin Yu take care of the next level psychobiochemical species? He hurriedly controlled the third biochemical cultivation tank in his mind and released the newly acquired first-generation tyrant. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes flashed. A huge guy appeared in Lin Yu's office. But what's a bit ominous is that this guy's height is really too tall. His head directly penetrated the top of Lin Yu's room and appeared in the space on the upper floor. Lin Yu even heard bursts of exclamations coming from upstairs. Several Umbrella Company employees screamed in fright when they saw the huge amounts of heads. Lin Yu suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. Fortunately, I still have a room upstairs. If it were on the top floor, wouldn't it mean that his head was directly pushed into the soil? Lin Yu hurriedly took back the huge thing in front of him. Then, opened the door and walked out. The situation on the New York battlefield is now basically stable. Those Chitauri have nothing to do with their own biochemical army. And his own biochemical army can't do anything against those huge Leviathan beasts for the time being. So, Lin Yu still has enough time to take a good look at his newly acquired biochemical species. A few minutes later, Lin Yu came to a wide training ground. This training ground is specially used to experiment with biochemical monsters. The ground and walls of the venue are very hard, and the space is large enough, and there is no problem with the height. Lin Yu stood still and released the first-generation Tyrant again. This time, the first-generation Tyrant was fully displayed in front of Lin Yu. If we were to say what was the most powerful and domineering biochemical monster of Umbrella Company in movies and games in previous lives, then everyone would definitely name it in unison. That is the Tyrant. The 2.0 Tyrant in front of Lin Yu does not look like the original Tyrant in the Resident Evil movie. It's more like the later T103 Tyrant. However, the Tyrant is not wearing the black leather jacket unique to T103, but is directly in the final awakening form. The Tyrant's height is probably nearly 4 meters. The muscles on the body are quite exaggerated, full of a strong sense of strength. The scariest thing is his 2 arms. It is both thick and long, hanging on both sides of the body, almost reaching the thighs and knees. And his 2 palms have completely turned into 2 giant claws. Lin Yu has no doubt that this guy can tear a Leviathan to pieces with just 1 claw. The first-generation Tyrant had already exuded the aura of a peerless, ferocious beast before he even made any move. It looks extremely scary. Lin Yu is still looking forward to the emergence of the Tyrant. But Lin Yu didn't expect that the first generation of Tyrants was already so powerful. He originally thought that the first-generation Tyrant should be the original Tyrant in the previous Life movie, the one with sarcomas all over his body and even his heart exposed. However, it seems now that this Tyrant is definitely stronger than he imagined. That being the case, then why not let this first-generation Tyrant go out and test his strength? Today, there has never been a Chitauri flight machine coming through the portal in New York, only Leviathan beasts passing through the portal one after another. This resulted in the fact that my super hunters and thunder lickers were no longer able to effectively cause damage to the enemy. After all, the Leviathan beast body is too huge. Its armor is also quite thick. It is very difficult for super hunters and thunder lickers to cause damage to them. It's even harder not to kill them. And Lin Yu knew that there would be more Leviathan beasts on the other side of the portal. There is even bigger Chitauri mothership. It is impossible for Lin Yu to let that Chitauri mothership come to Earth. But the more Leviathan beasts, the better. Whether this kind of thing is used for research or used as raw material for cloning, there should be no problem. Then, take action, the first-generation Tyrant. Lin Yu drank softly. Then, He also gave the order to the Red Queen to open the secret passage of this training ground. A huge amount of passage diagonally connected to the ground appeared on the wall of the training ground. And at the moment, the tyrant's eyes suddenly lit up. Turn around slowly, pass through the portal, and quickly run outside. Every step he took made the entire Hive underground base tremble. The weight of the first-generation tyrant was simply terrifying. Finally, on the edge of Raccoon City, at a secret exit location of the Umbrella Company, a huge figure came out of the underground. Then it suddenly started running. The speed is getting faster and faster. Every step can almost cover a distance of tens of meters. Every time a step hits the ground, it makes a violent explosion-like sound. At this moment, in the Umbrella Corporation Hive underground base, Lin Yu also walked back to his office again. The Biochemical Technology Tree has been upgraded to the current level, and each biochemical species has a high level of intelligence. Especially the first-generation tyrant who just appeared, Lin Yu can even feel its thoughts. If you don't control it, its intelligence is almost comparable to that of an ordinary human being. So, after Lin Yu gave him the order directly, there was no need to worry about him anymore. He himself will take the initiative to follow Lin Yu's orders, go to the New York battlefield, and do what he should do. At the moment, downtown New York, looking at more and more Leviathan beasts in the portal, the smile on Loki's face became more and more. Chitauri did not disappoint herself. Such a huge army, at least 30 or 40 Leviathan beasts, is enough to destroy the entire Earth. Those Avengers, except for killing a few Leviathan beasts at the beginning, now have no way to kill any Leviathan beast. His brother, Thor, has also used up all his magical power and can no longer release lightning. The big green guy was so tired that he could hardly get up. There was no way he could deal with the Leviathan beast. And that arrogant Tony Stark has scars all over his steel battlesuit. If he attacks the Leviathan again, his own life may be in danger. And those biochemical armies seem to have no interest at all in the huge Leviathan beast. They were just on guard on the ground, and if any Chitauri soldiers appeared, they would rush forward. But now, the Chitauri soldiers are no longer around. They all hid in the belly of the Leviathan beast and did not come out. And Loki also knows one thing. That is, the Leviathan beast is just an appetizer. Behind the portal, there's also a huge Chitauri mothership. When the portal expands to the point where the mothership can pass through, the Earth will no longer be able to resist. The Chitauri mothership is a real killer weapon. At this time, in the center of New York, the Avengers gathered here again. Everyone looked quite tired. Even Thor was hurt. The United States captain and Natasha Romanoff were even more bruised. Everyone was squatting on the ground, their chests heaving violently. They looked at more and more Leviathan beasts in the sky, and looked at New York, which had been completely smashed into ruins by Leviathan beasts with heavy hearts. The Avengers are in despair. Today's Earth doesn't have the strength to deal with these powerful alien beings. It seems that the battle situation has been basically determined. Loki already stood on the edge of victory. On board the SHIELD space carrier, Nick Fury also saw everything happening in New York on the big screen. In his heart, he sighed slightly. Whether it's the Avengers team or the Umbrella Company's biochemical army, they have all tried their best. But there are too many enemies, and the Leviathan beast is really terrifying. The Avengers, except Thor, are all humans, and there are times when they are too tired to move. And Thor's divine power is not unlimited. The Umbrella Company's biochemical armies are indeed powerful, but they are too small and do not carry any powerful thermal weapons. With their claws and teeth, it is impossible to deal with such a huge creature. Hill, the space carrier, is moving. I want to meet these aliens in person. Nick Fury's eyes were full of tragedy. Behind him, Agent Hill was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something, and his face became serious. The firepower on this space carrier is indeed very strong, but it is too inflexible. It is estimated that even if you can kill a few Leviathan beasts, they will soon be torn apart by the enemy. However, in the current situation, even if it means death, you have to go. SHIELD Director Nick Fury is ready to die. "Okay, Director," Hill responded. Immediately afterwards, under the command of Agent Hill, the space carrier slowly moved 990 towards the sky above New York City. But at this time, Nick Fury, standing in front of the big screen, was suddenly startled. Something seemed to appear on the big screen in front of him. Nick Fury hurriedly moved forward, and a huge monster appeared in his sight. That monster is much taller than the Hulk. The body is bright gray, and its two claws are surprisingly large. Every time he takes a step, he can fly dozens of meters high. When we reached the edge of New York City, it exerted both legs at the same time, and its body instantly rose hundreds of meters. Then, like a comet, it landed directly on the New York battlefield. Boom! A Leviathan beast was directly guessed by him and fell directly from the sky. With just one attack, a huge Leviathan beast was instantly killed. Then his body took off again, heading towards another Leviathan beast not far away. Its 5 giant claws opened and easily penetrated the Leviathan beast's body. One stroke, Leviathan was disemboweled by it. Countless Chitauri soldiers fell out of the belly of the Leviathan beast. Some fell to death, and those who did not were also overwhelmed by the swarm of super hunters and thunderlickers. The body of the first-generation Tyrant rose into the sky again. As soon as he joined the battlefield, he showed everyone what a real monster is. Peerless monster. Across the screen, Nick Fury can feel the terrifying power contained in that monster's body. The moment the figure of the first-generation Tyrant appeared on the battlefield, Loki's mood instantly panicked. The body of the first-generation Tyrant looked even bigger than the Hulk, and its 2 hands are completely the most terrifying weapons. Completely different from the Hulk, who looks harmless to humans and animals, the Tyrant seems to be born specifically for fighting. Except for his 2 giant claws, the body of the first-generation Tyrant seemed to be quite heavy. Whether it's muscles or bones, the density is terrifying. Every step he takes can create a big hole in the ground. And, just with the weight of his body, he can directly step down a huge Leviathan beast from the sky. This is simply a complete killing machine. Loki completely panicked. Before the portal is fully opened to allow the Chitauri mothership to pass through, all he can count on are these 40 or 50 Leviathan beasts. But now, after this monster appeared, it killed 4 or 5 Leviathan beasts in an instant. Moreover, he is still killing. Those Leviathan beasts were simply vulnerable to him. With a single stroke of his giant claw, he can penetrate the thick armor of the Leviathan beast. With just one kick, the Leviathan beast can be kicked down from the sky. Simply, it is the nemesis of the Leviathan beast. Loki was in a dilemma, seeing the number of Leviathan beasts decreasing rapidly. And Leviathan poses no threat to that monster at all. To deal with it, you must summon the Chitauri flight unit. But there are hundreds of thousands of other biochemical armies waiting on the battlefield. If you summon him, you will die. If you don't summon it, you will have to let that monster kill the Leviathan beasts one by one. Hard to decide, but immediately afterwards, there was a fierce expression on Loki's face. No matter how many Chitauri soldiers die, it has nothing to do with them. And if you let that monster kill too many Leviathan beasts, you will soon fall into an absolute disadvantage. No, even if Chitauri fights with his life, he still has to fight until the portal expands enough for the Chitauri mothership to pass through. In the deal between Loki and Thanos, Loki gained temporary command of the Chitauri Legion. So, his orders, Chitauri soldiers must obey. Send out the entire army and kill that monster. Loki directly ordered the entire army to move out. He's ready to give Chitauri a hard time. After Loki gave the order, countless Chitauri flights instantly flew out of the portal that had become very large. They were on the other side of the portal and had no idea what was happening on the battlefield. Therefore, I was very excited when I heard that I could go out. The Chitauri army, cheering, flew out of the portal. But what they don't know is that when they pass through the portal, they will face only death. At the same time, The Chitauri warriors began to spray out one after another from the Leviathan beast body. They can no longer stay in the Leviathan beast body. If you stay there, you can only wait for death. The entire sky of New York City, as well as the ground, was once again occupied by countless Chitauri soldiers. But the Umbrella Company's 500,000 biochemical army is already gearing up. In the sky, 300 steel hunters turned into thin black lines again. On the ground, 200,000 thunder lickers stuck out their disgusting tongues and started chasing the Chitauri soldiers again to bite Chilai. 300,000 super hunters emerged from the shadows again, and their sharp claws began to harvest the lives of the Chitauri soldiers. Under Loki's order, countless Chitauri flight machines began to gather, releasing terrifying firepower attacks on the body of the first-generation tyrant. But what made Loki a little confused was that the monster didn't even hide in the face of the overwhelming fire attack. His body resisted those attacks and was not injured at all. And the target of that monster is very clear. It is those Leviathan beasts. No matter how the Chitauri soldiers attacked, he didn't even bother to look at them. The figure flew across the sky quickly, and one after another Leviathan beast died under his giant claws. The whole of New York was once again in flames. On a street in the middle of a battlefield in New York, the Avengers are still gathered here. They did not take the initiative to attack. They only occasionally attacked Chitauri soldiers when they encountered them. They have completely become the foil of this war. But they're all very happy. Fortunately, there is such a terrifying organization as the Umbrella Corporation on Earth. Otherwise, they will definitely die here. During the breaks in the battle, they would all look at the violent figure. Every time he jumps, he can appear on a Leviathan. Every time it lands, it makes a sound like the earth is shaking. At this moment, Thor suddenly said to the Hulk beside him, "Are you related?" In his opinion, the Hulk and the first-generation Tyrant are quite similar in size. However, the first-generation Tyrant was more aggressive and more tireless in fighting. Hulk's mind is not yet mature, and he does not understand what Thor means. But the other Avengers on the side heard it. Tony Stark curled his lips and said, "How could they be relatives? If Hulk was that powerful, the battle would have been over long ago." Upon hearing this, a group of people immediately nodded in agreement. Really, they are both big guys, and compared to that monster, Hulk looks weak. At the moment, on board the SHIELD space carrier, Nick Fury looked at the screen, showing the first-generation Tyrant showing off his power, and his depressed mood suddenly became relieved. He hurriedly said to the Hill agent, "Stop, there's no need to go." After hearing Nick Fury's words, the Hill agent hurriedly issued a stop order. Then she also came over and looked at the big screen in confusion. Seeing the bright gray figure, Hill was immediately quite surprised. Asked Nick Fury, "Director, where did that monster come from?" The strength of the first-generation Tyrant was so strong that in just a few seconds while Hill looked at the screen, he easily destroyed a Leviathan beast again. It's simply eye-popping. You can feel the terrifying power through the screen. Hearing Hill's question, Nick Fury didn't even think about it and said slowly, "It must be from the Umbrella Company. Other forces and organizations cannot create such a terrifying guy." The power of the Umbrella Company has long been deeply imprinted in Nick Fury's mind. Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City Hive underground base. In Lin Yu's office. Soon, the hunters who went out to hunt the two helicopter teams came back. The brand new image of a hunter also surprised Lin Yu. Obviously, by absorbing Loki's genes this time, the Predator evolved the Frost ability. His body exuded a cold aura all the time. If his frost-covered claws hit an enemy, they will definitely suffer extreme pain. Lin Yu is still very happy about this change in the hunter. After thinking about it, Lin Yu decided to give a new name. From the original first-generation hunter to the super hunter. Now, let's call it a Frost Hunter. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and the figure of the Frost Hunter disappeared in front of Lin Yu, returned to the biochemical culture tank in Lin Yu's mind. A few minutes later, Alice, who went out to perform a mission, also returned to the Hive underground base. At the moment, she was still wearing the combat uniform from the previous battle. Wearing a black tights, he looks heroic and completely different from his previous image. But Linyu seems to be more familiar with this image. After all, in the Resident Evil movie in her previous life, Alice's dress was similar. After entering the door, Alice smiled lightly at Linyu. It is more than words. Subsequently, Alice came to Linyu's side, and the two looked at the New York battlefield on the big screen. This is 023 hours. The situation of the war has become more and more obvious. The Chitauri army, although crazy, poured into the huge amounts of the portal. However, the speed at which they came in could not match the killing speed of the Umbrella Company's biochemical army. Those biochemical monsters don't seem to know how to be tired at all. The most terrifying thing is the first-generation Tyrant. After the first-generation Tyrant joined the battlefield, he defeated all the 40 or 50 Leviathan beasts in less than 10 minutes. As for the Chitauri Legion, they only have these Leviathan beasts. They have all died at the hands of the first-generation Tyrant. At this point, the Chitauri Legion was completely unable to organize an effective attack. At the moment, New York battlefield, Loki had fallen to the ground. He quietly hid in a corner where no one could see him, watching the battle in the sky with a gloomy expression. Loki felt a little uncomfortable. It was planned well, but I didn't expect that such a big accident would happen. Those monsters are really terrifying. The Chitauri army is no match at all. Now, all Loki can count on is the Chitauri mothership. Only the arrival of the mothership can give yourself the last chance. The weapons on the mothership, with thousands of cannons fired at once, can even directly destroy the Earth. Under the threat of such terrifying weapons, Loki believes that even those biochemical armies must surrender to him. But that's when Loki suddenly discovered that a human fighter jet flew from the distant sky and flew towards the portal. Loki was slightly startled, Were the human fighter planes here to mix in? He had seen this type of flight vehicle on the SHIELD space carrier before. It is said that it is the crystallization of mankind's most advanced technology. It's just that Loki doesn't like this garbage. After a casual glance, Loki stopped paying attention to it. But on board the SHIELD space carrier, Nick Fury, who had been paying attention to the battlefield situation, suddenly widened his eyes after seeing the fighter jet. Stunned, how'd that fighter jet get to New York? Moreover, why did he go directly to the portal? Is it possible that he wants to sacrifice his life for justice? Nick Fury was puzzled. He just knew that the Umbrella Company's biochemical army was very powerful, but no one outside knew about the Red Queen. Of course, Nick Fury didn't know that at the moment on that fighter jet, the pilot was completely frightened. He pulled hard on the handle on his seat. Normally, as long as he pulls the handle, he will be ejected from the plane by the ejection device under his seat. That way, you can skydive by yourself. But now, he has been pulling it for dozens of minutes, and the skin on his hand is broken, but the handle seems to be stuck to the plane and does not move at all. Seeing it, his plane was about to rush through the portal. The flight crew was on the verge of tears. Driving a plane on Earth to outer space, Buffy, is obviously courting death. But even if he stretched out his foot and kicked the glass of the plane hard, it would not help. After all, the windshield on a fighter jet is not so easy to break. The flight attendants themselves know it too. But he can't think of any solution now. This fighter jet was like his tomb, blocking all his thoughts of escape. Finally, when the fighter jet came under the portal, it accelerated and rushed directly through the portal. He finally represented mankind and truly set foot in the universe for the first time. And he also saw, not far from the portal, a huge spaceship floating quietly in the universe. Then it should be the alien mothership. The flight attendant sighed in his heart. He had given up and ran away. Perhaps, when he began to prepare for the mission of bombing New York with nuclear bombs, he was doomed to his tragic fate. At this moment, something even stranger happened to the pilot once again. The instrument panel in front of him actually showed that the nuclear weapons mounted under the aircraft were automatically launched. In this universe, there is no oxygen. Therefore, the gunpowder at the tail of the missile was not ignited. However, The missiles slowly floated towards the huge amounts of Chitauri mothership by virtue of the inertia of the aircraft. Moreover, nuclear missiles have been activated. If it were really a violent artillery attack, the Chitauri mothership would probably be able to easily block it. But that nuclear missile is very small and very slow. Chitauri on the mothership did not find the nuclear missile at all. Finally, the nuclear missile and the mothership lightly touched together. A fierce fire expanded instantly. Boom! The flames completely engulfed the Chitauri mothership in an instant. Nuclear missiles demonstrated their power for the first time in the universe. At the same time, the few remaining Chitauri soldiers on the ground suddenly collapsed on the ground, losing their lives. Their lives are tied to the mothership. If the mothership explodes, they can only be buried with it. And this time, Weskier also received orders from Linyu. Without any hesitation, he thrust the Mind Scepter in his hand directly into the machine behind him. The portal seemed to have lost the support of the Tesseract's power and slowly became smaller. As for Weskier, he held the Mind Scepter in one hand and the Tesseract in the other. Then, he said to his team, "Line up and return." The 500,000 biochemical army also formed a neat line. As if escorting Weskier's armed team, they surrounded them, slowly heading towards Raccoon City. But the first-generation Tyrant did not go back with the large army. Instead, he turned in a strange direction and ran wildly into the distance. It seems that he has a new mission on board the SHIELD space carrier. The battle is over and Earth has won, but Nick Fury and Hill are not happy because they discovered that Loki's scepter and Tesseract were taken away by the Umbrella Company team. If it were someone else who took it away, Nick Fury would definitely not agree. He would even ask for it right away. If you don't give it, then use force to make the other party understand how powerful you are. But it was the Umbrella Company that took away those two things. A month ago, Nick Fury would have dared to ask the Umbrella Company to come over. But now, the true strength of the Umbrella Company has been fully revealed in front of him. Not to mention that SHIELD is at its weakest now. Even when it is at its strongest, he would not dare to ask Linyu for it. And this war was originally won by the Umbrella Company. It was natural for them to take away the spoils of war. Due to emotions and reasons, Nick Fury could only watch the two babies being taken away by the Umbrella Company. But what Nick Fury didn't expect was, he didn't dare to ask Linyu, but Linyu called quickly. Linyu, on the other hand, has never liked nonsense. As soon as it comes up, it goes directly to the topic. Director Nick Fury, last time I helped you eradicate the Hydra spies in S.H.I.E.L.D. You seem to have said that if I need your help in any way, you will always respond to my request. Linyu's voice came over the phone. Nick Fury was slightly startled by these words. Respond to requests? When can you tell? Nick Fury somewhat forgot whether he said it or not. However, he dare not help Linyu, and they did help SHIELD a lot last time. Mr. Lin, please tell me if you have anything to say. I won't refuse if I can help you. Nick Fury said confidently. Immediately afterwards, Linyu's voice came from the phone again. This is the case. The scientific researchers in my company discovered that this Chitauri's body is very important for us to study some anti-cancer drugs, so I hope you can help me take a look at those corpses in New York, and don't let others take them away. Hearing this, the corners of Nick Fury's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, fighting cancer. It's obviously a lie. The Chitauri have just arrived on Earth less than 2 hours ago. How could they possibly have discovered anti-cancer drugs from them? But even if Linyu is talking nonsense, Nick Fury does not dare to refute. Immediately afterwards, Linyu's voice rang again. Director Nick Fury, this is a major matter related to human life and health around the world. You must take it seriously. No one is allowed to steal any of those corpses. Our people will be sent to collect them soon, but because there are too many corpses, the transportation may be slow. For the health of people all over the world, USHIELD must shoulder the responsibility of guarding Chitauri's corpse. Linyu spoke with great righteousness and pinned it on Nick Fury's head. Nick Fury could only agree. Okay, I'll just watch it for you. Nick Fury knows that this is not an easy job. There are still many greedy people in this world. During the battle, No one showed up, but when it came time to distribute the spoils, it was estimated that all ghosts and monsters would show up. Doing this kind of thing will definitely offend a lot of people. But Nick Fury didn't want to offend Lin Yu. I could only agree. At the same time, New York military base, General Ross, who had just suffered heavy losses, was sitting in his office dejectedly. After 2 teams of super soldiers were killed by Alice, he was completely desperate. Those were his last trump cards. And the loss of the New York military base cannot be concealed from above. General Ross estimated that he would soon receive an order to be dismissed. But General Ross did not regret his decision. In life, you always have to fight for your goals. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. For those soldiers who died, the most they could do was to pay some money to their families. Anyway, just be fine. And General Ross has already thought about joining politics when he retires from the Army. During his days as the leader of the New York military base, General Ross has accumulated a lot of contacts. When the time comes, it will not be difficult to become a member of parliament or something like that. Moreover, he is not young anymore, and he is already a little unable to carry him in the army. This time he suffered a loss at the hands of the umbrella company, but General Ross figured it out. Otherwise, why don't you take the initiative to propose it before your superiors have dismissed you? General Ross thought to himself, being dismissed and voluntarily resigning are 2 different concepts. In this way, not only can you keep your reputation, but you can also get the maximum benefit for yourself. If you take the initiative to hand over military power, someone above you will definitely give you great benefits. General Ross gradually narrowed his eyes. He was already thinking about how to get the maximum benefit from this rapid retreat. But at this time, suddenly there was a dong-dong sound outside. Request flowers 0. Immediately afterwards, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook slightly. An ominous premonition suddenly appeared in General Ross's heart. He stood up quickly and looked out the window. Suddenly, his heart started beating violently. He had already seen that figure covered in bright gray and stronger than Hulk. Although General Ross was sending troops to deal with the Umbrella Company, while Chitauri was fighting the Umbrella Company. However, he has also been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield in New York. So, of course, he knows this terrifying monster who easily killed dozens of Leviathan beasts. At the same time, he also knew that this monster must be something developed by the Umbrella Company. But he didn't expect that this monster would actually come to the New York military base. What does it want? General Ross muttered. He couldn't believe that Umbrella Company dared to be so bold. Although I have attacked him several times, this is a military base after all. If you dare to make trouble here, you are directly opposing the entire United States. So arrogant. Too arrogant. At this moment, General Ross's office door was also pushed open by panicked soldiers. General Ross's men had forgotten to knock on the door and barged in. After coming in, he hurriedly reported to General Ross. General, unfortunately, a monster has come to our base. General Ross's face was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water. Such a loud sound. You don't even have to use your hands to report it. You just heard it yourself. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and organize an attack. Take it down. General Ross roared angrily. The soldier hurriedly saluted and took the order and left. Although General Ross gave the order to attack, he knew that the power in his hands would definitely not be able to deal with the monster. Letting his men attack him is just to attract his attention. General Ross's eyes flashed. Where there is life, there is hope. But just when General Ross was about to run away, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound like a roaring wind coming from above his head. General Ross raised his head in horror. Look at the roof of your office. Then, he saw a crack suddenly appear on the roof. Immediately afterwards, it's like being able to see slow motion before dying. The crack gradually expanded, and the entire roof was shattered. A pair of dirty big feet fell from the sky. What General Ross didn't know was that, with the presence of the Red Queen, Lin Yu is very aware of all his little moves. Lin Yu knew clearly where his office was located in the New York military base, and even where he was in the office now. And Lin Yu is always decisive when doing things and will never give the enemy any room to breathe. Especially a guy like General Ross, who is bound to retaliate and has certain abilities. Although he has little personal strength, he is the leader of a military region after all, and can still cause some trouble for Lin Yu. So, Lin Yu controlled the tyrant, jumped directly from a few hundred meters away, and crushed the roof of General Ross's office with one kick. One kick. He directly trampled General Ross into a meat pie. Outside General Ross's office, the soldier who had just received the order from General Ross and walked out of his office suddenly heard a loud noise behind him. 190. This office is torn apart. Then, he saw a monster, a Husha medicine doctor, standing quietly in General Ross's office. And under its feet, there was minced meat. You can only vaguely see a camouflage uniform dyed bright red with blood and minced meat. General Ross died. No resistance at all. The soldier was so frightened that he rolled and crawled and ran away. He had forgotten General Ross's order. After all, General Ross is no longer here. There is no need to risk being trampled to death to fight against such a terrifying monster. The abomination didn't massacre an entire New York military base. After all, Lin Yu is not an executioner, and he has no interest in killing ordinary soldiers. If you kill a General Ross, you can still suppress him through the influence of the Umbrella Company. It would be difficult to deal with if an entire military base was massacred. Subsequently, after trampling General Ross to death, his figure quickly started running again. He quickly disappeared from the sight of the New York Military District soldiers. And at the moment, Umbrella Corporation's Hive underground base in Raccoon City. Lin Yu had no psychological fluctuations at all regarding the death of General Ross. This guy should have died long ago. It's just that Lin Yu has never found a good reason. This time, he dared to plot against the Umbrella Company again, so Lin Yu had no choice but to send him on his way. But Lin Li didn't pay too much attention to General Ross's affairs, because his biochemical army and the Biochemical Emergency Response Force led by Weskier have also returned. Soon, Weskier brought the Tesseract and the Psychic Scepter to Lin Yu's office. After entering the door, Weskier was slightly surprised when he saw the image of Alice. Alice usually looks weak, but today's outfit looks completely different from before. But Weskier didn't dare to look any further. After all, everyone in the entire Hive underground base knew that Alice was the woman of the big boss Lin Yu. Although no one knew whether the two of them had actually taken any action, no one dared to be disrespectful to Alice. However, Weskier did have some sense of justice in his heart. Lin Yu also saw Weskier's doubts, smiled, and said, "Alice has been injected with our newly developed T-virus. Now, even if there are 10 of you, she is definitely no match for Alice." Weskier is not an outsider. Lin Yu directly told Weskier about the T-virus. Hearing the boss's words, Weskier was even more shocked. "Boss, is the T-virus so powerful?" Weskier asked weakly. As the commander of the Umbrella Company's armed forces, he is a very violent guy. If there were no tasks, the time spent in the training room would take up almost 80% of his total free time. If it were placed in ancient Dacia, he would be a pure martial arts idiot. Lin Yu smiled and nodded again and said, "Look back, try fighting with Alice." For those who didn't know, I thought Lin Yu was joking. But Alice, who understands Lin Yu best, has already seen what her boss is thinking. This intention is too obvious. If he and Jean try to compete with Weskier, he would definitely go crazy. Alice also knows Weskier's character quite well. When the time comes, he will definitely beg his boss to let him be injected with the T-virus. Really, just hearing these words from Lin, you made Weskier a little excited. "Okay, boss." Weskier's eyes were already shining slightly. At this moment, he also raised the Tesseract and the Psychic Scepter in front of Lin Yu and said, "Boss, what should I do with these two things?" Looking at the scepter and Tesseract in Weskier's hands, Lin Yu suddenly felt a little dizzy. Of these two, one is Space Gem and the other is Mind Gem. The top treasures in the Marvel world, 2 of the 6 Infinite Gems. Lin Yu just wanted to keep it for himself at the time and never thought about what to do with it after he got it back. In this case, let's leave it alone for now. Anyway, It's better to have in your own hands than in someone else's hands. And, as long as Thanos can't get enough 6 infinite gems, he doesn't have to worry about the half chance of death. Looking at the 2 things in Weskier's hand again, Lin Yu ordered, "Put them away. Go back and prepare a separate room to put all the treasures collected in the future." Lin Yu suddenly thought of Odin's treasure house. How about setting up a warehouse dedicated to storing treasures? "Alice, go and deal with this matter, but you must be tight defensive and don't lose anything," Lin Yu ordered Alice. Afterwards, Alice took the Tesseract and the Psychic Scepter from Weskier's hands, turned and left. And in the room, only Lin Yu and Weskier were left again. Lin Yu looked at the picture of New York on the big screen and said, "Next, your task is heavier." Although the war is over, one of Lin Yu's ultimate goals has not yet been completed. Now, there are countless Chitauri corpses in New York. What Weskier has to do is to take the people from the Umbrella Company and transport all those Chitauri warriors, Chitauri flight machines, and those huge Leviathan beasts. It seems like just a transportation job, but in fact it is not easy. After all, there were too many corpses, and the Leviathan beast was too huge. Lickers and predators cannot be allowed to do these things. 2.3, the first generation of tyrants, can be considered. But it's just one. It doesn't mean much. This work cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days. A few minutes later, the Umbrella Company's Biochemical Emergency Response Force, which had just returned to the company, was dispatched again. At the same time, all vehicles and helicopters were dispatched. A large-scale transportation operation began. At the same time, Lin Yu was not idle either. In order to transport everything back smoothly, Lin Yu had to take action himself. The Umbrella Company is not just about powerful force. There's also endless money and huge connections. If problems can be solved with money, there's no need to use force. After all, what an Umbrella Company lacks most is money. Lin Yu picked up the phone and gently dialed a phone number. When the call was connected, Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Vice President. There are still many forces and organizations that want these alien corpses in New York City. Although aliens have come to Earth before. For example, the Kree, the Skrulls, and even Thor, the Prince of Asgard, but these aliens are relatively secretive, and ordinary people don't even know about them. Plus, they're not corpses either. So, this time, Chitauri's arrival is different. They are huge in number and possess very advanced technological means. If the bodies of Chitauri or their flight machines and weapons, etc., can be obtained for research, it will definitely make the technological level of these forces advance by leaps and bounds. Chitauri's corpses and remains were a gold mine. The war had just ended, and Weskier had just sent the Psychic Scepter and Tesseract to the Umbrella Company base, and several groups and forces had already arrived in New York. But all were stopped by people from S.H.I.E.L.D. The huge space carrier no longer became invisible, but flew directly to low altitude. Nick Fury stood on the space carrier, looking at the guys who had just arrived below with a cold face. Nick Fury didn't want to try so hard. But, 14 looking at these people, there was no movement at all when fighting Chitauri, but they immediately came out to get benefits as soon as the battle ended. Nick Fury felt a little angry. He would rather give all these things to Lin Yu than let these little guys take away the body. Today, no one can touch these corpses. Anyone who does so will be an enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury looked coldly at the representatives of each force below with one eye. But not everyone will give S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is just a relatively strong official organization. He doesn't have much power. Below, a guy wearing camouflage uniforms with an eagle pattern on his shoulders took a step forward and said, "Director Nick Fury, do you want to swallow all these corpses? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s appetite is inevitably too big." This guy is a colonel. Nick Fury has some impressions of him. He is from the Eastern Military District next to New York. The Eastern Military District of the United States is a larger military base than the New York Military District. However, the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. are 2 departments with completely different systems, and no one can control the other. Hearing these words, Nick Fury was even more unhappy. His temper also rose, and he said coldly, "Whether SHILD wants it or not, you are not qualified to take anything here." Immediately afterwards, Nick Fury said to Hill, who was standing behind him, "If anyone dares to touch any of these Chitauri things, just open fire. I will see who dares to touch it." Nick Fury's words were obviously meant for the following people. But we don't dare to try whether what Nick Fury said is true or false. After all, several rows of gun barrels have been exposed underneath the huge space carrier. Unless the Eastern Military Region sends fighter jets and tanks, there is really nothing the space carrier can do. Fighters and tanks are not easy to use. And this is in the heart of New York City. Although New York was almost completely destroyed by the Chitauri, it was one of the largest cities in the United States after all, and only a crazy guy like General Ross dared to send troops to New York. At this moment, other organizations and forces also stepped forward to persuade Nick Fury. People from the military alone accounted for more than half. There are also various scientific research laboratories and so on. Moreover, these laboratories all have great backgrounds, and each of them is not a good one. Although Nick Fury looks strong, he is also under a lot of pressure now. But Lin Yu agreed to help him guard these Chitauri bodies, but he had no choice but to resist. But at this moment, a large black spot suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by a rumbling sound, flying from the direction of Raccoon City. A few minutes later, Weskier took the Umbrella Company's Biochemical Emergency Response Team to the side of the SHILD spacecraft carrier. Weskier saw the current situation on the field at a glance. Compared with Nick Fury, Weskier seems much more casual. He is not afraid of anything. It doesn't matter what military region or research laboratory he has. Whatever background he has is not as good as his own background. "What's going on? What are you people doing here? Disperse quickly and go back to each house to find your mother," Weskier said in a bad tone. Weskier spoke with a ruthless air, which immediately made everyone present look pale. But behind Wesker, nearly 1,000 armed members of the Umbrella Company were all neatly arranged in formation. Every one of them was armed. After hearing what their captain said, everyone raised their weapons. Suddenly, the scene became tense. Several United States soldiers also put their hands on the handles of their guns. However, they did not dare to actually take out their guns. After all, the name of the Umbrella Company is not good enough for them. In the entire United States, the only one who dares to have its own independent armed forces and do things with arrogance is the Umbrella Company. At this moment of tense confrontation, the colonel just now suddenly received a phone call. The call came from the general in his military region. There was no nonsense. As soon as the connection was connected, the general said, "Withdraw it and don't get involved in the Umbrella Company's affairs." The colonel obviously didn't quite understand that the Umbrella Company couldn't just swallow so many corpses. "General," but the colonel was about to ask why, but was interrupted. "I just received the news that General Ross was trampled into a meat pie by a biochemical monster in his office in the military region." Upon hearing this, the colonel's eyes widened instantly, and a sense of fear arose in his heart. A general, and a powerful general at that, was trampled to death by a monster in his own military area? Without even thinking about it, the strange 730 thing my boss mentioned must be from the Umbrella Company. Has the Umbrella Company become so arrogant? The colonel held up the phone, looked at the team in front of him again, which was more neatly lined up and had more advanced weapons and equipment than the soldiers in the military, and hung up the phone silently. "Let's retreat." The colonel waved to his 2 men and left in a hurry. If it was SHILD who wanted to eat these alien corpses, they could really think of a way. But as for the Umbrella Company, forget it. If a general can be killed in his own military district office, then who dares to fight against the Umbrella Company? And the scariest thing is, the Umbrella Company did such a thing, but the Hexagon didn't react at all. What a brilliant method. After the colonel left, immediately afterwards, almost everyone present quickly received a call from their headquarters. Everyone in the military learned about the tragic situation of General Ross in a short period of time, and those in the laboratory were also called back. The forces and capital behind them were warned by the top management of the United States not to kill those Chitauri corpses. After a few minutes, everyone at the scene left. And at the moment, Weskier sneered and ordered his men to start working. Weskier, on the other hand, smiled slightly at Nick Fury and said, "Director Nick Fury, our boss said that he would like to use your space carrier to help transport some things." The removal of countless Chitauri bodies in New York City has finally begun. After Lin Yu used some connections, no one dared to bother him anymore. Nick Fury, on the other hand, could only reluctantly participate in the transportation. Moreover, he still uses his space carrier. Although it is a bit overkill, it is really useful. The deck of the space carrier is completely cleared and used as a transport ship, capable of transporting one Leviathan beast at a time. And if we use other methods, there is really no way to transport these behemoths. At the moment, in the Umbrella Corporation Raccoon City headquarters building, Lin Yu sat quietly in the office on the top floor of the headquarters building, watching the news reports on the screen in front of him. After this war, almost half of the buildings in New York City were destroyed, and more than 1 million people died. What a disaster. But, in terms of news, because the American news system is controlled by powerful consortiums and organizations, they don't like to report bad things. After all, if it causes social unrest, then these financial groups will lose a lot of profits. The so-called consortium, the largest in the entire United States, is the Umbrella Company. Although Lin Yu is only one person, all the financial groups are not as rich as him. There are countless media controlled by umbrella companies, and they are all mainstream media. In the news picture, a pretty female anchor was holding a microphone and explaining the current situation in New York. Viewers, although this alien invasion has brought many disasters to the Earth, it also proves the power of our Earth, especially the biochemical technology of the Umbrella Company. In the battle with those aliens, it has no power at all. Don't be left behind. The reconstruction work in New York City is also in full swing. With the efforts and help of the Umbrella Company, I believe New York City will soon return to its former prosperity. Next, let's interview an Umbrella Company employee who participated in the reconstruction work in New York and hear his thoughts. Soon, the camera focused on a guy who was directing a group of people to carry Chitauri's body. Lin Yu was immediately happy when he saw it. "Isn't this Weskier?" "Sir, are you an employee of the Umbrella Company?" The anchor handed the microphone to Weskier. Weskier's expression was calm, as if he had already prepared his words. "I'm the head of security for Umbrella." The female anchor asked again, "Excuse me, what do you think about the Umbrella Company dispatching so many people and materials to help New York rebuild this time?" Hearing this, Weskier finally showed a smile on his cold face. He slowly said, "Our Umbrella Company is a large enterprise with a sense of social responsibility. We not only develop and manufacture various drugs for people to ensure everyone's health, but we also actively contribute to the society in other aspects. Our boss, he doesn't like making money. The mantra he often talks about is, the company's money comes from society, and it must be used in society." Sitting in front of the TV screen, Lin Yu looked confused. He didn't know yet that Weskier actually had the ability to perform. What he said was so clear that he almost believed his lies. How could he send people to help rebuild New York? They were just carrying the bodies of Chitauri soldiers. At this moment, Lin Yu's office door was knocked. Alice walked in from the door. Behind her, there was a middle-aged man in his 50s. The middle-aged man seemed a little cautious after meeting Lin Yu. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and took 2 steps forward. Lin Yu also smiled, and the two held hands together. "Mr. Lin is really getting younger and younger," the middle-aged man said in greeting. However, he did feel that Lin Si looked much younger. Although he has become bald, he looks completely different from his previous sickly appearance. "Your Excellency, Vice President, you look good lately." Lin Yu laughed and said, Lin Yu is naturally quite familiar with the person in front of him. "In the memory of my body, this guy was originally supported by the Umbrella Company. Moreover, all the funds for the Vice President's activities are provided by the Umbrella Company. It can be said that the Umbrella Company is the master behind him." And Lin Yu, in the movie of his previous life, had also seen this guy. He is the vice president who plotted with Killian in Iron Man 3. After the two exchanged casual greetings, Lin Yu finally picked up a bank card from the table next to him and said to the vice president, "This is my little thought and is not included in the activity funds." Seeing the card in Lin Yu's hand and hearing Lin Yu say this, the vice president's eyes suddenly lit up. He is not afraid that Lin Yu will give him benefits. After all, they have been bound together for a long time. As for the card, the vice president hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Then I'm welcome." Without any hesitation, he put the card directly into his shirt pocket. Lin Yu is also very happy. This small amount of money is completely ignored by the umbrella company. However, spending this small amount of money makes many things more convenient. Not long after chatting, Lin Yu began to see off the guests. Lin Yu really has no interest in this kind of small talk. After all, the vice president is a bit tired of hearing nothing but flattery. But when Lin Yu stood up and walked the vice president to the door, Lin Yu suddenly said, "By the way, Vice President, your daughter's legs seem to have some problems, right?" Lin Yu remembered that in the Iron Man movie in his previous life, the vice president cooperated with Killian because he wanted to cure his daughter's leg. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the vice president was stunned for a moment, then nodded. He didn't expect that the boss of the umbrella company, who had so many things to do, would actually care about his daughter's legs. It was brought out from the mother's womb, and there is no way to cure it. The vice president sighed. His daughter's legs were the most sad thing for him. But at this time, Lin Yu suddenly smiled. Then he said, "Bring your daughter over later. I'll have her checked out. With some effort, she should be cured." The vice president got into his own car and left the umbrella company headquarters building. But as soon as he got in the car, the calmness on his face disappeared. A look of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. "Can my daughter's legs, dug out, really be cured?" "No, it can definitely be cured." The boss of the umbrella company definitely cannot lie to himself, because he won't refuse anything he wants. The vehicle started slowly, heading towards New York City. He came here mainly to express condolences to the New York citizens on behalf of the United States government. Coming to the umbrella company is just a drop-in. Unexpectedly, the harvest was so great. But at this moment, the vice president's secretary, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly answered a phone call. After saying a few words, he hung up the phone. Then, the secretary turned back and said to the vice president, "Mr. Vice President, there's a man named Killian who wants to meet with you through the introduction of Congressman Luke." Killian? The vice president frowned slightly. He seemed to have never heard of the name Killian. The transportation of Chitauri's body lasted for 3 full days and finally came to an end. And Weskier and his team members finally returned to the umbrella company's Hive underground base after 3 days of busy work. Countless corpses were transported to the newly expanded cloning laboratory. The expansion of the cloning laboratory naturally also added a considerable warehouse. And this time, Chitauri's corpse happened to fill up all of Kokuro's expanded frozen warehouse. Dr. Isaac, the head of the cloning laboratory, was extremely excited. Through analysis and research, they have determined that these Chitauri corpses can be used for the cultivation of biochemical species, even more useful than human corpses. Dr. Isaac predicts that these Chitauri corpses will allow the umbrella company to have no shortage of cloning raw materials for a long time to come. But when he saw Lin Yu summoning a guy that was 4 or 5 meters tall, he suddenly stopped. If this thing is cloned, these raw materials will probably not be used for a long time. After all, this size is dozens of times that of ordinary hunters. But immediately afterwards, Dr. Isaac became excited again. He got close to the body of the first-generation tyrant and gently stroked his skin with his hands, his eyes shining. He discovered the new world again. And at the same time, Chitauri's flight machines and weapons were all sent to the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory in the Hive underground base. Abigail also became busy again. By studying these alien technologies, she was able to once again improve the original steel battlesuit. And Lin Yu has also assigned her a new task. That is, to develop a steel battlesuit for the first generation of tyrants. The body of the first generation tyrant was really too heavy and it was indeed not easy to put on a steel battle suit and fly. But fortunately, Chitauri's technology makes up for many of the shortcomings of the original battlesuit. Made this possible, except for these two laboratories. The busiest thing turned out to be the virus laboratory. Alexia made an unprecedented request to add an assistant to herself. Obviously, after obtaining Chitauri's genes, she also helped a lot in the development and improvement of the T-virus. And, according to Alexia, it seems that based on the T-virus, a new version of the virus will appear soon. And this new virus seems to have a much greater chance of success than the T-virus. Bao is looking forward to this. Because of the existing T-virus, he didn't dare let anyone get injected. Alice can only be regarded as an exception. After all, in the entire Resident Evil series of movies, only Alice successfully injected herself with the T-virus. Although many others have successfully integrated viruses, they are not T-viruses. Although the T-virus is the most basic virus, its growth potential is unmatched by any other virus. In previous Life movies, Alice also became more powerful as she progressed to the later stages. As for the assistant Alexia requested, Lin Yu actually already had a candidate in mind. One day later, after resting for a day, Weskier, Bia, finally found Lin Yu impatiently. He wanted to compete with Alice. Soon, Lin Yu, Alice, and Weskier came to the training ground. Lin Yu stood on the edge of the training ground with his arms folded and a smile on his face. Weskier and Alice stood in the center of the training ground. Weskier had a slight look of excitement on his face. He smiled softly and said, "I won't hold back for a while. Alice, you have to be careful." These few days, his boss's words have been echoing in his mind. If he hadn't been conducting in New York, he would have come back and tried it with Alice. He naturally believed Lin Yu's words. However, he still found it a bit incredible that a girl who looked so weak suddenly had strength 10 times stronger than himself. Only actual combat can convince him. After hearing Weskier's words, Alice also smiled and replied, "You just need to use your full strength. I will try my best to hold back my strength so as not to hurt you." Alice was telling the truth. In the past 2 days, she had been working hard to adapt to her growing body. However, in actual combat, it is indeed more difficult to contain one's strength. She could only try her best. At this moment, Weskier suddenly moved. As the leader of the Umbrella Company's armed forces and a martial arts idiot, he naturally moves very quickly. A fist shot out of the air in an instant like a dragon coming out of its cave, extremely fast. Weskier's strength allows him to fight even against 10 or 8 elite soldiers. "Alice, watch the punch," Weskier yelled. He didn't forget to remind Alice. But when his fist was still 10 centimeters away from Alice, Alice suddenly moved. Her figure quickly turned into a black line, suddenly disappeared in front of Weskier. Suddenly, Weskier's expression changed drastically. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly felt an extremely violent impact coming from his back. Boom! Weskier fell directly to the ground and fell like a dog. Alice, on the other hand, stood quietly behind Weskier and looked at Lin Yu with an innocent look. In the training ground, a loud roar suddenly sounded. "Boss, I also want to be injected with the T-virus." Shield. In front of the ruins of the ground headquarters building, Nick Fury and the Avengers are saying goodbye to Thor. Thor held his Mjolnir in one hand and the chained Loki in the other. But there was something wrong with Thor's expression. At this moment, Thor said weakly again, "Director Nick Fury, with your relationship with the Umbrella Company, is it true that you can't get the Tesseract and the Psychic Scepter back?" This was the 3rd time Thor asked this question. And Nick Fury, the response is the same every time. He smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said, "My relationship with them is really not good." Thor clearly didn't believe it. You use your beloved space carrier to help them transport Chitauri's body, and you still can't say. Thor said weakly. Nick Fury also replied weakly, "I was forced to have no choice." Thor obviously refused to give up and persuaded. "It is too unsafe to have 2 infinite gems in the same place at the same time. It is the best choice for me to take one away. If you don't want the Earth to be destroyed because of this, Then think of a way to get one of them back from the Umbrella Company. Tony, what do you think? Thor turned to look at Tony Stark. But Tony shook his head hastily and said, I'm not going. Lin Yu, the boss of the Umbrella Company, is the second largest shareholder of our company. I still need his support. Thor looked at Barton again. Barton also waved his hand hurriedly, took 2 steps back, and said, Don't look at me. You can't let me use a bow and arrow to deal with hundreds of thousands of biochemical armies. Thor looked at Natasha Romanoff again. Natasha Romanoff asked him back, Why don't you go yourself? Before Thor could look at Steve, Steve took the initiative and said, I don't dare to go. They almost drained all my blood last time. Hit me too, Barton responded. After hearing the conversation between the two, Thor hurriedly looked at his arm. Fortunately, I recovered relatively quickly, and the pinholes have long since disappeared. At this moment, Thor finally looked at Bruce Banner. It seems that except for Natasha Romanoff, Banner's blood has not been drawn, right? And it seems Banner has nothing to do with Umbrella. How about you try? Maybe you can exchange the Tesseract back with a tube of blood, Thor said to Bruce Banner. But just as Thor finished speaking, in the sky, suddenly there was a roar of helicopter propellers. Immediately afterwards, an armed team wearing Umbrella Company logo combat uniforms descended from the helicopter. Weskier walked towards Bruce Banner with a smile on his face, ignoring everyone else. Then, slowly said, Dr. Banner, our boss would like to invite you to come and sit down for a while. Bruce Banner was slightly startled. How can I say that Chow Chow is about to arrive? He asked weakly, Could it be that your boss is looking for me to draw my blood? These words made Weskier's face change slightly. Then, slightly embarrassed, he said, Actually, you can smoke on the spot. Before Weskier finished speaking, a team member behind him handed a suitcase in front of him. Suddenly, the scene was extremely awkward. Bruce Banner is an honest man. In other words, among this group of Avengers, he should be regarded as the oldest and best guy. Seeing that the other party was actually preparing to draw his blood, many thoughts flashed through Bruce Banner's mind. As a scientist, I don't have much objection to drawing a tube of blood. What's more, he often draws his own blood. Only, Banner is afraid that General Ross will get his blood. That madman, if he gets his own blood, will definitely create many monsters like Hulk. Dr. Banner scratched his head and said, It's okay to draw a tube of blood. Don't give the blood to General Ross in the New York military district. That man is a madman and has always wanted to study how to create more Hulk. Upon hearing this, Weskier hurriedly said, Don't worry, General Ross is dead. Dead? Dr. Banner was slightly stunned. A powerful general in the New York military district died? And at the moment, Nick Fury also nodded slightly to Dr. Banner and said slowly, The Battle of New York just ended. He was in his office and was stepped on by a monster. That monster was on the battlefield, the one who killed countless Leviathan beasts. After all, Nick Fury is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He still knows about such big things. And his words are also very interesting. The name of the Umbrella Company does not appear in Nick Fury's entire sentence. It seems that he is slightly taboo in front of people from the Umbrella Company. But everyone present was smart, and naturally they all knew the reason for General Ross's death in this sentence. Suddenly, except for Thor and Loki, everyone was a little surprised. After all, they have all heard the name of General Ross. That guy is not a good person. Unexpectedly, he was killed by the Umbrella Company. The Umbrella Company has indeed become lawless. And at the moment, after hearing Nick Fury's explanation, Dr. Banner suddenly let out a long breath. General Ross is dead, which is good news for him. Although he was the father of his ex-girlfriend, Dr. Banner was still secretly happy about the death of General Ross. Banner, a good old man, was the only one who could make him hate him so much. General Ross. At this moment, Dr. Banner directly rolled up his sleeves and said, Then smoke. But, Suwashing reminded, Banner, don't forget what we just said. Thor doesn't know who General Ross is. What he is most concerned about now is the Tesseract and the Psychic Scepter. Dr. Banner is certainly not stupid and knows what Thor is talking about. At this moment, seeing Weskier holding a needle and about to insert it into his arm, he suddenly asked weakly, Well, do you think I can use this tube of blood to exchange it with your boss for a tesseract? When Weskier heard this, his hand movement stopped immediately. He raised his head, frowned slightly, looked at Dr. Banner with a silly smile on his face, and said, "How about you ask our boss yourself?" In an instant, Dr. Nay's head shook like a rattle. "Just kidding. Even if I took the courage of a leopard, I wouldn't dare go to the big boss of the umbrella company to ask for it. A biochemical army of hundreds of thousands is no joke." Dr. Banner still remembers that not long ago, when he transformed into Hulk and fought against the Abomination, he saw those terrifying biochemical monsters for the first time and was scared away. Even Hulk didn't dare to provoke those monsters, and he didn't even have the courage. And when Banner transformed into Hulk, although he couldn't control his body, he could still see things outside. So, he had seen those terrifying monsters with his own eyes. Especially those who were equally powerful or even stronger than him were torn to pieces by those disgusting monsters. You dare to ask the boss of the umbrella company for something? You are a monster. Forget it. You'd better draw blood quickly. Banner hurriedly moved his arm forward. Weskier did not hesitate and directly inserted the syringe in Dr. Banner's arm. Thor didn't dare to speak. The strength of the umbrella company has already made him, the Prince of Asgard, feel a little scared. Now, he just wants to return to Asgard quickly. If you don't get the Tesseract, then you don't get it. It's business to send back Loki, the troublemaker. Thor looked up at the sky and silently recited Heimdall's name in his heart. Suddenly, a colorful beam of light fell from the sky, and the figures of Thor and Loki also disappeared with this colorful light. Soon, Bruce Banner's genes were sent to Linyu. But this time, something unexpected happened. The system's genetic description of Dr. Banner is somewhat different from the past. Gene name, Hulk gene. Gene strength, 4 stars. Available experience points, 110 points. Gene contains ability ranking. Strength 100, agility 80, defense 50, attack 50% special, potential 1500-1011, 1514 Falu 1645-23141. Note, since the host has absorbed the Abomination gene, and the Abomination gene is 70% similar to the Hulk's gene, only about 30% of the actual experience value can be obtained. The same gene cannot provide experience points for the Biochemical Technology Tree for the second time. Behind Dr. Banner's introduction to genes, there are 2 lines of small print remarks. The remarks make it very clear that each gene can only provide experience points once. The gene of hatred originally came from the Hulk's gene, so it can only provide a small part of the experience value this time. But 100 points is not too little for Linyu. Please give me flowers. Linyu's hand suddenly flashed with light. The Hulk's genes were absorbed into the biotech tree, and at the moment, the number of experience points in the backbone of Linyu's biochemical technology tree has reached 3,120 points. But with the increase of 100 experience points, Linyu's own strength has not changed much. The first-generation Tyrant in the biological cultivation tank in his mind has not changed significantly. The 3 biochemical monsters he obtained from the biochemical technology tree are each more powerful than the last. But it's not absolute, because each of the 3 of them has its own characteristics. Predators are all about speed and sharpness. The first generation of Tyrants represented absolute power, but just in terms of size, the Tyrant is more impactful. Linyu is already looking forward to what a shocking scene it would be if tens of thousands of Tyrants appeared at the same time. After absorbing the Hulk's genes, Linyu whispered to the Red Queen, "Red Queen, call Ellie over." With the Red Queen around, Linyu just needs to arrange a casual sentence, and the Red Queen can convey the order to anyone's ears. In less than half a minute, Alice appeared in Linyu's office. Linyu looked at the Alice in front of him, who had undergone tremendous changes from the previous few days, and said with a smile, "Alice, there is a task for you to do." "Okay, boss." Before even asking about the task, Alice hurriedly agreed happily. After being injected with the T-virus, her personality has also changed slightly. Now, she is looking forward to going out to perform tasks all day long. And The way he was dressed had completely changed from before. Alice now looks like a female warrior. If you don't look at the appearance, there's almost no difference from the look of Black Widow. Red Queen, investigate where Maya Hansen is now. Lin Yu ordered to the Red Queen. Immediately afterwards, the big screen in Lin Yu's office automatically lit up. A map appeared on the big screen. On the map, a red dot is clearly marked. Next to the map, the appearance of a woman also appeared. That person was Maya Hansen in the Iron Man 3 movie that Lin Yu had watched in her previous life. Lin Yu looked at the familiar face on the screen, smiled slightly, and said to Alice, "I found an assistant for Alexia. Go and bring her back. However, be careful. Some of her friends may not be easy to get along with. Take a team of Frost Hunters. The power of Frost on them should have a very good effect." Lin Yu did not let the Tyrant take action. Instead, he chose Frost Hunter, because Lin Yu knew that Maya Hansen's friends seemed to like playing with fire. Between those who play with fire and those who play with ice, who is more powerful? Soon, 2 transport helicopters took off from one of the Umbrella Company's bases. They flew towards a small town in western New York. The map location shown by the Red Queen just now is in that small town. Lin Yu vaguely remembered that Killian and Maya Hansen's laboratory was in a warehouse in a small town. It is estimated that their current extremis is almost successful, but definitely not in perfect form yet. Otherwise, the system should have reminded itself to collect the genes of those who integrated extremis. Definitely, it may be that my biochemical technology tree system is becoming more and more demanding. I always reminded myself before that mosquito legs are also meat. But now, even Hulk's genes are only given 100 points, and apart from reminding himself the first time, he has never been reminded again. Obviously, as the biochemical technology tree continues to be upgraded, its requirements are becoming higher and higher. Alice has already set off with several armed members and a team of Frost Hunters. Lin Yu called Weskier over again. Lin Yu has another 647 tasks to give to Weskier. But as soon as he entered the door, Lin Yu felt that something was wrong with Weskier's expression. "What's going on with you?" Lin Yu asked doubtfully. Hearing the boss ask himself, Weskier pulled a face and said, "Boss, when can I be injected with the T-virus?" Weskier couldn't wait. After fighting Alice, he had requested Lin Yu many times. Even if Lin Yu said that the current T-virus was not perfect yet and had only a 30% chance of success, Weskier didn't care at all. "I still beg to be injected with the T-virus all the time. Even if you don't succeed, it doesn't matter if you die." Lin Yu was completely speechless about this. Finally, after Weskier's request, Lin Yu's face turned cold. "Just stop thinking about it. Until Alexia perfects the T-virus, you will never be allowed to be injected with the T-virus. Don't make noises all day long." Lin Yu's expression turned cold, and Weskier immediately became frightened. A sneer appeared on his face, and he said, "Boss, don't be angry. Why don't I stop asking?" But Lin Yu also relented immediately. For Weskier, a guy who is loyal to the end, he has no good solution. It won't be long before there will be new progress in T-virus research. "Are you waiting?" Lin Yu said helplessly. Weskier's face suddenly became excited again. He saluted and said, "Okay, Ban. Since the boss said it wouldn't take long, it must be very soon." Weskier still believed Lin Yu's words. And what Lin Yu said was not a lie. When communicating with Alexia before, she said that by studying Chitauri's genes, there may be new progress in the research of T-virus. And even if there is no progress, when Maya Hansen comes, it will definitely help her research. Maya Hansen, in the entire Marvel world, should be regarded as the top biologist. The extremists she studied will definitely help the success rate of the T-virus. By then, the success rate will be high, and it won't be too late to let Weskier inject again. Lin Yu doesn't want to lose Weskier, a loyal and capable subordinate. At this moment, Lin Yu said to Weskier again, "There's a task for you. Go and bring back a doctor of astronomy named Eric. Don't hurt him. I have something to ask him." Hearing that there was a mission, Weskier's expression became serious again. He hurriedly took the order and left. When it comes to tasks, he never shows any carelessness. As for why we brought Dr. Eric back, Lin Yu actually started thinking about a problem a long time ago. If your own umbrella company develops on Earth, there will be many constraints. Those biochemical armies, now 4 to 5 million, already look so terrifying in size. If it reaches millions, wouldn't the scale be even bigger? Only on Earth, I can't use my hands and feet. And now, I got the Tesseract again. If we don't make good use of it, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good resource? And if you want to stimulate the power of Tesseract, Dr. Eric is a good candidate. When he built that machine, although it was controlled by Loki with a mind scepter, he also had memories. In other words, he should be able to recreate that machine. If it succeeds, the umbrella company can pass through the portal and make plans on other planets in advance. This is a big game. However, it is also a step that Umbrella must go through if it wants to achieve greater development. Half an hour later, in a small town in New York City. This small town is not large, with less than 2,000 people. And on the edge of this town, there is a warehouse. Inside the warehouse, Killian and Maya Hansen are testing their latest research, Extremis. In order to make Extremis more perfect, they have done a lot of human experiments. These people who have not yet completed the Extremis injection are people with physical disabilities, because by injecting Extremis, their bodies can return to normal. Even if the arms and legs are broken, the broken limb can be reborn. That's why they volunteered to participate in this experiment. Only, the current Extremis is not perfect. His success rate is not even as good as the T-virus developed by Alexia. The success rate is very low. But as more and more people participate in this experiment, there are still many people who have succeeded. These people have all become Killian's subordinates. After all, although they succeeded, they still needed constant injections to maintain their lives. Moreover, with more and more human experiments, Extremis has become more and more stable through continuous research. At the moment, in this seemingly crude laboratory, they were injecting Extremis into a new volunteer. In the beginning, Maya Hansen was actually very resistant to human experiments. But as her research deepens, Extremis's power becomes more and more tempting to her. Coupled with the encouragement of Killian, a guy who looks charming on the surface, but is extremely sinister and evil in his heart, Maya Hansen finally embarked on the path of human experimentation. Until now, Maya Hansen has been unable to attack. Even, Maya Hansen already vaguely knew that Killian was selling the unfinished Extremis to those terrorists. But she didn't dare to say anything to Killian. I can only pretend not to know. And at the moment, while the two were concentrating on the experiment, outside the laboratory, there was a sudden knock on the door. Killian frowned. Under normal circumstances, his men would not disturb his and Maya Hansen's experimental process at this time unless there was something special. Killian said doubtfully, "Come in." At this time, his top thug, Severn, opened the door of the laboratory and said, "Boss, there's a woman outside who wants to find Dr. Maya Hansen." "A woman? Who is it?" Killian asked coldly. Severn shook his head and said he didn't know. Killian's face became a little ugly. His subordinates were really not very sensible. For those who don't know, just leave. He doesn't want Maya Hansen to come into contact with too many people. Killian has already used Maya Hansen as a tool to create Extremis only for himself. However, he couldn't face Maya Hansen face to face. After all, Extremis research still needs this woman. At this time, after hearing Severn's words, Maya Hansen put down the experimental tools in her hands and then said, "Looking for me? Then I'll go take a look." But just when Maya Hansen was getting ready to go out, outside the door, behind Killian's subordinate Severn, a woman's voice suddenly came. "No need to come out. Let's chat inside." Hearing this voice, Killian was slightly startled. Maya Hansen also stopped, and her expression changed slightly. And Severn, who was standing at the door of the laboratory and facing the laboratory, was so frightened that he turned around quickly. That woman came behind him quietly. And how could those of his subordinates allow her to walk in on her own? Alice, wearing a black tights, suddenly appeared behind Sever, making him suddenly shocked. Since being injected with Extremis, his physical qualities have become extremely powerful. Not only his strength, speed, but even his hearing are much stronger than ordinary people. But this woman actually appeared at such a close distance behind him before he realized it. No, it wasn't even that I discovered it. It was her words that caught my attention. If this is an enemy, I'm afraid I don't even know how I died. Severin is a veteran who was trained before being injected with extremists. And now, he is Killian's boss. The psychological quality is pretty good. When he saw Alice, he didn't take it lightly just because she was a woman. As he turned around, his hand had already taken out the pistol from his waist, and he aimed at the woman in front of him. And Killian's face in the laboratory has become extremely cold. This laboratory has never been seen by any outsider. What is hidden here is the biggest secret in my life. He will never allow anyone to get involved in extremist research. Who are you? Killian took 2 steps forward, looked coldly at Alice outside the door, and said, and at the moment, Alice, who was pointed at by Seven with a pistol, did not feel any nervousness or fear at all. She still looked calm. Even there's a hint of smile, especially when I saw Maya Hansen behind Killian. Her smile was even more brilliant. The boss's intention is very clear. He wants to bring this woman named Maya Hansen back to be Alexia's assistant. Since he is Alexia's assistant, he is one of his own. Well, at least the future is ours. So, you must leave a good impression on your own. As for the other little ones, it doesn't matter. Hi, hello, are you Maya Hansen? Alice tilted her body slightly and said hello to Maya Hansen. She completely ignored Severin, who was pointing a pistol at her, and Killian, who looked evil-faced. Such behavior. Maya Hansen didn't feel much at all. After all, Alice seems to be quite friendly to herself. But Killian and Seven felt a little ugly. This woman is simply looking for death. Let me ask you again. Who are you, and what is the purpose of coming here? Killian was obviously a little angry, and his voice also rose a bit. And Severin directly pulled the bolt of the pistol. Obviously, they are coming for real. But before Alice could say anything, Severin seemed to suddenly discover something. There was some confusion on his face, and then he suddenly asked, "Where are those people who were looking at you just now?" When he came in to report just now, he asked his younger brothers to look at Alice. But now that this woman is here, where have my few Xiaoyong gone? After asking this question, Seven suddenly realized that something was wrong. My younger brothers are all strong men who have been injected with extremists. They are not that easy to deal with. And now, if they don't show up, there's only one reason. This woman has a problem. At the same time, Killian also realized the seriousness of the problem. Under his collar, bursts of red light suddenly appeared. Apparently, he has used the power of extremists. Extremists, the greatest ability is that it can bring the whole body into this high-temperature state. In this state, extremist host is virtually immortal. Unless important organs, such as the heart and brain, are destroyed, other injuries will recover instantly. This is the most outrageous thing about extremists. Killian used the power of extremists, which also means that he takes this matter very seriously. Although there was only one woman, the silence outside already explained some problems. I have clearly arranged several subordinates outside, but now there is no movement at all. But that's when both Killian and Severin realized something was wrong. Alice suddenly winked, made a face, and said to Severin with a smile, "Their recovery ability is so abnormal, they can regrow their hands after they are cut off, so I cut off their heads." Hearing this, Wen's expression changed. His younger brothers were indeed killed. Severin is about to pull the trigger in his hand. But, at the moment, a dark blue light flashed away. Immediately afterwards, a dark green figure slowly stopped next to Severin. He looked like a lizard walking upright, covered with dark green hard scales. The scariest thing is his 2 claws, slender yet sharp. Moreover, there is a dark blue light on the claws, and a faint cold breath emanates from it. Seeing this, Seven was slightly startled. It seemed that the blue light that flashed in front of him just now was the color of the claws in the monster's hand. At this moment, a flash of panic suddenly flashed through Severin's heart. He suddenly felt that the hand he used to pull the trigger had no intuition. Then, Severin saw that the arm slowly slipped from his shoulder. It fell directly to the ground. Severin's heart suddenly trembled. The speed of that monster just now was really too fast. He actually cut off his own arm without even realizing it. But immediately afterwards, Severin discovered something even more terrifying to him. The arm that fell to the ground didn't even have a trace of blood or shit. Moreover, at the location of the fracture, a lot of frost suddenly appeared. Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. After being injected with Extremis, Severin is no longer afraid of losing his arm because he can grow a new one at any time. But now, he doesn't feel the growth of his arms at all. He hurriedly looked at the location where his arm was broken on his shoulder. There was actually some frost there. There was also no blood flowing out. It seemed that it was the frost that blocked the regrowth of his arms. Severin was horrified. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and covered his wound with his other hand. However, when I covered my hand, I suddenly felt a pinprick-like pain. There was actually some frost on those 380 hands. However, Seven, who was slowly retreating, suddenly felt that there seemed to be some movement behind him. He turned around hurriedly and saw another monster, staring at him coldly in the shadows. Its claws exuded the same cold aura as the previous one. There is more than one monster. Seven looked around nervously and saw that the surroundings seemed to be surrounded by those monsters. In the laboratory, Killian witnessed it all. His angry look just now disappeared in an instant. The terrifying monster at the door was still watching me quietly. In the surrounding darkness, pairs of small blue eyes exuded an icy chill. And Killian could clearly see from a distance that the frost on Severin's broken arm was the same as the frost on the monster's claws. In other words, if your arm is cut off by that monster, Extremis will not let it grow back. Those ices apparently blocked the high-temperature power in Extremis. Killian took a few steps back again and even came to the back of Maya Hansen. "Are you from the Umbrella Company?" Killian asked nervously. He already recognized the appearance of these frost hunters. Although some changes occurred during the battle with New York, the overall appearance is still the same. Although most of his mind was focused on his Extremis, he still knew about such a big event as the Battle of New York. Extremis is really strong. This ability to restore the defective body through high temperatures is somewhat similar to the T-virus. In terms of physical recovery, it is even stronger than the T-virus. But if Extremis wants to restore the body's severed limbs, it must use terrifying high temperatures to increase the speed of cell division. The ice power of the Frost Hunter comes from the giants of Jotunheim. They are born with the power of frost. They can even fight Asgard with these frost powers. Although they failed, it also showed how powerful the power of frost was. The frost power of these frost hunters comes from Loki, the descendant of Laufey, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim. The frost power in Loki is quite pure. As a result, the frost power of these frost hunters is also quite terrifying. When Extremis faced off against the power of frost, it was clear that the power of frost had the upper hand. They constantly release cold on Severin's wounds, blocking the high temperature of Extremis. In the confrontation between ice and fire, ice has the upper hand. But the ice power that remains in Seven is like rootless water and will be exhausted sooner or later. And the Extremis in him are almost endless. Therefore, sooner or later he will grow his arms again. It's just that he needs to slowly consume the remaining frost power on his arm. Pity. Severin didn't know this. He thought his arm would never come back. He was disabled before, and he has been laughed at since he came back from the battlefield. Through Extremis, he regained his confidence. But now, I didn't expect that I would become disabled again. And what's more, my most commonly used right hand was lost. At the moment, Seven's face was so gloomy that he could bleed. His heart was completely filled with hatred. But he was not in a hurry for revenge, but waited quietly, waiting for an opportunity, a time for the other party to relax their vigilance. He gently moved forward 2 steps. Then, he looked at the frost hunters around him. Those monsters did not make any movement. It seems that he turns a blind eye to his own little actions. A brilliant light flashed in Severin's eyes. He slowly moved forward 2 small steps. And at the moment, After hearing Killian's words, Alice did not deny it. She took 2 steps forward gently and walked directly into the laboratory. After looking around, Alice said slowly, "Since you are all Maya Hansen's friends, I won't kill you yet." Before Alice set off, Linyu had no other orders except to bring Maya Hansen back. Therefore, Alice can decide whether Killian and others live or die by herself. But she has always regarded the Umbrella Company as her home, especially those in the B underground base. And now, if Maya Hansen joins the Umbrella Company's virus laboratory, she will be considered her family in the future. You should never kill your own family members. Are they your friends? Alice came to Maya Hansen and asked softly. Maya Hansen nodded blankly. She's a little confused now. The other person should be the person from the Umbrella Company, Killian mentioned. However, I have never interacted with the Umbrella Company. Why did they come to find me? What do you want from me? Maya Hansen asked weakly. While Maya Hansen was talking to Alice, Killian took a few steps back in fright. After learning Alice's identity, he became even more frightened. Not only was he afraid of his own life, but he was also afraid that the Umbrella Company would take away all his research results. Killian still treats a behemoth like the Umbrella Company very cautiously. After all, there are some differences between Umbrella Corporation and Stark Industries. Stark Industries has just released Iron Man recently. Moreover, Tony Stark is just an ordinary person when he doesn't put on that steel battlesuit. Even if you put on a steel battlesuit, your combat effectiveness is limited. But Umbrella companies are different. The biochemical technology they master is simply terrifying. Those monsters are extremely powerful in combat, and they always go out in groups. Killian doesn't dare to take the idea of an Umbrella company. He is a smart man. Alice also saw Killian's little move, but she didn't pay attention. This place has been completely surrounded by the Frost Hunters that he brought. It is impossible for anyone to escape. Simply, Alice pulled up a chair, sat down, and started chatting with Maya Hansen. Maya Hansen, our boss wants to recruit you into the Umbrella Company to be Dr. Alexia's assistant in our company's virus laboratory. Are you willing? Alice asked directly. She was not willing to lie to the people who were about to become her family. But Maya Hansen, however, looked at the research materials around her and her own research results of more than 10 years, and slowly shook her head. There are some differences between her and Killian. She is more obsessed with research, and Killian has been deliberately keeping her less exposed to social news, so he only has a rough idea of the Umbrella Company. I just know that the Umbrella Company is very big, a huge global pharmaceutical monopoly. However, I don't know about the recent big moves of the Umbrella Company. I'm afraid not. My current research has just reached the most critical moment, Maya Hansen said weakly. She thought this was just a job fair, and, indeed, she did not want to give up her research results. At this time, after hearing Maya Hansen's words, Alice was not angry at all. She just frowned slightly, and then said, "If you don't want to, I can only take you back." Upon hearing this, Maya Hansen was also slightly startled. From Alice to hear, she has always had a good attitude toward herself. Maya Hansen felt no animosity at all, but she didn't expect that the woman in front of her would actually say that she would take her back by force. Maya Hansen subconsciously felt that this was ridiculous. How can anyone recruit employees with such strength? But before Maya Hansen could say anything else, Seven, who had secretly moved to the entrance of a laboratory at some point, suddenly burst out. He had a very cruel temperament in the army. Get money. It wasn't until he retired from the army that he was ridiculed because of his disability, which made his character even more distorted. And now, looking at his broken arm that could not grow back, he seemed to recall the days when he was laughed at. He decided to take revenge on himself. And Alice has become his target. After all, those monsters chopped off their arms after receiving that woman's order. Seven exerted force on his feet, and his body instantly rose into the air. And his left fist has turned into the color of magma. Because just now his hand just touched the frost lightly, and it did not affect the performance of extremis in his body. A ray of red light instantly fell on Alice's back. And at the moment, Maya Hansen wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Killian's face instantly became extremely ugly. If the woman from the umbrella company died in his laboratory, then he would have completely offended that terrifying behemoth. Neither Maya Hansen nor Killian thought that Xiang would sneak attack on this woman from the umbrella company. Both of them had a hint of panic in their eyes. Maya Hansen is simply worried, while Killian is afraid of the umbrella company's retaliation. But the two of them wanted to stop Severn, but it was already too late. Severn's body has risen into the air. Extremis gave him strength several times stronger than ordinary people. With one jump, he directly crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters and punched Alice in the back. Moreover, his fist has also turned into a high-temperature form. If Alice was hit, a big hole would be burned in her back instantly. Certain death. But that's when the corners of Alice's mouth turned up slightly. With the super perception power given to her by the T-virus, she has long known the little moves of the guy behind her. At this time, Alice's body suddenly shook slightly. It seemed that the whole air trembled. A strange ripple started from Alice as the center and quickly spread to all directions. And at the moment, Severn, who was already flying into the air, seemed to suddenly hit a wall. Then he spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. The body suddenly paused and then flew out in the opposite direction. Boom! Severn's body hit the wall of the laboratory. This was so powerful that he couldn't get up for a while. Alice's powerful psychokinesis was finally revealed to outsiders for the first time. And this time, Alice's face gradually became colder. Maya Hansen, this guy doesn't look like your friend. Alice sighed casually. Then, he made a gentle gesture to a frost hunter behind him. Suddenly, the dark green figure disappeared instantly. A blue light flashed, and Severn's head slowly slid down from his neck. A patch of frost quickly appeared on the wound on his neck. No blood was shed at all. All this happened in just a few seconds. From Maya Hansen rejecting Alice's invitation, to Severn suddenly getting angry, to the separation of Severn's head and body, this process never takes more than 10 seconds. 503. These 10 seconds also completely subverted Maya Hansen and Killian's views on Alice. They thought Alice was just an ordinary umbrella company employee. She dared to come here because of the monsters following her. Did not expect. She herself was originally a monster. Moreover, it is also a powerful monster that is beyond comprehension. Even Maya Hansen and Killian could see the ripples in the air just now quite clearly. Obviously, it is a power that they cannot understand. And this kind of power can actually allow Alice to knock Severn away without touching his body at all. Simply terrifying. At this moment, Alice seemed to have done a trivial thing and slowly turned her head. Her eyes also shifted from Severn's headless body to Maya Hansen again. How about it? Do you want to come back with me voluntarily? Or do you want me to use force? Alice's originally cold face melted like ice and snow again, revealing a smile. However, this smile made Maya Hansen's heart tremble. This woman, she got it completely wrong. She is not as friendly as she appears. In other words, if I agree to go back with her, her attitude will be very friendly. Thinking of this, Maya Hansen finally understood that what the woman in front of her said was not lying to her. If she doesn't agree, she will really use force. How about I go back with you and take a look first? Maya Hansen said tentatively. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Alice's face instantly bloomed. Okay, let's leave now. Alice hurriedly grabbed Maya Hansen's hand and walked out. And at the moment, Killian was still in the corner of the laboratory, deliberately not looking at the two of them. It seems that he wants to reduce his sense of existence. But at this moment, Alice suddenly asked the somewhat confused Maya Hansen, "Is this person your friend? Do you need me to help you kill him?" As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Killian's heart suddenly trembled. He had no doubt about Alice's words. If Maya Hansen says that she is not his friend at this time, then her life may not be guaranteed. But, fortunately, Maya Hansen is a very soft-hearted woman. Hearing Alice's words, Maya Hansen hurriedly shook her head and explained, No, he is my friend. Don't kill him." Maya Hansen was also horrified. Alice kills people without blinking an eye. Although Killian has done a lot of bad things over the years, Maya Hansen is not someone who likes to kill people at every turn. Moreover, Killian and her are indeed friends. After hearing Maya Hansen's words, Alice gently glanced at Killian in the corner. Then, he left the laboratory with Maya Hansen. After Alice left, a dozen Frost hunters hidden in the darkness quietly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. At the scene, only Severn's body was left, lying quietly on the floor of the laboratory. When there was completely no sound outside, Killian finally dared to step forward and check on the body of his subordinate Severn. There was also a lot of frost on the neck and arms of the corpse. Still not a drop of blood came out. Immediately afterwards, Killian ran out again and looked at his other men. Really, they were all in the same situation as Severn. Their heads were chopped off. In less than 10 minutes, all his men guarding the laboratory were wiped out, and his most important partner in studying extremist Maya Hansen was also taken away. Killian felt like crying in his heart. The strength of the biochemical monsters of the Umbrella Company completely shocked Killian again. He felt that he was lucky that he didn't make any small moves and didn't stop the woman from taking Maya Hansen away. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Severn. Killian is very smart. He knows what kind of people he meets and what kind of things he does. In front of the Umbrella Company, he could only choose to endure. But when he encounters those who are not strong enough, he will not tolerate them. Even if you endure it, it is only temporary. For example, Tony Stark, who had a grudge against him, was already ready to take revenge on him. Riding on the Umbrella Company's helicopter, Maya Hansen and Alice quickly arrived at the Umbrella Company headquarters in Raccoon City. Then, under the leadership of Alice, the two went directly to the Honeycomb underground base through a special passage in the Umbrella Company headquarters building. Maya Hansen was surprised by the size of the hive's underground base. She had no idea that there were no such huge underground buildings underground in Raccoon City. And this underground building is not only huge, but also has various facilities. It is like an underground city with all the internal organs. Soon, Alice brought Maya Hansen to the door of Lin Yu's office. He knocked lightly and walked in. A bald head appeared in front of Maya Hansen. "Welcome to Umbrella Company, Dr. Maya Hansen." Lin Yu smiled slightly and extended his hand to Maya Hansen. But before Lin Yu and Maya Hansen could chat more, soon, under the leadership of Weskier, Dr. Eric, a doctor of astronomy, also arrived at the Hive underground base. The two talents Lin Yu wanted were all present. Neither of them can be considered as joining the Umbrella Company on their own. But once you enter the Hive, you may have no chance of getting out. And when Maya Hansen saw Alexia's research project, she was immediately shocked. The research on the T virus seems more profound than her extremists, but the level of perfection is also higher. Soon, she and Alexia got into work mode. Dr. Eric, after seeing the Tesseract, was also ecstatic. The existence of Tesseract seems to have opened the key to a new world for him. And working for Lin Yu is much better than working for Loki. At least the Umbrella Company is from Earth. Even if you come up with something through research, it will benefit the Earth. Soon, Dr. Eric also entered work mode. Under Lin Yu's order, he began research on the portal. And with his previous experience building portals for Loki, his work progressed very quickly. It is estimated that it won't be long before the Umbrella Company will have its own portal. But it is determined. The first thing to bear fruit was not Dr. Eric's portal, but a virus laboratory. After Maya Hansen joined the Umbrella Company virus laboratory, it took less than 10 days to make new progress. Definitely, it's not all Maya Hansen's fault. Previously, after obtaining Chitauri's body, Alexia's research was on the verge of a breakthrough. Coupled with the addition of Maya Hansen, many ideas about extremists were also added to it. Virus research has made the latest progress. Soon, Lin Yu took Alice to the virus laboratory in the Hive underground base. At the moment, Alexia and Maya Hansen were already quietly waiting for Lin Yu's arrival. The two seemed to get along very happily. The two of them have similar research fields, so there are many topics to talk about. Easier to talk about than Maya Hansen and Killian. And Since Killian was not originally a good person, Maya Hansen had long wanted to leave him. Therefore, after coming to Umbrella Company, she quickly fell in love with the atmosphere here. Just concentrate on your research and don't worry about other things at all. And whatever you want, you get it. The Umbrella Company's support for virus laboratories is simply meticulous. The huge financial resources make their research without any obstacles. It also solidified Maya Hansen's idea of staying here. Immediately afterwards, Alexia reported the latest research results to Linyu. Boss, after we studied Chitauri's genes and added some ideas for Maya Hansen, we developed a new type of virus based on the T virus. Although it comes from the T virus, it is very different from the T virus. The integration success rate has increased to about 90%, and the basic ability improvement brought to the host is also stronger than the T virus. Just after being injected with this virus, you'll have more than ordinary abilities. The power of Tongren is about 10 to 15 times more. However, there's also a disadvantage. That is, its growth and potential are completely incomparable to the T virus, and its self-evolution ability is limited. Alexia talked a lot and finally finished introducing the characteristics of the new virus. To boil it down, there are only two important points. The first one is that the success probability of integrate has become 90%, which is extremely embarrassing. The second is that it has a high starting point after integration with the host, but the potential is insufficient. In short, the advantages and disadvantages are obvious, but the advantages definitely outweigh the disadvantages. At least the problem of integrate success rate has been solved. A 90% chance of success is already considered very high. Boss, we haven't given this virus a name yet, so come and name it. Aliaxia said. Linyu thought for a moment and then said, then let's call him the G virus. The G virus is also a virus in the Resident Evil movie that Linyu watched in his previous life, and it is somewhat similar to what Alexia described. In this case, Linyu will save trouble. Just name it the G virus. At this time, Linyu had just confirmed the name of the G virus, and there was a burst of noise outside the virus laboratory. This voice is familiar to everyone. It's Weskier. This guy didn't know where he got the news, so he ran over directly. Although Weskier is also a core member, the access control of the virus laboratory is much stricter than other places, so he cannot enter. I can only stay outside and keep shouting. Seeing Weskier's anxious look, Linyu smiled bitterly and said to Alice, go open the door for him. Linyu regretted it a little. After all, Weskier's excitement was all because he told him about the T-virus and Alice's strength. This led to Weskier anxiously waiting for the success of the research on the new virus every day. However, Linyu was not disgusted with Weskier's approach. This guy has no other hobbies besides improving his strength, and he is absolutely loyal to himself. Soon, Weskier hurried in, but when he saw Linyu's face, his expression suddenly dimmed again. The boss was angry, but he was still scared. But Linyu's next words instantly made him excited again. Alexia, hurry up and inject this guy with the G virus first, or you'll die, Linyu said to Alexia. The three women in the virus laboratory laughed at the same time. Weskier, on the other hand, directly rolled up his sleeves and handed his arm to Alexia. Linyu was speechless for a moment. This guy is indeed a martial arts idiot and doesn't understand anything. Look at him. It's like he's been vaccinated. Is it such a simple thing to inject the virus? Linyu kicked Weskier on the butt and kicked him directly into the sealed room where Alice had injected the T-virus. After being kicked, Weskier seemed to realize something when he stood up and saw the metal bed for injection in front of him. He scratched his head in embarrassment and then silently climbed onto the metal bed. The success probability of the G virus is 90%. In Linyu's impression, this should be considered quite high. After all, in the previous Resident Evil movies, the success rates of those viruses were pitifully low. But, despite the 90% success rate, Linyu is still worried about Weskier's situation. This is different from when Alice was injected with the T-virus, because the T-virus was completely researched by Alexia herself without adding any elements from the Marvel world. Therefore, Linyu is like a prophet, already knowing that Alice would integrate success. But the G virus is different. Although his name is the same as the name of the virus in the previous Resident Evil movie. However, the name was given by Lin Yu, and the research process of the G virus integrated many elements of the Marvel world, including Chitauri's genes, but also Maya Hansen's research. Therefore, despite having a 90% chance of success, Weskier still has the possibility of failure. Lin Yu still attaches great importance to this subordinate. Therefore, after Weskier was injected with the G virus, Lin Yu has been waiting in the virus laboratory, waiting for the results of Weskier's integrate. However, the speed of integrate is quite fast. When a system prompt sounded, Lin Yu finally felt relieved. Ding! The appearance of the G virus integrator's gene has been detected. Please host to get it as soon as possible. The system prompts are always timely. As long as a powerful gene appears, Lin Yu will be notified immediately. This also means that Weskier's integrate was successful. There was a slight smile on the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Weskier, this guy finally got his wish. And Weskier's success also indicates that he can finally form his own army of super soldiers. Although the current Umbrella Company is very strong. However, those biochemical monsters have pure combat power and can only be used for fighting. However, there are many tasks that must be performed by your own biochemical emergency response force. Therefore, it is also very necessary to improve the strength of our armed forces. Looking at Weskier again, who is not yet fully awake, Lin Yu ordered to Alice, "Get a tube of blood from Weskier later. Also, after letting Weskier adapt to his current body, come to my office." "Find me." "Okay, boss." Alice responded. Lin Yu left the virus laboratory. A plan to inject all members of the armed forces with the G virus has been formed in Lin Yu's mind. 10 minutes later, Alice took a test tube and came to Lin Yu's office. That test tube contained Weskier's genes. An introduction to the Weskier gene also appeared in Lin Yu's site. Gene name, G virus integrator gene. Gene strength, 4 stars. Available experience points, 200 points. Gene contains ability ranking, strength 80, agility 80, defense 50, attack 50, special recovery ability 140. Note, since the host has already absorbed the genes of the T-virus integrator, and the G-virus is 50% similar to the T-virus, the experience value this time can only be absorbed by 1%. Lin Yu was not surprised to see this introduction, just like the Abomination gene and the Hulk gene. After all, the G-virus and the T-virus come from the same source. It's not bad to have 50% experience value. Soon, Weskier's genes were absorbed by Lin Yu. The main experience value of the Biochemical Technology Tree has also reached 3,320 points. But the next upgrade seems a bit far away, because the total number of experience points required for the next upgrade is 6,000 points. There are still 2,680 points left before upgrade. It may be a bit difficult to complete the next trunk upgrade on Earth. But Lin Yu had already made plans. If you don't have enough experience points on Earth, go to other planets. Anyway, my portal is almost completed. Half an hour later, with a look of excitement still on his face, Weskier came to Lin Yu's office. He has tested his current strength and physical fitness. It made him so excited. The powerful strength, terrifying speed, and abnormal recovery ability all made him obsessed. Now, even if Lin Yu asked him to challenge a Leviathan beast, he would never hesitate. "Boss, are you looking for me?" Weskier asked slightly excitedly. "How are you? Have you adapted to your new body?" Lin Yu smiled. Weskier nodded hurriedly and said, "Boss, I feel great now. Are there any dangerous tasks for me to do?" He is really too excited now, and it seems that only a little excitement can calm down his excitement a little. Lin Yu pretended to be mysterious and said, "There is indeed a very dangerous task that you need to do, but before completing this dangerous task, there's one more thing that needs to be prepared." Hearing about the dangerous mission, Weskier immediately became energetic. Lin Yu continued, "You have also seen the power of the G virus, and the success rate has reached about 90%. Although it is still not guaranteed to be completely successful, it may be difficult to improve it in the near future. So, I think it's time for all members of the armed forces to be injected with the G virus." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Weskier's eyes suddenly brightened. He has truly felt the power of the G virus. If all of his men were injected with this powerful virus, they would definitely become the most terrifying army on the planet. As for the 10% chance of failure, Weskier felt that no one would consider that kind of thing. It is estimated that even if there is only a 50% chance of success, my subordinates will go crazy and want to inject it. Not to mention that now the chance of success is a full 90%. Boss, you're really the best boss in the world. Weskier really doesn't know how to flatter. But Lin Yu's already felt his mood. After curling his lips, Lin Yu's expression became solemn again. However, it must be explained clearly to everyone, and the injection must be voluntary. Those who do not want the injection must not be forced. Moreover, even if they do not get the injection, they cannot be excluded. Instead, some easy jobs can be arranged for those who have not been vaccinated. It is absolutely not allowed. Disharmony is allowed. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Weskier's expression became more solemn. Please give me flowers. Although most of the guys in the umbrella company's armed forces like strong force, there are also some who care about their families. On this point, Weskier also agreed with Lin Yu. In addition, for those whose injections failed, their families must be given adequate compensation and triple the death compensation. Family members of those who died after failed injection of the G virus will have their living standards raised by 1 level in addition to 3 times the compassionate allowance, and their lifelong benefits will remain unchanged. After that, Lin Yu said a lot to Weskier. The most common problem is how to deal with those who failed to integrate the G virus and their families. In this regard, Lin Yu never hesitates. This is one of the reasons why Umbrella Company employees can remain loyal. Soon Weskier took the order and left. He went to prepare for the injection. It is expected that Lin Yu's Biochemical Emergency Response Force will become a truly powerful force before long. Everything is done by subordinates. Lin Yu seemed to be free again. But Alice received another call. The call was from Lin Yu's old friend, the vice president. After the last meeting, he had been thinking about what Lin Yu said. My daughter is still young, and without that leg, she has completely lost the happiness that a young girl should have. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and asked about whether his daughter's leg could be cured. Alice did not give him a clear answer, but reported this question to Lin Yu. At the same time, Killian, who had killed many of his men by Alice and took away Maya Hansen, also made new moves. He was not willing to fail like this. His grudge against Tony Stark has not yet been avenged. He still has a greater wish that has not been realized, although he didn't dare to fight the Umbrella Company. However, the world is very big, and he can realize his wish without confronting the Umbrella Company. And, although his extremis is not completely perfect, it can already give people very powerful power. Although Maya Hansen has left, she still has the ability to manufacture extremis on a large scale. After Alice took Maya Hansen away, he created many powerful minions through extremis. Finally, everything is ready. Killian felt that he could finally realize his wish. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number again. The call is connected. The vice president's voice came through the microphone. He has contacted the vice president several times, but he only contacted him emotionally and did not reveal his true purpose. And this time, he directly told his trump card without any hesitation. Your Excellency Vice President, I can cure your daughter's leg. On the top floor of the Umbrella Company headquarters building, in Lin Yu's office. The vice president held up his mobile phone and looked at the boss of the Umbrella Company with his legs crossed in front of him, looking confused. Killian has been planning this for a long time. He learned about the vice president's daughter's leg disability through various channels. Then he got connected with the vice president through connections. But he had never really acted before. At that time, Extremis was not very perfect. Definitely, it's not particularly perfect now. But after Maya Hansen was snatched away by Lin Yu, Extremis research came to a standstill. He was forced to use the existing Extremis to seduce the vice president. As long as the vice president is willing to cooperate with him, he can start to implement the next step of the plan. But When he confidently believed that he could cure the vice president's daughter's leg, the vice president would be quite shocked. On the phone, there was a sudden silence. Killian was a little confused. Could it be that the vice president was too shocked? I was speechless for a moment. 107. It's not right. I haven't introduced why I was able to heal his daughter's leg, nor have I shown him the video I prepared. He shouldn't be shocked by his words. Then, why didn't he speak? Your Excellency, Vice President? Killian asked softly. On the top floor of the umbrella company's Raccoon City headquarters building, in Lin Yu's office. Lin Yu, whose body has been enhanced numerous times, has naturally strong hearing. He clearly heard the voice on the vice president's phone. And Lin Yu also naturally saw the vice president's current embarrassment. It's not that the vice president doesn't believe in Lin Yu. He just doesn't want to miss every opportunity to cure his daughter's disability. He didn't want to say no to Killian. But in front of Lin Yu, he didn't dare to talk nonsense. So he hadn't figured out how to reply to the other party. But at this time, Lin Yu suddenly smiled and said, "It's better to have less contact with terrorists like Killian." As soon as these words were spoken, the vice president's expression suddenly changed. He didn't understand why Lin Yu knew it was Killian who was talking to him. But, more importantly, he had to pay attention to the message Lin Yu's words sent to him. After all, his ability to sit in the position of vice president is all due to the umbrella company. They can lift themselves up, and they can also pull themselves down. The vice president showed no hesitation and said into the phone, "You've dialed the wrong number. Goodbye." Then, he hung up the phone directly. He is still very smart to be the vice president. Between Killian and Lin Yu, the choice is too simple. In Lin Yu's office, Lin Yu and the vice president started chatting again. The method given by Lin Yu is very simple. There are two options. One is to inject the G virus, which has a 90% success rate. After success, the body will become stronger and there will be no worries. The other one is another method that Lin Yu came up with after asking Alexia. That is, after research by Alexia and Maya Hansen, they diluted the G virus and then added more extremist elements to achieve a 100% success rate, but they lost the enhancement of the body by the G virus. At the same time, they also needed in the days to come, re-injections will be given every month or so. Obviously, among the two choices, the vice president prefers the latter. After all, the latter has no chance of failure. But this also means that his daughter will have to rely on drugs provided by the umbrella company to stay healthy in the future. In other words, he may never be able to escape the control of the umbrella company again. But so what? I can't live without the umbrella company anyway. At the same time, Killian was hung up on and was stunned. Wrong number? What a joke. I have called this phone number several times. Moreover, Killian also recognized the vice president's voice from the accent on the phone. Damn wrong number. Killian's face became increasingly ugly. His heart is becoming more and more crazy. "Come here," Killian yelled outside. Several men hurriedly pushed the door open and walked in. These subordinates are all guys injected with extremists. Killian narrowed his eyes and then made arrangements for his men. He urgently needs to vent now. The idea of controlling the vice president appears to have failed. Then fulfill your other wish first. Killian has been secretly infatuated with Tony Stark's secretary, Pepper Potts, for a long time. But he has been holding back. He wanted to completely complete his big plan before taking action against Pepper Potts. But now there seems to be a problem with both extremist research and the idea of controlling the vice president. He feels that he must succeed in something to prove himself. Then, a plan to kidnap Pepper Potts, Iron Man Tony Stark's secretary, was born. And at the moment, Umbrella Company, Lin Yu sent the vice president away and agreed that he would send his daughter over for treatment in 2 days. Lin Yu returned to the Hive underground base again. At this time, Weskier had already made preliminary preparations for injecting all members with the G virus. He has informed every subordinate who wants to be injected with the G virus, everything about the G virus and the compensation order issued by Lin Yu. In the entire Biochemical Emergency Response Force, a total of 10,000 people, not one person flinched. Everyone chose to be injected with the G virus. Soon, Under Lin Yu's arrangement, a total of 10,000 armed members of the Umbrella Company began the operation of injecting the G-virus. But this is not a task that can be completed quickly. After all, the integration speed of G-virus is not particularly fast. It takes one person at least about an hour. Moreover, it cannot be injected anywhere else, only in a special sealed room in the virus laboratory, because Lin Yu doesn't want the virus to leak to the entire hive. According to Alexia's estimation, this grand injection operation will take at least 10 days to complete. This is the fastest expected speed that Alexia and Maya Hansen can achieve if they take turns on duty. After 10 days, the strength of the Umbrella Company will rise to a new level again. At the same time, in the process, the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory also has the latest news. Soon, Lin Yu took Alice to the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory again. Right away, Abigail excitedly reported her latest research results to Lin Yu. Boss, the Hunter 3.9 Hunter armor has fully entered the mass production stage. All machines are fully loaded and should be able to produce about 100 Hunter-type steel battle suits every day. As for the Tyrant steel battle suit, all the basic experimental work has been basically completed, and it will soon reach the goal of mass production. However, there's still one thing that the boss needs to help solve. The excitement on Abigail's face gradually calmed down, and then she said, "The Tyrant's body is too heavy, and his power is too strong. Even aerospace metal cannot allow him to fully exert his strongest combat effectiveness. So, I made a lot of adjustments in terms of metal selection. But now I can find only one kind of metal that can carry the Tyrant's terrifying power, and its name is vibranium. However, our company Vibranium doesn't have much inventory, not even enough for a steel battle suit." Lin Yu quickly understood Abigail's words. This time she asked herself to come. Reporting the results was secondary. The most important thing was to ask Lin Yu to help find a solution. The Tyrant's fighting power is really too strong. Not only is his body weight very strong, his strength is also much stronger than other biological species. Therefore, the kind of aerospace metal used in the Hunter armor is completely unable to meet the needs of the Tyrant. Even the armor made of aerospace metal would affect his performance. But, wanting to make a steel battle suit entirely out of vibranium, Umbrella Company didn't have enough inventory. Abigail also knew how precious vibranium was, but in her eyes, she always felt that her boss was omnipotent. Therefore, I tentatively asked the boss if he could get vibranium. If he can get it, use vibranium materials to make a steel battle suit for the Tyrant. If you can't get it, then just use aerospace metal to make up for it. But, after hearing Abigail's words, Lin Yu smiled knowingly. Then, he said to Abigail, "Let's use aerospace metal first, and then make a batch of steel battle suits." Lin Yu's words made Abigail feel a little discouraged. The meaning of this sentence sounds obvious. It seems that vibranium should be gone. However, Lin Yu went on to say, the Tyrant steel battle suit does not need to use very good metal. Their 14 original combat effectiveness is already very strong. The steel battle suit only needs to help them increase their mobility. Wait for the biochemical. All the young men in the emergency response force have been injected with the G virus. So the best thing to do is to give them all a steel battle suit made of vibranium. Lin Yu's words made Abigail excited again. It's not that the boss can't get vibranium, but he wants to use vibranium on his own people, not on the Tyrant. The Tyrant is, after all, just a biological monster. Even if a lot of people die, Lin Bao won't feel bad. But those members of the armed forces are different. They're all real human beings. Moreover, they are all loyal to Lin Yu, so they're the ones who deserve higher equipment and treatment. However, there was another point that made Abigail a little confused and asked, "Boss, can you really get so much vibranium?" Vibranium is extremely rare in the world. The Umbrella Company's inventory was because they were too rich, so they spent a lot of money to buy some. Hearing Abigail's question, Lin Yu smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "Just wait, vibranium will be there." As a time traveler, Lin Yu naturally knows where vibranium is. Although Black Panther has not yet appeared in the outside world, Lin Yu has always known about the existence of Wakanda. Lin Yu naturally also watched the movie Black Panther in his previous life. Therefore, Lin Yu also knows that there are countless vibranium in Wakanda. But there's a problem, which is more serious. That is, Wakanda's defense is relatively strong. In the movie, Thanos' Vanguard army has a hard time breaking through that defense. Although Lin Yu believed in his biochemical army, this head-on approach was a bit silly. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had already thought of a better way. But still need to wait a little bit. 5 days later, Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City Hive underground base. In the training ground, Lin Yu put his hands behind his back and quietly watched the training of armed members of the Umbrella Company after being injected with the 10,000 G virus, and successfully. They were all quite excited. Having gained such powerful strength, these guys were unable to fully adapt to their bodies for a while. So far, about 5,000 people have been injected with the G virus. Moreover, the probability of success is very high. A full 96% or so. Much better than expected. Alexia attributed this high success rate to the fact that the injectors were originally very physically fit. Strong physical fitness greatly improves the success rate of injections. At the moment, on the training ground, Weskier is leading his men to adapt to their bodies. Some are doing exercise with equipment, and some are doing actual combat. However, when they saw Lin Yu arriving, everyone immediately stopped their training and hurriedly saluted their boss. All members of the Umbrella Company's armed forces respect their bosses very much. Originally, Lin Yu was very generous and caring towards his own people. In addition, now that they have gained so much power because of their boss, they respect Lin Yu even more. Lin Yu smiled and nodded to his loyal subordinates without any pretense of being a big boss. And this time, just when Lin Yu was inspecting the training of his men, in Lin Yu's mind, a system prompt suddenly sounded. The system has been silent for many days. As soon as it appeared, it brought good news to Lin Yu. Ding! The appearance of the perfect integrator of extremists has been detected. Please go to the host to obtain it as soon as possible. Although extremists is a semi-finished product, there is a certain chance that a perfect integrate will appear. The genes of the perfect integrator are very powerful and can be absorbed by the Biochemical Technology Tree. Lin Yu was slightly startled by this system prompt. Unexpectedly, the semi-finished extremist can actually produce a perfect integrator. Lin Yu hurriedly asked the Red Queen to conduct detection. A few seconds later, Hong Miao's voice rang in Lin Yu's mind. Boss, it was detected that in a warehouse in a small town in the suburbs of New York, a woman was receiving an injection of extremists. Based on her appearance search, it was determined that the person's name was Pepper Potts, who is the son of Stark Industrial Group CEO Tony Stark. Secretary. Beside her, there are a total of 30 human males. Through testing, they should all be hosts of extremists. Lin Yu was slightly startled by the Red Queen's words. Obviously, the 30 human males mentioned by the Red Queen should all be Killian's subordinates. Killian is really a talent. Unexpectedly, he still embarked on this path when his appearance changed so many plots. It seems that he has a soft spot for Pepper Potts. But Lin Yu has no time to worry about that. The most important thing is to get the genes of Pepper Potts as soon as possible. At this moment, Lin Yu raised his head, looked at the group of overly energetic guys in front of him, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Then, he said to Weskier not far away, Weskier, come here. Hearing Lin Yu calling him, Weskier hurriedly ran a few steps and came to Lin Yu. There was still some excitement on his face. Seeing that his team is getting stronger and stronger, the person in charge of the Umbrella Company's armed forces, is still very happy. I see you are all so excited, so let's go out and practice your skills. I'll give you a task, Lin Yu said slowly. A few minutes later, a total of 50 large transport helicopters took off from a secret base of the Umbrella Company. Weskier, with his somewhat over-energetic team members, flew to 39 cargo ports in eastern New York. There were a total of 50 large transport helicopters, each with 100 extremely excited armed members of the Umbrella Company who had just been successfully injected with the G virus. A total of 5,000 people were dispatched at the same time. They were full of expectations for their first mission after integrating the G virus. Looking forward to showing off my skills. And at the moment, in a warehouse, a small town in the suburbs of New York, Killian was standing on a high platform, speaking to the 30 men who had integrated extremists below. The 30 subordinates, although some were male and some were female, some were fat and some were thin, were all dressed differently and looked a little uneven when standing together. But Killian has great trust in them. These people, after all, have successfully integrated extremists. Each one is a powerful warrior. If placed on a battlefield, it would definitely be 1 against 100. It's time to show your powerful power. Your opponent is just a turtle hiding in steel armor. When he comes, let him understand what the real risk is. Killian knew that if she captured Pepper Potts, Tony Stark would definitely come to save her. At that time, I will kill Tony Stark in front of Pepper Potts. Not only can he avenge the hatred of the past, but he can also make Pepper Potts understand how powerful he is. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Below, 30 strong men who had been injected with extremists shouted crazily after hearing their boss's speech. Full of momentum, Tony Stark is indeed on his way here. But he learned that when Pepper Potts was captured, he was performing a mission in Northern Europe with his Avengers teammates. So, if you want to get here, it will take at least some time. And at the moment, Killian and his 30 men injected with extremists have laid a dragnet, just waiting for Tony Stark to arrive. At this moment, 30 of Killian's men were quietly patrolling around the warehouse. Their eyes have been slowly staring at the sky. They already knew who they were going to face. That's the legendary Iron Man. But although they knew who they were going to face, they didn't have any fear in their hearts. After being injected with extremists, they felt like gods. The power on his body is as powerful as a dream, and the most terrifying thing is that he can release intense high temperature, which can not only be used to attack, but also can make his severed limbs. These people, before being injected with extremists, were all disabled. Most of them were retired soldiers. He was discharged from the army after being wounded on the battlefield. The basic experience is very similar to that of the dead Severin. Essentially, they're still the same soldiers, but now they serve Killian. And in warehouse, trapped on the experimental bed, Pepper Potts' body is still being modified by extremists. It looks like the situation is good and the chances of the transformation being successful are high. But what makes Killian a little confused is that the integration speed of Pepper Potts and extremists is a bit slow. Normally, 2 or 3 hours at most are enough for other people to integrate extremists. However, it had been more than 4 hours since Pepper Potts injected extremists. So far, it seems that it is still being integrated. If Maya Hansen were here, I could study it carefully. Unfortunately, Maya Hansen has been taken away by Umbrella. Killian doesn't think Maya Hansen, who was taken away by the Umbrella Company, can come back again. I'm afraid the situation is already in danger. In Killian's heart, he had given up hope on Maya Hansen. While Killian was quietly waiting for Tony Stark to arrive, he suddenly heard a roar. Like a helicopter, and definitely more than one helicopter. Killian's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, could it be that Tony Stark is here? But then he had some doubts. If it was Tony Stark, why did he come by helicopter? Shouldn't he just fly over wearing a steel battle suit? Very strange. But Killian didn't panic. He didn't go out, but stood quietly next to Pepper Potts. No matter how strong Tony Stark is, even if he defeats 30 of his men, he still can't defeat himself. After all, he has his most beloved person in his hands. Killian's face showed a smile as if his conspiracy had succeeded. At the same time, outside the warehouse, Killian's 30 men also heard the rumbling sound. Then they saw some small spots of light appearing in the sky, flashing one after another. Since it was night, they couldn't see the helicopter, they could only see the lights on the plane flashing. Everyone gathered in front of the warehouse and waited quietly. Soon, those helicopters arrived above everyone's heads. See clearly what it is. That was not an ordinary helicopter, but a huge transport helicopter. Compared with ordinary helicopters, these transport helicopters are larger in size. Moreover, the number is also a bit scary. A total of 50 transport helicopters were lined up in the sky, blocking out the sky and the sun. Killian's 30 men suddenly had some bad premonitions in their hearts. It seems something is not quite right. This shouldn't be Tony Stark. It's certainly not his steel battle suit. But what is inside those transport helicopters? At this time, in the sky, a transport helicopter nearly 50 meters above the ground slowly opened its rear hatch. Then, while all Killian's men were stunned, a humanoid black figure jumped directly from the opening door of the transport helicopter. At this distance, jump down directly? Most of Killian's men are veterans, so they naturally know that it is impossible to use a parachute at such a distance. There was no time to open the parachute. What do they want to do? 30 guys injected with extremists slowly backed away. They didn't want to be splashed with blood and minced meat by the guy who was smashed into a pulp. There was a buzzing sound in the sky. Finally, the black figure finally landed on the ground. The deafening sound reached everyone's ears, and the ground shook slightly. Smoke and dust were everywhere. The darkness, coupled with the thick dust, prevented everyone from seeing the man's condition clearly for a while. But soon, the smoke gradually dispersed in the breeze. The black figure was also revealed. But what surprised everyone was that the man in black was standing on the ground intact. Under his feet, the concrete floor had completely collapsed and turned into a big pit. And he was fine. That man was wearing a black combat uniform. He was short, his hair was neatly combed back, and he even wore sunglasses in the dark night. Pretentious to the extreme. On his clothes, there's an obvious red and white umbrella-shaped pattern on the left chest. But when they saw this sign, everyone was so frightened that they took 2 steps back. This sign is still recognized by everyone present. After all, the Umbrella Company is so famous. But how could he be from the Umbrella Company? Shouldn't it be Tony Stark? Even if there were reinforcements called by Tony Stark, they would at most be people from SHIELD. Why is Tony also related to the Umbrella Company? Everyone had a vague premonition in their hearts. And just then, in the sky, suddenly another black shadow fell from the sky. Someone else jumped out of the transport helicopter. Then, 30 of Killian's men hurriedly raised their heads and looked at the sky. For a moment, I was so scared that my soul almost flew away. In the sky, there were densely packed black figures which seemed to block out the sky and the sun. All of them actually jumped off the transport helicopter. They're all crazy. Wrong. They can all withstand the terrifying impact of falling from such a height. The first guy, Wang Zhao, wasn't he just standing there safe and sound? Boom, 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 boom. With countless violent collisions and dust flying all over the sky. The 5,000 members of the Umbrella Company's Biochemical Emergency Response Force, who had successfully integrated the G virus, all jumped directly from the sky. The dark figures directly surrounded the entire warehouse. They were all silent, but with quite excited expressions on their faces. If I had to perform this kind of task before, I would not dare to jump directly. But now, after integrating the G virus, my body is so powerful that I jumped from such a high place and my body was not injured at all, which is really refreshing. Finally, the dust dispersed, and some guys who had their feet stuck in the earth also pulled their feet out. And this time, next to Weskier, a subordinate came up to Weskier's side, frowned and asked, "Captain, where is our enemy?" He looked left and right, like the 20 or 30 humans in front of him near the warehouse. Is it possible? Just them? Weskier is confused now. Linyu didn't tell him how many enemies there were, but just arranged a task for him to obtain blood. What he didn't expect was that when he got here, he only saw 30 enemies, if they could be considered enemies. These people are dressed like a group of street gangsters. His hair was also dyed colorful, and he could not be associated with the enemy at all. And, even the enemy, 30 is too few. Weskier was confused. But the 30 of Killian's men were even more confused. What they were waiting for here was Iron Man Tony, but unexpectedly a group of people from the Umbrella Company arrived. And, most importantly, those thousands of guys from the Umbrella Company are really terrifying. They actually jumped out of the helicopter with their bodies intact. How amazing are their bodies? Killian's men have also tried many times on their own bodies after being injected with extremis. However, they would never dare to jump from such a high place, because even though extremis has given them powerful recovery abilities, if they fall to the ground from such a height, their vital organs will definitely be smashed into pulp. 30 of Killian's men slowly retreated. They came together, back to back, nervously looking at the men in black around them. And around them, 5,863,000 armed members of the Umbrella Company looked blankly at the people surrounded by them, as if they hadn't figured out what to do for a while. These people don't even have a pistol in their hands. How to spell? Do you spit and drown them? But there are also some guys who have just been injected with extremis, and they don't have very good control over the forces in their bodies. At this tense moment, a red light suddenly lit up on several of Killian's men. It was like a volcano erupted in their bodies. Seeing this scene, Weskier's eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out that these guys in front of me are not ordinary people. All the armed members of the Umbrella Company also became excited. These guys seem to have some skills. Everyone started gearing up. Suddenly, the scene turned from extremely embarrassing to chaos. Weskier and his men had already despaired that there would be no fighting in this mission. However, those Killian's men actually gave him hope again. "Captain, let me go up. I'll fight them one-on-one." "No, Captain, let me go. I've just been injected with the G virus, and I haven't had time to adapt yet. I just want to practice with them." "Captain, I'm going." "Captain, please, Bep, give them to me." For a time, these guys who had been injected with extremis turn out to be a hot commodity. Weskier's head was about to explode. How could a perfectly good mission end up like this? We must not encourage such unhealthy tendencies. You all get out of the way. As the captain, I must be the one to deal with these powerful enemies. Weskier took off his sunglasses, threw them away, and was about to charge forward. It's better to strike first. But at this time, the door of the warehouse was suddenly pushed open from inside. Killian, who was more confused than everyone else, walked out. Seeing the thousands of armed members of the Umbrella Company in front of him, he was completely stunned. Just now, when he was inside the warehouse, he heard something going on outside that seemed to be wrong. At this glance, something was definitely wrong. The person who came was not Tony Stark, but the Umbrella Corporation. And there's so many people. He felt suddenly sad. Why am I always targeted by Umbrella companies? Killian really didn't want to go up against Umbrella. Although he didn't see the scene where Weskier and his men fell from the sky just now, he already knew that he couldn't afford to offend the Umbrella Company at all. But just when Killian was about to explain something, Weskier suddenly moved. He didn't want to give the other party a chance to explain. "It's hard to get out. How can I do it without a good fight?" Weskier directly handed a black suitcase in his hand to the arms of a subordinate next to him. Then he ordered, "You go inside and draw blood." After saying that, Weskier rushed forward. These guys must be very strong. This is a good opportunity to test your own strength. The guy who was ordered to draw blood suddenly looked ugly. However, he cannot disobey Weskier's orders. I can only walk quietly into the warehouse. And at the moment, Weskier had turned into a black shadow and instantly arrived in front of one of Killian's men. Punch out. Extremely fast. Killian's men were shot away by Weskier. In the sky, he spurted blood. Weskier didn't hold back. When he was in the base, he was almost exhausted. Training every day and fighting against your own people every day, you can't use your full strength. It's not satisfying at all. Now that I have such a good opportunity, I naturally want to fight hard. Seeing one of his subordinates being suddenly knocked away by the opponent, Killian's expression suddenly changed. His remaining 29 men were also shocked, because Weskier's movements were really too fast. They didn't react at all. He came in front of them like a gust of wind. But after the guy who was knocked out landed on the ground, a strong red light suddenly appeared on his body. Immediately afterwards, he stood up again. The body seems to be unscathed. Weskier's eyes brightened even more. These people really have some skills. With that punch of his, even an elephant would definitely be killed. However, he acted as if nothing was wrong. This is simply a natural living target. What made the armed members of the Umbrella Company even more excited was that after seeing their teammates being knocked away, the more than 30 people in the encirclement all glowed with red light. They actually all have that kind of terrifying recovery ability. At this moment, everyone couldn't bear it any longer, and a large area of black clouds came over them, and they were all hit. Even Killian, who was yelling crazily and explaining something, was surrounded by at least 100 people. This is a completely unfair fight. 5,000 people against 31 makes Killian feel pitiful just thinking about it. However, there must be something hateful about poor people. Weskier dared to take action against these people, and he wasn't like a madman biting everyone he saw. As the head of the Umbrella Company's armed forces, he is not just a martial arts fanatic. Before doing a task, he will search a lot of information and make a lot of preparations for the task. So, of course he knows what Killian is. This kind of guy, with a group of morbid lunatics, has no other use than practicing. But the Umbrella Company sent out too many people this time. It takes hundreds of people to get one enemy. It's simply exaggerated to the extreme. The opportunities to take action are really pitiful. But just as the armed members of the Umbrella Company were pitifully scrambling for opportunities to take action, in the sky, many light spots suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a group of steel armors quickly approached and hovered in the sky. Tony Stark himself hasn't even arrived yet, but dozens of different versions of his steel battle suits have already arrived ahead of schedule. And at the moment, on the ground, the eyes of the 5,000 armed members of the Umbrella Company lit up again. Another enemy is coming. At the moment, Tony Stark was flying quickly to Killian's location, but his current location is too far away. He could only let JRVS control the dozens of steel battlesuits he had made before and get there first. These dozens of steel battlesuits were all recently developed by Tony Stark. Each one has a different history. Through the control of JRVS, they can act independently. No one needs to be in it at all. But when those different models of steel battlesuits arrived on the battlefield, and JRVS projected the scene pictures in front of Tony through the camera equipment on the steel battlesuits, he was stunned. Why, so many people? Turns out they're all from the Umbrella Company. Tony could clearly see the obvious Umbrella Company logo on those people. Why are the Umbrella people here? Could it be that they are here to help him rescue Shao-La? And Tony also saw the 31 Killian men surrounded by people from the Umbrella Company. Each of these Killian's men was shining with fiery red light. Obviously, he was beaten badly. However, whenever they are injured, the power of extremists in their bodies will restore their bodies. This ability has now become the reason why they are miserable. However, fortunately, after such a long period of beating, the fiery red light on their bodies became weaker and weaker. Obviously, extremists cannot provide the energy needed to restore the body forever like a perpetual motion machine. Seeing all this, Tony has basically understood the situation at the scene. Those people from the Umbrella Company seem to be here to help me. And at the moment, just when Killian's men couldn't hold it anymore, dozens of steel battle suits suddenly appeared in the sky. But this time, the armed members of the Umbrella Company finally reacted quickly. With their previous experience, they knew very well that if they didn't hurry up, the enemy would be robbed. A group of people, using all their strength, jumped up and arrived in front of those steel battle suits in the sky. After integrating the G-Virus, their jumping ability is terrifying. He saw this horrifying scene in the video footage of Tony Stark's steel battlesuit head. Thousands of men in black jumped tens of meters into the air and came directly in front of their steel battlesuits. With one punch, one of his steel battlesuits flew away. The scene in front of him also quickly reversed. Then, he suddenly fell to the ground. In just a few seconds, all of his steel battlesuits turned into a pile of scrap metal. Tony Stark is confused. Could it be that they are not here to help you? Before Tony Stark arrived, Weskier took his team and boarded the Umbrella Company's transport helicopter again. Killian and others also died because the power of extremists gradually failed and their injuries were too severe. As for Pepper Potts, he is still sleeping quietly in the warehouse. An incredible change seemed to have taken place in her body. This unfinished extremis seems to be perfectly integrated with her body. When Tony Stark arrived at the scene, he only saw steel fragments and more than 30 beaten bodies. Killian is also on the list. However, what made Tony breathe a long sigh of relief was that his girlfriend was still intact. However, there is something very loving about her. Half an hour later, Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City Hive underground base. Weskier quickly sent Pepper Potts' genes to Lin Yu's office. The system's introduction to this gene also appeared in Lin Yu's site. Gene name: Extremis Perfect Integrated Gene. Gene strength: 4 stars. Experience points available: 480 points. Gene contains ability ranking: Strength 50, Agility 50, Defense 50, Attack 50, Special, High Temperature, 140, Special Recovery Ability, 140 inch. Seeing this experience value, Lin Yu couldn't help but get excited. Unexpectedly, Pepper Potts could provide so much experience value. Although the Umbrella Company already has T-Virus and G-Virus, Lin Yu no longer cares about Extremis, but it has to be said that it does have its own advantages. This high temperature and the ability to recover are very powerful. You go out first. Lin Yu took the Pepper Potts gene from Weskier's hand and said to Weskier. Weskier originally wanted to complain to his boss that there were too few enemies, but seeing Lin Yu's expression, he didn't dare to say anything more and turned around and walked out. After Weskier left, in Lin Yu's hand, light flashed. Pepper Potts' genes disappeared in his hands. At the same time, the Biochemical Technology Tree system in Lin Yu's mind instantly burst into violent light. The experience points of the 5 branches instantly soared by a large amount. The main experience points have also increased from 3,320 points to 3,800 points, which is one step closer to the 6,000 points required for advancement. But this time, Lin Yu gained greater benefits by absorbing the genes of Extremis Perfect Integrator. First, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that there was a burst of heat in his body. He hurriedly looked at his hands, and as soon as he thought about it, a terrifying high temperature appeared on his hands. Please give me flowers? I actually gained the power of high temperature in Extremis. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu excitedly picked up a dagger and swiped it lightly in the palm of his hand. A wound suddenly appeared, but soon, a severe high temperature appeared on the wound. Along with the high temperature, the wound recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did I gain the power of high temperatures in Extremis, but I also learned its terrifying recovery ability. This is not the end. Lin Yu looked at the biological culture tank in his mind. Vaguely, you can see that there seems to be a fiery red light flashing in the body of the first-generation Tyrant. The first-generation Tyrant also gained the same ability as himself. Lin Yu hurriedly walked out of his office and came to a training ground in the Hive underground base. After the last experience, Lin Yu no longer dared to summon the Tyrant in his office. Its size is really too tall. At this time, a light flashed in front of Lin Yu, and the Tyrant's figure appeared in the training ground. Its appearance has not changed much from before, but Lin Yu could see that there was a faint fiery red light on its chest between its breaths. Lin Yu closed his eyes, and then the god's telekinesis came into the Tyrant's body. Under Lin Yu's control, the Tyrant's hands turned fiery red at the same time. Really, today's Tyrant already has the power zone of Extremis. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu controlled the Tyrant and gently grabbed a metal table nearby with his hand. The table slowly shape-shifted and finally turned into a puddle of liquid. A few minutes later, after testing the current strength of the Tyrant, Lin Yu quit controlling the Tyrant. His face also showed excitement. The first-generation Tyrant finally evolved. So, since its power comes from Extremis, let's call it Extremis Tyrant. The emergence of the desperate Tyrant has once again enhanced the strength of Lin Yu's biochemical army. The Tyrant's combat ability has also become more powerful. Not only the offensive ability and means have been greatly increased, but the powerful recovery ability also makes it more adaptable to various combat environments. It is both offensive and defensive invincible, and at the moment, Just when Lin Yu was about to return to his office, another piece of good news reached Lin Yu's ears through the Red Queen. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he became even more excited. It seems that it's time to make your next plan, Lin Yu said to himself. Soon, Lin Yu walked out of the training ground. Then, came to a secret laboratory. This laboratory was only established recently. Moreover, it was established for Dr. Eric. At the moment, in this laboratory, Dr. Eric also has several assistants provided to him by the Umbrella Company, who are working hard on a machine. This machine looks somewhat similar to the machine from the previous Battle of New York. However, it is smaller. Moreover, it has become sideways. As soon as Lin Yu entered the door, he saw a dark blue light suddenly emitting from the machine. Then, the light gradually condensed into a blue light spot more than 10 meters away. The light spot slowly expanded and gradually turned into a portal. It was exactly the same as the previous portal over New York, only much smaller. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu suddenly became even more excited. With the portal 580, nothing can stop the development of the Umbrella Company. Lin Yu hurriedly came up and asked, Dr. Eric, where does this portal lead to? At the moment, Dr. Eric was still extremely excited. Without even looking back, he pointed directly to a room next to him. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and looked in the direction pointed by Dr. Eric. Really, in that room, the same blue light was seen. At this time, Eric seemed to realize who had just asked him. He turned around hurriedly and said to Lin Yu with a smile, Boss, the picture is here. In the days since he came to Umbrella Company, Eric has been deeply shocked by the power of Umbrella Company. He often goes out for walks, but he has only visited less than 1/10 of the Hive underground base. Obviously, the underground base where he is located is huge and terrifying. Although Dr. Eric only knows how to do research, he is not a fool. Naturally, we understand that Lin Yu, the boss of the Umbrella Company, is definitely not an ordinary person. However, Lin Yu didn't pay attention to Dr. Eric's attitude. He was most concerned about the portal now. Is this portal meant to go wherever you want? Lin Yu asked. Hearing this question, Dr. Eric shook his head and said, This portal can span countless galaxies, but it doesn't just go wherever you want. Because this portal is two-way. If you want to open the portal on the other side, you must have a positioning device. Now, I put a positioning device in that room to open the two rooms. The portal, Dr. Eric said slowly. After hearing this explanation, I also understood. He vaguely remembered that in the plot of Avengers 1, Loki placed a positioning device on the Chitauri army in advance to open the portal between the Earth and the Chitauri. Putting it this way, it doesn't seem to be very easy for me to use this portal to go to other planets. But, at this time, Dr. Eric added, however, it does not mean that you cannot go to other planets. This Tesseract can actually be used alone. If you use the Tesseract alone, there are no restrictions on the locator. However, if you use Tesseract alone to travel through space, you can only perform a one-time shuttle and cannot establish a long-term and stable portal. Also, there are two very severe limitations to using Tesseract alone. The first one is that if you want to use it, you must have a strong body. The average human body cannot withstand its backlash. Second, the place you want to go must have been to or seen before. Otherwise, Tesseract will not be able to take you to a place you have never been to. After hearing Dr. Eric's explanation, Lin Yu nodded slowly. Combining some knowledge from his previous life, Lin Yu probably understood what the Tesseract was. In the movie, both Loki and Thanos have used the Tesseract, or Space Gem. The locations they teleported to were places they had seen before. At the same time, their bodies are also very powerful. One is the Giants of Jotunheim, and the other is the Titan clan. That's why we can withstand the backlash of Space Gem. But, thinking of this, Lin Yu also had a bold idea. If there is anyone in the Marvel world who knows all the places in this world best, it must be you. I have seen all the planets and all the forces in the Marvel world. And, after many improvements in the Biochemical Technology Tree, my body should no longer be weaker than Loki, and may even be stronger than Thanos' body. Well, in this case, you can take the Tesseract and send the locator there first, and then come back and open the portal. so that your biochemical army and the armed forces of the Umbrella Company can pass by. Lin Yu immediately started trying. If the attempt is successful, it means that the biochemical army of your Umbrella Company can go wherever it wants. This is simply Lin Yu's dream. After closing the portal, Lin Yu directly picked up the Tesseract on the machine. Dr. Eric was slightly startled by Lin Yu's movements. He just wanted to stop Lin Yu's stupid behavior, but it was already too late. After picking up the Tesseract, Lin Yu gently closed his eyes. In Lin Yu's mind, the situation in his office emerged. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu suddenly felt that something like an electric current appeared on the Tesseract. Following his hands, it gradually spread throughout his entire body. Those things feel like electric current, but they are not electric current. It is more like a strange energy. Only when it is spread all over the body can it carry the entire body through space. At the same time, Lin Yu also felt that these energies seemed to be quite violent, running around in his body. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that this energy alone could burn that person's body to ashes. However, Lin Yu is no ordinary person. After several upgrades in the Biochemical Technology Tree, Lin Yu's body has become extremely powerful, and it also possesses the best characteristics of various genes. In Lin Yu's body, there is the power of the Hulk, the potential of the Captain of the United States, the psychokinesis of the T-Virus, the recovery ability of Extremis, the ice power of the giants of Jotunheim, and the thunder power of Thor. Horrible body. The combination of many forces created Lin Yu's abnormally strong body. Therefore, although the power from the Tesseract was violent, it was unable to cause any harm to Lin Yu. Even the recovery ability of Extremis is not used. Subsequently, a dark blue light flashed around Lin Yu's body and then suddenly disappeared. In the laboratory, Dr. Eric suddenly showed a look of extreme shock on his face. He just thought Lin Yu was just playing with it. Unexpectedly, I actually used that Tesseract to travel through space. For point 1, how could he withstand the Tesseract's backlash? Eric's heart suddenly set off a huge wave. He has been studying Tesseract for a long time. It can be said that no one on Earth knows Tesseract better than him. At the same time, we also know how powerful this Tesseract's backlash is. Ordinary humans, if they want to use the Tesseract to travel through space, will never succeed. The initial backlash will turn that person directly into ashes. But unexpectedly, Lin Yu, the boss of the Umbrella Company, became the boss. So how powerful is his body? Dr. Eric seems to have discovered a secret that no one knows. However, even if it succeeds, my body will soon be unable to bear it. If I want to use it next time, I will probably have to rest for a long time. Dr. Eric thought secretly, but at this time, rays of blue light flashed suddenly. Lin Yu held the Tesseract in both hands and appeared in front of Dr. Eric again. Dr. Eric was completely stunned by Lin Yu's behavior. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and looked at Lin Yu carefully. I looked left and right, and this time I was finally sure that Lin Yu's body was not damaged at all. Even his 2 hands holding the Tesseract showed no damage at all. "Boss, your body is too strong," Eric said weakly. After hearing Eric's words, Lin Yu realized that the secret of his body seemed to have finally been discovered. But the current Lin Yu is no longer the same person as before. Even if it is discovered, it is no big deal. After all, I am now strong enough to protect myself and those around me. Lin Yu smiled slightly and did not answer Eric's words, but handed the Tesseract to him again. "I'll ask someone to move you to a larger venue later, and then build a larger teleportation device," Lin Yu ordered calmly. "This place is okay for Dr. Eric's research, but it seems a bit small for deploying troops. Moreover, the portal created by this equipment is a bit small and cannot allow a large-scale biochemical army to pass through." After the explanation, Lin Yu left the place. And Lin Yu has also begun to prepare his next plan. The pace of Umbrella Company 14 will never be limited by the small Earth. In the future, umbrella companies will appear throughout the universe. But in the first step, Lin Yu still needs to prepare something good for his subordinates. A good thing that can greatly improve their survival ability. But now is not the time to do that. The large teleportation device that Eric was asked to make would have to wait 2 days before it could be made. The newly evolved Desperate Tyrant has not been cloned yet. Lin Yu bid farewell to Dr. Eric and immediately came to the cloning laboratory again. Although it is almost midnight, Dr. Isaac in the cloning laboratory is still working. It was true that the task given to him by Lin Yu was too heavy. Moreover, with the Chitauri corpses obtained in the Battle of New York, he must turn all of them into clone raw materials as soon as possible. When Lin Yu came to the cloning laboratory and placed the Desperate Tyrant in front of Dr. Isaac, he was surprised again. However, I'm also used to being surprised. Lin Yu comes up with something good every time. And he is just responsible for turning these good things into a group of good things. But cloning the Desperate Tyrant is not easy. After all, he is too big and consumes much more raw materials than an average hunter or licker. So, Lin Yu arranged for Isaac to clone only 10,000 animals. 10,000 Desperate Tyrants, plus 300,000 Frost Hunters, 200,000 Thunder Lickers, and some steel battlesuits manufactured by the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory are enough for the time being. 5 days later, everything is finally ready. Under Lin Yu's order, the Umbrella Company's Biochemical Emergency Response Force quickly assembled. It was still the same 5,000 people as last time. However, these 5,000 people are enough. The latest people who were successfully injected are still undergoing adaptive training. And since the base still needs manpower to patrol and protect, Lin Yu did not let them participate. At the moment, in a huge amount of training ground at the Umbrella Company's Raccoon City Hive underground base, 5,000 armed members of the Umbrella Company, led by West Skier, quietly stood in a square formation. Everyone was dressed in black, with stern faces like statues. Just by standing here motionless, these people had an extremely terrifying aura exuding from their bodies. All of them were injected with the G virus, and each one of them was a strong one against 100. But at this moment, they are a whole. An army that obeys Lin Yu's orders completely and unconditionally. Standing at the front of the team, Lin Yu looked around with cold eyes. What surprised everyone was that under the momentum of so many people, the boss didn't even do anything at all. Even his own momentum overshadowed the momentum of the entire team. At this moment, the armed members of these umbrella companies gradually understood that the strength of their bosses did not seem to be simple. Definitely, they don't know where Lin Yu's strength comes from. But they're not surprising. Lin Yu is powerful and easy to understand. There is no way that the boss of such a powerful umbrella company, the leader of an organization that can arrange for 10,000 people to be injected with the G virus at the same time, is an ordinary person. At the moment, Lin Yu said calmly, "Today's mission is different from the past. It may face a real battle, and the enemy is not an ordinary person. They have technological advantages that surpass the Earth countless times. However, you are all the most elite warriors of the Umbrella Company, and you are all heroes who are not afraid of death. I believe that no matter how strong the enemy is, they will never be your opponent." Lin Yu's every word made the soldiers' momentum increase. Lin Yu is actually quite good at motivating people. Moreover, his identity was originally there, and it was already very exciting to be able to stand in front of the soldiers and speak in person. After talking for a few words, Lin Yu finally looked at Weskier, one of his most trusted subordinates. "Weskier, let's go to Huaiqian." Lin Yu had already explained the details of this mission to Weskier before. Weskier didn't expect that the boss would be ready to carry out this task so quickly. He narrowed his eyes and became more and more excited. "Wakanda? Is there really such a place in the world?" Weskier thought to himself. When Lin Yu told him about Wakanda for the first time, he found it quite incredible. Until now, he still thinks so. Is there really a hidden super country on Earth? Since the boss said there is, then there must be. It's just that this time, the veil of this mysterious country will be lowered by myself. Soon, 5,000 armed members of the Umbrella Company set off under the leadership of Weskier. They didn't enjoy the battle 5 days ago at all. But today, judging from the boss's personal speech, we should be able to have a good fight. And at the same time, under Lin Yu's control, More than 500,000 biological culture chambers in the Umbrella Company's hive cloning laboratory were slowly opened. More than 500,000 biochemical monsters came out of the biological cultivation warehouse. When they're not participating in battles, they usually stay in these biological cultivation chambers. This is not only the place where they were born, but also the place where they rest. These biochemical monsters lined up in a long line, passed through the underground passage, and came to the king of a secret base connected to the hive underground base. And at the moment, Weskier also brought his men to this base a long time ago. Here is another large underground base built specifically for the portal by Linyu. It was built to enable large-scale transmission. Dr. Eric has already built a new and larger transmission device here. A teleportation device larger than the one during the Battle of New York. In the center of the device is the Tesseract, which emits a light blue light. 5,000 Umbrella Company Biochemical Emergency Response Force soldiers stood at the forefront. Behind them were 10,000 huge, desperate tyrants, 200,000 thunder lickers, 300,000 frost hunters, and 3,000 steel hunters who had already put on steel armor. 10 iron tyrants. Immediately afterwards, under the control of Dr. Eric, a violent blue light burst out from the front of the huge amounts of machine. A huge amounts of portal appeared directly in front of the team. Through the portal, you can see the jungle and grassland on the other side. It's still night in Raccoon City, but on the other side of the portal, it's already sunny. Obviously, that place should be on the other side of the earth. For Wakanda, Linyu's already had ideas. This mysterious high-tech country has always hidden their existence on the earth. Very few on earth know of their existence. Or rather, almost none. Even if anyone knew, it would probably only be the bald magician Ancient One. But after Linyu traveled to this world, he has not yet encountered the Ancient One. It's not like she cares much about Umbrella. Linyu remembered that in the previous life movie, the main responsibility of the Ancient One was actually to protect the Earth from being invaded by other dimensions. She doesn't care much about the internal strife on Earth. But although Linyu has not yet come into contact with the Ancient One, he has been paying attention to the whereabouts of the Ancient One. Just like during the Battle of New York, the Red Queen reported to Linyu that the Ancient One appeared in New York. However, as long as she did not take the initiative to attack the Umbrella Company, Linyu would not do anything to her first. As a time traveler, Linyu naturally knows the strength of Ancient One. On Earth in the Marvel Universe, Gu is probably the most powerful warrior. But Linyu had already prepared a way to deal with the Ancient One a long time ago. But Ancient One hasn't given him a chance to use that method yet. This time the Umbrella Company launches a massive attack on Wakanda, and Linyu estimates that there is a high possibility that the Ancient One will take action. Although the last time he was in New York, he also dispatched a huge biochemical army. But at that time, it was to deal with Chitauri and protect the Earth. But this time, it was pure aggression. Even if Ancient One intervenes to stop it, Linyu will not be surprised. So, when preparing to attack Wakanda, Linyu had already made preparations for the arrival of the Ancient One. For Wakanda, Linyu is destined to win. Even if Ancient One steps in to stop it, Linyu still has to do this. In Wakanda, there are vibranium resources that Linyu must obtain. Vibranium is considered a very precious metal in the entire universe. With these vibranium, Linyu can better arm his men and provide him with strong support for his future battles in the universe. And Linyu never thought of getting those vibranium from Wakanda in a gentle way, because Linyu didn't think the other party was willing to share vibranium with him. Rather than wasting time, it's better to grab what you want directly. That's why this army mobilization was launched. The Umbrella Company, if not mobilized, will be protected. As long as it is mobilized, it must move forward. A meadow in southern Africa. A blue portal slowly appeared. Immediately afterwards, in that portal, a group of warriors wearing black combat uniforms walked out. After they came out of the portal, they quickly became vigilant around them. Then, in the portal, there were a large number of black-clothed warriors walking out quickly. On the grass, a neat square array was formed. After all 5,000 Umbrella Company Biochemical Emergency Response troops passed through the portal, They were followed by huge amounts of 10,000 desperate tyrants. Every step they took made the surrounding earth tremble slightly. Then, 200,000 thunder lickers, 300,000 frost hunters, and many biochemical monsters wearing steel armor slowly appeared from the portal. Although the portal this time is much larger than before, it will take at least half an hour for so many troops to pass through. But such a huge army marched without any trace of chaos. Whether it was the armed members of the Umbrella Company or the more than 500,000 biochemical army, they were all arranged in an orderly manner and did not make any unnecessary noise. At the same time, just when the portal appeared and the Umbrella Company's army passed through the portal, in the palace of Wakanda, Okoye, the bald and dark-skinned captain of the royal guard, came to the palace in a hurry. After meeting Chaka, the current king of Wakanda and the father of Black Panther T'Challa, he hurriedly reported, "King, outside the southern defensive shield, an army suddenly appeared." After Okoye heard the news, he immediately came over to report. Therefore, she didn't even see clearly who was coming. After the old King Chaka heard this report, his expression immediately became serious. Since Wakanda was hidden, no one on this earth has ever bothered Wakanda. According to the description of Captain Okoye of the Royal Guard, this army suddenly appeared on the outside of the defensive barrier. It is obviously very likely that it is coming towards Wakanda. Although the old king is very old, he is not confused at all. He hurriedly ordered, "Hurry up and gather all the troops and prepare to meet the enemy. In addition, inform T'Challa and ask him to meet me in the control room immediately." At the moment, T'Challa has not yet succeeded to the throne of king. However, he has already inherited the strength of Black Panther. Moreover, I already own the Black Panther battlesuit. In all of Wakanda, his son T'Challa is considered the strongest warrior. The old King Chaka has long been ready to pass the throne to his son. Now, Wakanda is in crisis, and he must let his son know. Soon, led by Okoye, captain of the palace guard, thousands of Wakanda's most elite warriors gathered in the square in front of the palace, and, under the leadership of Okoye, moved towards the direction of the Umbrella Company army. And this time, Prince T'Challa also hurried to the control room located inside the palace. This control room is very important in the entire Wakanda, because here you can control all the defense shield around Wakanda. As soon as T'Challa walked in, he saw his father looking at the picture on the big screen in front of him with a serious expression. T'Challa's eyes were also attracted by the picture on the big screen. In that screen, the scene of the Umbrella Company's army gathering outside the defense shield was shown. 5,000 armed members of the Umbrella Company, all dressed in black, stood in a square formation with cold faces. Next to them were 10,000 desperate tyrants that were 5 meters tall, each exuding the aura of a wild and ferocious beast. Then, there's a biochemical army of 500,000, passing through the portal and slowly gathering. Seeing this scene, T'Challa was suddenly shocked. He naturally knows the identities of these biochemical monsters and warriors. Not to mention that those soldiers all have obvious Umbrella Company logos printed on them. Even if there is no logo, T'Challa has seen on the news the scene of those biochemical monsters hunting aliens during the Battle of New York. As long as they see these biochemical monsters, almost everyone on the Earth knows that they're the research results of the Umbrella Company. The Umbrella Company is not hiding at all. Although T'Challa has been living in isolation in Wakanda, he is not ignorant. He has always been paying attention to the news from the outside world. Are they an Umbrella Company? T'Challa asked hurriedly. Although he had recognized the identities of those people and the biochemical monsters, he still didn't believe it. After all, Wakanda and the Umbrella Corporation have nothing to do with each other. At this moment, Old Wong Chaka nodded slowly. He also recognized the identities of these uninvited guests. However, compared to his son Chaka, he was more worried. "Father, why do they come to us?" T'Challa asked again. T'Challa seems a little immature now. He hasn't experienced the things that make him more mature. Therefore, he does not need his father's advice on many things. Hearing his son's question, T'Challa slowly turned around and said solemnly, "What do you think we have here that can attract the Umbrella Company?" His father's words made Chala understand immediately. Indeed, as my father said, vibranium is probably the only thing Wakanda can take a fancy to from the Umbrella Company. There are many people on Earth who know about the existence of the metal vibranium. But people don't know that the place with the most vibranium in the world is in Wakanda. Moreover, all of Wakanda's vibranium comes from a huge meteorite that fell to Earth a long time ago. And Wakanda was built on this huge amount of meteorite. Wakanda's vibranium reserves are quite large, and until now Wakanda itself has not mined a tenth of them. Let's go and see what this umbrella company wants to do. Old King Chaka said slowly. At this moment, his slightly stooped back straightened up again. Wakanda, not everyone can be bullied casually. Chala became excited when he saw his father's appearance. When he was young, he didn't like peace. There is even a little bit of desire in my heart. Desire to be able to fight with passion. Looking at his father's back, Chara slowly and hurriedly followed him with an excited look on his face. Soon, the father and son arrived at the southern part of Wakanda's defensive formation. At the moment, they finally saw those terrifying biochemical monsters up close for the first time. It's still very different from what I saw on TV. Seeing it at the scene, there was a powerful impact that shocked the two people's hearts. Whether it's the disgusting lickers or the icy hunters, they all look like a group of evil ghosts that just crawled out of hell, making people shudder. And those 10,000 huge desperate tyrants gave them an even stronger impact. They are about 5 meters tall. Their skin is a bright metallic color, a bit like silver, but with some tiny gray dots. Their explosive muscles can be felt just by looking at them, to the kind of violent aura like a wild beast. In addition to these biochemical monsters, there are also 5,000 armed members of the Umbrella Company. They were neatly arranged in a square formation, looking quietly in front of them without saying a word, not even making a sound. Although they stood beside those biochemical monsters, they were not inferior to those biochemical monsters in terms of momentum. Obviously, they are not ordinary humans. When he saw the arrival of the Umbrella Company's army with his own eyes, King Chaka's face turned gloomy. What I saw on a monitoring screen didn't seem to be that much. And in such a short period of time, countless biochemical monsters came out of the portal. Now, looking around, the outside of the defensive formation is almost completely occupied by these biochemical monsters. Chaka estimates that the number of these biochemical monsters is definitely not less than 300,000. Moreover, it is still increasing. Next to Chaka, the excitement on his son Chala's face gradually disappeared. Although fighting can excite him, this situation does not seem to be an even fight. The total number of our country's troops is only over 2,000. The number of these monsters in front of them is calculated in hundreds of thousands. Father, can we stop them? Chala asked nervously. He was already a little worried in his heart. Hearing his son's question, Chaka narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Don't worry, we have a defensive shield. No matter how many they have, they can't break through the defense. Wakanda's defensive shield is very strong and is the crystallization of Wakanda's most advanced technology. Although this defensive shield has not experienced the baptism of war since its establishment, as the king of Wakanda, he is still very confident in this defensive shield." 10 minutes later, all the forces of the Umbrella Company finally passed through the portal and came outside the Wakanda defense shield. Chaka also led his soldiers and waited quietly for 10 minutes. They can only wait, because their biggest reliance now is the defense shield outside their own country. If you walk out rashly, it may be difficult to come back. And at the moment, when all the biochemical monsters of the Umbrella Company came out, a figure finally slowly walked out of the portal. It was a young man wearing gray training clothes, with fair complexion and a bald head. He looked about 30 years old. As soon as he appeared, the entire Umbrella Company army became excited. It seems that this man is their spiritual leader. Behind the man, there were two people, a man and a woman. It looks like he is that man's guard. The bald man seemed to have seen the Wakanda army within the defensive formation, and he slowly came to the front of the protective barrier. This scene shocked everyone in Wakanda again. With their protective cover, you can't see what's inside at all from the outside. The outside of the protective shield has high-tech means to simulate the appearance of a forest. Ordinary people can only see a forest and cannot see the hidden city of Wakanda inside. But that man seemed to be able to see things inside the protective shield. Lin Yu could indeed see what was happening inside the formation. After his body had strengthened so many times, his eyes were no longer ordinary eyes. Whether it is the genes of the giants of Jotunheim or the genes of the Aesir Protoss, his eyes have become more powerful. At the moment, Lin Yu looked through the defensive shield in front of him and saw the assembled Wakanda army, as well as T'Challa and his son. At this moment, Lin Yu slowly led his two men, Alice and Weskier, to the edge of the formation. Alice and Weskier haven't seen Wakanda there yet. Although they are very strong, they do not have Lin Yu's ability to see through the defensive shield. But when Lin Yu stretched out a finger and gently poked it in the air in front of him, a ripple suddenly appeared out of thin air and made a difficult sound. Obviously, in front of them, there is an invisible wall. The faces of the two finally showed their original expressions. Only then did they understand that there was something hidden under the scene of this forest. At this time, King T'Chaka of Wakanda finally understood that the Umbrella Company should really know about Wakanda, and even knew about the defensive shield around Wakanda. He took his son T'Challa and Captain Okoye of the Royal Guard and walked forward slowly. At the same time, he spoke slowly into the communicator, opened the hidden ability of the Southern Shield. Following T'Chaka's order, the protective shield in front of Lin Yu and others suddenly flashed a light. Then, Alice and Weskier also saw the scene inside the protective shield. In front of us is not a forest, but a prairie. On the flat grassland, thousands of warriors armed with spears and scimitars have gathered. They formed a square formation on the grassland, seeming to be quietly waiting for the arrival of the Umbrella Company. Behind them, a huge city, which looked full of science fiction, stood quietly on the earth. Alice and Weskier's eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out, is this the real Wakanda that the boss said? At this moment, King T'Chaka of Wakanda finally arrived not far from Lin Yu and the others. They slowly stopped and looked directly at Lin Yu, the boss of the Umbrella Company, in front of them. T'Chaka's face looked calm, but T'Challa and Okoye looked a little nervous. At the moment, T'Chaka took the lead and said, "Friends have come from afar. Don't you know what's going on?" T'Chaka doesn't want to fight Umbrella. Therefore, his tone sounded relatively mild. Lin Yu, on the other hand, smiled softly and said in a gentler tone, "Take your country and merge it into the Umbrella Company, and we will provide you with protection." Lin Yu's first words made the expressions of T'Chaka, his son, and Royal Guard Captain Okoye change drastically. Although Lin Yu looked very calm, even with a smile on his face. However, what he said was extremely arrogant. However, this is the confidence of the Umbrella Company, and it is also the most kind way of speaking that Lin Yu thinks. For Wakanda's vibranium, Lin Yu is bound to get it. But Lin Yu is not a murderer, and there is no need to kill all the people of Wakanda. As long as they are willing to submit to themselves and make the entire Wakanda a part of the Umbrella Company, Lin Yu will not take action against them. But these words seemed a bit harsh to Chalia's ears. Although he was a little shocked by the strength of the Umbrella Company, he has always been confident about the strength of Wakanda and himself. Before his father, T'Chaka, could say anything, T'Challa took a step forward and said coldly, "You are dreaming. If you can, just have a good fight." Upon hearing Chalia's words, his father T'Chaka hurriedly pulled him back. This son is indeed too simple. Being slightly provoked by the enemy's words, it is no longer possible to maintain a stable mentality. It does require some experience. Pulling his son back, T'Chaka also took a step forward. He looked directly into Lin Yu's eyes and said slowly, "You should be the boss of the Umbrella Company, right?" Lin Yu nodded slightly, still calm. And T'Chaka said again, "I'm afraid it's not feasible to merge Wakanda into the Umbrella Company. After all, you are just a company, and we, Wakanda, are a country. I have only heard that companies are dependent on the country, and I have never heard that the country can merge into the company. Chaka seems very calm. After all, he has sat in the position of king of Wakanda for decades, so he still has this sense of stability. At the moment, hearing Chako's words, Lin Yu's face showed a smile again. The Umbrella Company is completely different from other companies. Our target will be the entire universe. And do you think the company that controls the entire universe cannot accommodate your little Wakanda? Hearing this, Chaka obviously didn't believe it. The strength of the Umbrella Company seems indeed very strong, but saying that the target is the entire universe is indeed a bit of a stretch. No, the cowhide was blown to the sky. Even with Wakanda's current technological level, there is no way to go to space. And the Umbrella Company, a biopharmaceutical company, actually dared to say that it wanted to control the entire universe. It's simply a shameless statement. But, although Chaka thought this in his heart, he still seemed very polite when he spoke. We, Wakanda, are a helping country and do not want to participate in secular battles. I hope you can understand, Chaka said with a smile. He even used honorific words for someone younger than him. I really don't want to start a war. But Lin Yu ran out of patience. And Lin Yu also knew long ago that Wakanda could not surrender to him before the war started. He just upheld the traditional Huxia etiquette first and then attack. If politeness is of no use, then there is no choice but to go to war. Lin Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, stretched out 3 fingers, and said slowly, "Then I will give you 3 minutes to think about it. If you are still stubborn, then let's start the battle." Hearing Lin Yu's arrogant words, even Chaka frowned. His son Chala and Royal Guard Captain Okoye's expressions were even uglier. It seems that a war is inevitable. Chaka said no more. He turned around and walked toward the back. He felt that there was no need to communicate anymore. Returning to his army, Chaka still felt that it was not enough. He said to the captain of the Royal Guards, Okoye, "Go to the White Ape Tribe and tell their leader M'Baku the current situation. It is related to Wakanda's survival. I believe he will not ignore it." After hearing the king's order, Okoye's face changed drastically. Although the White Ape clan also lives in Wakanda, they are completely opposed to the Black Panther clan, and it's still a feud. "Your Majesty, may they come to help us?" Okoye asked worriedly. However, Chaka said with certainty, "Don't worry. If Wakanda is destroyed, they will definitely not be spared. They will come." Okoye could only turn around and get on a flight machine and fly toward the snow-capped mountains nearby. The White Ape clan has always lived on that snow mountain. Their fighting power is also quite strong. Especially M'Baku, the leader of the White Ape clan, is an extremely powerful warrior. At this moment, King Chaka of Wakanda came to the forefront of his army, in front of the country's military minister Wakabi, and said, "Call your rhino troops over. I'm afraid this will be a difficult battle." Wakanda's military minister Wakabi is not only the commander-in-chief of the army, he is also a legendary breeder. The rhinoceros he raised is the most powerful alien species in Wakanda. Moreover, the rhino's body is covered with armor made of vibranium, which is extremely powerful. Every impact will cause terrifying destructive power. Upon hearing the king's order, Wakabi picked up the whistle around his neck and blew it. Not long after, the ground began to tremble violently. "Please give me flowers." A group of rhinos wearing vibranium armor ran from the depths of the mountains. All the soldiers in Wakanda's army raised one of their arms. On their robes, the vibranium device burst out with a blue light, and then countless energy shields appeared at the same time. They have taken a defensive stance. And at the moment, Chala even transformed directly, put on a Black Panther battle suit, and shouted, "Wakanda Bam," meaning Wakanda must win. Wakanda has given up preparations for the battle. Even the old king is ready to participate in this battle. However, he was forcefully dragged back to his palace by the royal guards behind him. After all, he is too old. Even if he has a Black Panther battle suit, his body can no longer withstand too much damage. Outside the defensive shield, the Umbrella Company's army has been completely assembled. Seeing that King Chaka of Wakanda had retreated, Lin Yu also understood that it was time to fight. Lin Yu also took Weskier and Alice and walked back to the rear. In a battle of this scale, Lin Yu didn't need to take action at all. Even Alice and Weskier don't need to leave the country. What they need is just to be the commander-in-chief and dispatch their troops. A large soft sofa was placed behind Lin Yu at some point. Lin Yu sat gently on it and narrowed his eyes comfortably. Alice and Weskier automatically stood around Lin Yu. At this moment, 10,000 desperate tyrants took the lead and walked forward slowly. They will be the first wave of biochemical soldiers to appear, and their function is to break open the protective shield in front of you. In fact, Lin Yu has a better way to break this protective shield, because Lin Yu can use the Tesseract to sneak directly into Wakanda and destroy their control room. However, Lin Yu did not do this. This is the first real confrontation between the two armies that Umbrella Company has participated in, and there will definitely be more such battles in the future. Therefore, Lin Yu doesn't want to take any chances. This time, in addition to controlling Wakanda and getting vibranium, Lin Yu has another purpose. That is, training. 10,000 desperate tyrants stood side by side about 100 meters in front of the protective shield. They were arranged in 2 rows side by side. Then, under Lin Yu's order, the 2 desperate tyrants at the front suddenly exerted force on their feet, put one shoulder in front, and ran towards the protective shield. These desperate tyrants, or rather Lin Yu, are actually preparing to use brute force to break through this defensive barrier. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire protective shield of Wakanda shook violently. Not only that, even the ground under Chala's feet shook slightly. The 2 huge amounts of monsters hit the protective shield at the same time. The force of the countershock even turned the shoulders of the 2 desperate tyrants into a bloody mess instantly. Seeing this scene, Sherlock suddenly showed a touch of excitement on his face. If the other party does this, it should be good news for Wakanda. They actually wanted to use brute force to break through the protective shield, which was completely out of the blue. And, in just the first collision, they lost 2 major combat forces. If it continues, the strength of the Umbrella Company will definitely not become weaker and weaker. When more combat power is lost in the collision with the protective shield, the balance of strength on both sides will tilt towards Wakanda's side. At the same time, in the control room of Wakanda's palace, King T'Chaka also felt the slight shaking under his feet. 350 felt the terrifying power of those 2 monsters, and he was slightly surprised. These monsters not only look strong on the outside, but their true power is even more terrifying than they look on the outside. T'Chaka hurriedly asked the staff next to him, "How is the damage to the protective shield?" As the king, T'Chaka has a certain understanding of everything in Wakanda, and naturally knows the weaknesses of the protective shield. At this time, the staff on the side hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty the King, the energy damage of the protective shield is 0.01%, and it is estimated that it can withstand such attacks 10,000 times. The degree of damage does not seem to be high." But, hearing the staff's answer, T'Chaka suddenly became worried. What he is most worried about is the damage to the protective shield. If the damage is too serious in this impact, then he will probably have to think of other plans. But this kind of damage has exceeded T'Chaka's expectations. According to the current situation, if the opponent is really prepared to sacrifice all those huge monsters, plus the attacks of some other monsters, it is very likely that the protection will be completely broken. Although the Umbrella Company will lose a lot of combat effectiveness as a result, then its own army will have to go head-to-head with the Umbrella Company. The Umbrella Company has too many troops. Even if half of them are sacrificed, I am afraid that our side will still be at a disadvantage. Looking at the big screen in front of him, King T'Chaka frowned, thinking about how to deal with this situation. But that's when a staff member seemed to have suddenly discovered something, pointing to a place on the screen, and exclaimed. King T'Chaka also hurriedly followed the man's hand and looked at the big screen in front of him. North time, in the big screen, the 2 biochemical monsters that had just hit the protective shield and had their shoulders almost shattered had unexpected changes. Their shoulders, which had been completely scrapped, actually emitted a fiery red light, just like the color of magma. Immediately afterwards, under Chaka's incredible eyes, the two biochemical monsters recovered as before. Their shoulders have completely recovered. How is this possible? Chaka exclaimed. Suffering such serious injuries, under normal circumstances, they would lose more than half of their combat effectiveness, and they would not even be able to participate in the next battle. However, they recovered instantly. What a terrible ability this is. Chaka suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The Umbrella Company is more terrifying than I imagined. They dare to let those monsters hit their protective shields, not because they can sacrifice those monsters, but because those monsters will not be hurt at all. At this time, boom! The two huge figures once again hit the spot where the protective shield had been hit before. The earth shook. In the control room, Chaka also felt the slight shaking again. Boom! Another crash. The desperate tyrants lined up in two teams and collided seamlessly. The ground trembled, and the light on the defense shield was constantly flashing. Before Chaka could figure out how to respond, he heard the report from his subordinates again. Your Majesty the King, it's bad. They all hid at the same location. The Energy Emperor who protects against electricity is falling faster. As it hits the same position of the protective shield again and again, the light on the protective shield slowly fades. Chaka finally realized the seriousness of the problem. He hurriedly picked up the communicator and said to Chala, Son, get ready to face the enemy. The protective shield will not last long. Upon hearing his father's words, Chala's expression changed drastically. He had just been stunned by the powerful recovery capabilities of those biochemical monsters, but fortunately the protection review seemed to be relatively stable. However, I didn't expect that under the impact of those monsters, the protective shield would be unable to hold up. Everything seems to be developing in a bad direction. But, fortunately, it didn't take long for the White Ape clan to arrive here under the leadership of their leader M'Baku. There are not many of them, only a few hundred, but each one is very strong. The White Ape family lives in the snow-capped mountains and relies on hunting for a living. Each one of them is born with supernatural powers. Although M'Baku disliked the Black Panther family, when he saw the terrifying biochemical army outside the protective shield, he couldn't help but feel a shiver in his heart. Those biochemical armies look really terrifying. And M'Baku also saw the protective shield being hit again and again for the first time. M'Baku asked solemnly, how long can a protective shield last? On the side, Chala, who didn't expect M'Baku to take the initiative to talk to him, was slightly startled, but then he replied, I guess he won't last long. Although there's a hostile relationship between the two groups, they now have to unite to protect Wakanda and resist the Umbrella Company's army. Hearing Chala's answer, M'Baku's face turned ugly again. Finally, with the collision of the desperate tyrant, the color of the energy shield also became lighter and lighter. In the control room, the staff said to King Chaka, Your Majesty, the energy remaining is only 3%. If the protective shield is not removed, the protective shield will be completely destroyed. 3. Chaka's face darkened. This was much faster than I expected. But he had to make a decision. If the protective shield is smashed, it will probably be completely scrapped. Remove it, Chaka ordered helplessly. He seemed to have seen the end coming. Even if it's not the end of the world, I'm afraid it will be the cruelest disaster in history for Wakanda. Immediately afterwards, Chaka said to all the soldiers and his son through the communicator, The energy of the protective shield is exhausted. Let's fight. Following Chaka's order, the protective shield finally slowly disappeared. And at the moment, Chala shouted, Wakanda forever, meaning Wakanda hail. The entire army shouted, Wakanda forever. And the Umbrella Company sighed, 4.4. Lin Yu also issued the last order to the biochemical army of more than 500,000 people. Fight! 500,000 biochemical troops swarmed forward. At the same time, just when the war between Umbrella Corporation and Wakanda just started. Far away in Kathmandu in the Himalayas, Kamar Taj, the ancient one magician who was meditating quietly, suddenly opened his eyes. She seemed to feel something. The expression is a little tangled. But then he seemed to understand something, and then stood up slowly. Modu, you will teach your juniors first. I will go out and be back soon. Ancient One Magician said to his eldest disciple, Modu. Then, she gently raised her hand and drew a circular pattern in front of herself. A portal appeared in front of her. Then, with a gentle step, he walked in. On the battlefield, the armies on both sides all started running. On the Wakanda side, T'Challa, wearing a Black Panther battle suit, leads the way. Behind him, Okoye, captain of the Wakanda Royal Guard, followed with a spear. Then there is M'Baku, the leader of the White Ape Clan, and Wakabi, the military minister of Wakanda. But, just as everyone was rushing forward, dozens of rhinos suddenly rushed out from the right side of Wakanda's army. They were covered in armor made of vibranium, and each one was extremely strong, even directly surpassing Black Panther T'Challa, and rushed towards the Umbrella Company's army. As for the Umbrella Company, at the front are 10,000 desperate tyrants. Compared to the Wakanda army, the momentum of these 10,000 desperate tyrants can completely defeat them. The speed of Desperate Tyrant is also quite fast. They can move more than 10 meters with each step, and every time their footsteps fall on the ground, they can leave a big hole in the ground. After the Desperate Tyrant, there are 300,000 Frost Hunters and 200,000 Thunderlickers. Their speed is also not slow, rushing toward the enemy all over the mountains and plains. In the sky, there is also the Biochemical Army of the Umbrella Company. Some biochemical monsters that had put on steel battle suits flew into the Sky 14. In the sky, swoop towards the enemy. Behind these biochemical troops are the 5,000 armed members of the Umbrella Company who have been injected with the G virus. Under Weskier's order, they deliberately slowed down some speed, although they want to rush forward and fight immediately to test their current strength. However, Linyu does not want any armed member of the Umbrella Company to die. Compared to these loyal subordinates, those cloned biochemical monsters don't matter. No matter how much Linyu dies, he won't feel any pain at all. At the moment, in the control room of the Wakanda Palace, King T'Chaka was nervously looking at the picture on his big screen. On the screen in front of him, he saw a more comprehensive situation. The Umbrella Company team looked like a huge amount of dark clouds. As for our own side, although the entire army has been mobilized and there is help from the White Ape Clan, compared with the team of the Umbrella Company, they are like a little crow rushing towards the dark clouds. No matter in terms of momentum or quantity, they are not proportional. T'Chaka's palms and forehead were already sweating. His mood was extremely tense. In this kind of battle, you can guess the outcome without even thinking. Although Wakanda's technology is very advanced, it is not very strong in terms of weapons and equipment. The biochemical monsters on the other side look like they were born just for fighting. And at the moment, just when T'Chaka was thinking about what he should do, in the screen, the two parties finally came into contact. The first ones to collide were the dozens of rhinos covered in vibranium armor and the desperate tyrants of the Umbrella Company. Those rhinos seemed to weigh about the same as desperate tyrants. But when colliding together, everyone on the Wakanda side finally discovered to their horror that those rhinos were no match for the desperate tyrant. One-on-one, he is no match at all. Every rhinoceros faces a desperate tyrant. However, the rhinoceros, which originally seemed to have a strong impact, was knocked directly into the air by the tyrant. As for the tyrants who collided with the rhino, their bodies were not affected at all, and they continued to rush forward. This scene made everyone in Wakanda look stupid, especially Wakabi, who feeds these rhinos. He knows the power of these rhinos best. However, he did not expect that these rhinos, which were originally extremely strong, would be knocked directly into the air. Obviously, not only are these rhinos incomparable in terms of strength, but even their weight is definitely far behind those monsters. At this time, everyone in Wakanda finally understood that their enemies seemed to be more terrifying than they imagined. But it was only then that I realized it, and it seemed to be too late. Dozens of rhinos that were knocked away fell from the sky. In an instant, dozens of Vacan soldiers were killed or wounded. But begin. Black Panther Chala was the first to encounter those desperate tyrants. He suddenly jumped directly onto the shoulders of Tyrant. Sharp claws instantly appeared on both of his hands. Immediately afterwards, Chala's two leopard claws stabbed the Tyrant in the head. But when his hand came into contact with the Tyrant's skin, he was even more horrified to discover that the skin of these biochemical monsters seemed to be so hard that it was scary. His claws can even scratch their skin with difficulty. And, just after leaving a few wounds on the Tyrant's face, a fiery red light suddenly appeared in those wounds, and they recovered immediately. Chala was momentarily confused. However, the Tyrant was not idle. His big hands grabbed Chala's body from behind, while Chala was hesitating. A terrifying force instantly spread throughout Chala's body. Under this powerful force, Chala's Black Panther battlesuit seemed to be slightly unable to withstand it. Bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared in his eyes. The bones all over the body are cracking. Black Panther was terrified. Just being caught by this monster was already a bit unbearable for him. The Black Panther battlesuit on his body has all turned purple. It is a move specially created to absorb and release energy using the characteristics of vibranium energy absorbing. He released this skill without any hesitation. A purple light, centered on Black Panther, was released. Although this energy did not cause much damage to the Tyrant, Black Panther also used the power of this energy burst to break free from the Tyrant's hands. But immediately afterwards, before his body landed in the sky, another Tyrant slapped him on the body. Boom! Black Panther Chala. The Black Panther battlesuit on his body instantly turned purple. Then it shattered inch by inch. A large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs suddenly popped out of his mouth, flying towards the distance. It flew hundreds of meters away before falling to the ground. If the Black Panther battlesuit hadn't withstood most of the force, Chala would have been slapped to death in an instant. But even so, his condition was quite miserable. Most of the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were also severely damaged. He rolled his eyes and fainted. In the Marvel movie world, Black Panther's strength is not originally very strong. Moreover, he is still a bit young now. In addition, he was stunned for a moment by the defensive power of the desperate Tyrant and was accidentally caught in the hands of the desperate Tyrant, which led to his instant defeat. But Black Panther's instant defeat caused the morale of the entire Wakanda army to plummet to the bottom. After all, in the eyes of Wakanda's soldiers, Black Panther is invincible. And the invincible Black Panther was slapped by that monster, and his life or death was uncertain. The most terrifying thing is that that kind of monster has been published on the internet. How can we fight this battle? The speed of Wakanda's soldiers instantly slowed down a lot, because they discovered that this was not a battle between two armies at all, but that they were dying. In the control room of Wakanda Palace, when he saw his son being slapped away and falling to the ground without knowing whether he was alive or dead, the old king Chaka suddenly trembled in his heart. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have made a very bad decision. Wakanda is definitely no match for Umbrella Corporation. I should have agreed to their conditions just now. Compared with the lives of his son and countless people of Wakanda, joining the Umbrella Corporation is nothing. And, after seeing the power of the Umbrella Company, Chaka seemed to understand that the boss of the Umbrella Company just said that their target is the entire universe, which seems to be true. Their strength makes it impossible to find opponents on Earth. TJ, I must make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, your own people will only suffer more casualties. Chaka made his decision in a split second. He hurriedly ran out of the control room, then boarded a Wakanda-specific flight machine, took off, and flew in the direction of Linyu. On the flight machine, Chaka stood at the front, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Alice was the first to see King Chaka of Wakanda. Her eyes lit up. She pointed in the direction where Chaka came from, and hurriedly said to Linyu, "Boss, look." Linyu also looked in the direction Alice pointed, and then a smile suddenly appeared on his face. But there was a hint of coldness in this smile. "You know how to surrender now. Don't you think it's a little late?" Lin Yu thought to himself. And at the moment, on the battlefield, the Umbrella Corporation's biological army has come into full contact with Wakanda's military. Suddenly, Wakanda's army collapsed instantly. Neither the Wakanda Royal Guard nor the powerful White Apes can compete with the Umbrella Company's biochemical army. Not even qualified to fight. The instant collision caused heavy losses to Wakanda's army. And, immediately afterwards, the Frost Hunters and Thunder Lickers behind the desperate Tyrant rushed forward. Although their combat power does not seem to be as powerful as the desperate Tyrants, their speed is faster. The number is really terrifying. All you can see is a black mass of monsters, which will directly overwhelm the entire Wakanda army. And at the same time, King Chaka of Wakanda, who was rushing towards Lin Yu on the flight machine, was even more anxious. The flight machine under his feet accelerated again, and in less than 10 seconds, it arrived in front of Lin Yu. After stopping, he hurriedly jumped off the aircraft. There were still dozens of meters away from Lin Yu, so he ran and shouted loudly, "We surrender, admit defeat, and are willing to submit to the Umbrella Company." If there was a white flag in his hand at this time, he would definitely wave it vigorously. At this moment, Alice next to Lin Yu suddenly asked, "Boss, should we stop the fighting first?" Alice felt that since the other party had surrendered, why fight? But Lin Yu shook his head slightly. "I'm not a bad person, but sometimes I have to be a bad person. I've already given the other party a chance, but the other party refused so simply. Now, the battle has begun, and countless Wakanda people have died in the hands of their own biological army. Hatred has been established. Even if they accept the other party's surrender now, I'm afraid the hatred in their hearts cannot be extinguished. Rather than recruiting a group of guys who have a hatred for Umbrella Corporation, it would be better to just get rid of them all. I would rather let the world down, and the world let me down. Recruiting a group of people who have hatred for the Umbrella Company will not only be harmful to themselves, but also may become a future disaster for the employees of the Umbrella Company." At this moment, Chaka has arrived in front of Lin Yu. He knelt down without any hesitation. A king can kneel in front of his enemies, which shows that he still cares about his people very much. He also began to beg for mercy. While begging Lin Yu, he had been watching the situation on the battlefield with the corner of his eye. The more I looked, the more anxious I became. Those on the battlefield are Wakanda's most elite warriors. They were all ready to die in battle. But the death of every soldier made Chaka's heart bleed. But at this moment, Lin Yu shook his head and said slowly, "I have given you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. Now you want to join the Umbrella Company. Don't you think it's a little late?" Lin Yu's words instantly changed Chaka's expression. As a wise king, he also understood what Lin Yu meant. Indeed, it's too late. So many people have died now, and these people all have family and friends. Even I am afraid that I can't stop these people's family and friends from hating the Umbrella Company. It is indeed impossible to join an Umbrella Company now. The other party will never allow them to join. Chaka suddenly seemed to have lost all his strength and instantly became much older. In his heart, he felt extremely regretful. Why didn't I talk to the boss of the Umbrella Company before, and then understand the true strength of the Umbrella Company, and then consider whether to start a war? Why is this reckless? Wakanda has been going smoothly over the years, and has always been more technologically advanced than the outside world, allowing itself to expand. This current disaster is all our own fault. Chaka burst into tears. He finally begged, "I already understand, but I only have one request in the end. Those people in the city, they are innocent. Please don't kill them." Chaka knew that such a request had little chance of success. But for the sake of his own people, he had to give it a try. But Lin Yu unexpectedly nodded slowly. "I won't kill them, but they won't stay on Earth anymore." Lin Yu actually didn't want to kill those ordinary people. Kill those Wakanda warriors just because this is a war and death is inevitable. However, Lin Yu will not do unnecessary killing, even though those people may hate themselves. But Lin Yu will not let himself become a pure murderer. Hate it if you hate it. Anyway, you still have your own Umbrella Company, and it will become stronger and stronger, so strong that no one can do anything but surrender. Moreover, Lin Yu has already thought about how to deal with these people of Wakanda. With the Tesseract, it is very simple for Lin Yu to send some people away from the Earth. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Chaka hurriedly thanked him, and Lin Yu said again, "However, your life cannot be kept." After speaking, Lin Yu winked at Weskier beside him. Weskier understood and walked forward. The king of Wakanda, Black Panther's father, finally died in this war. At the moment, the battle on the battlefield is coming to an end. Before the members of the Umbrella Company's Biochemical Emergency Response Force even had time to take action, the Biochemical Army was completely overwhelmed by Wakanda's army. 500,000 people against several thousand people was simply a one-sided massacre. What's more, the individual combat effectiveness of this 500,000-strong army is stronger than the opponent's. But just as the Umbrella Company soldiers on the battlefield were cleaning up the mess, the Biochemical Army was gathering again. Lin Yu suddenly felt something, turned his head slightly, and looked behind him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, because he finally saw that familiar figure. A woman in yellow robes with a yellow hood on her head, whose bare head can still be faintly seen. The Ancient One, the only Sorcerer Supreme on Earth, is finally here. Moreover, he still chose to come to Lin Yu, Hao de Zhao, when the Umbrella Company was at war with Wakanda. But when he saw Lin Yu, Ancient One's expression suddenly turned serious. She has lived for countless years, but she has never seen anyone like Lin Yu. Her eyes can see many things that ordinary people cannot see through. But he couldn't see through Lin Yu's terrifyingly powerful body. At the same time, it is even more difficult to see through Lin Yu's soul. Ancient One walked slowly towards Lin Yu, taking off her hood as she walked, revealing her bald head. Lin Yu also stood up and stepped forward to greet him. The two most powerful bald men on Earth finally faced each other for the first time. But the expressions of the two were completely different. The Ancient One magician looked solemn and seemed to have too many doubts about Lin Yu. And Lin Yu, with a smile on his face, seemed to have everything under control. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu took the lead and said with a smile, "The Ancient One magician came from afar, and he was greeted at a distance." Hearing Lin Yu's words, the Ancient One magician's body paused slightly. It seemed that the boss of the Umbrella Company was a little surprised that he knew his name. Quite unexpected indeed. Ancient One magician rarely interacts with the outside world. He usually lives in seclusion in Kamartaj and rarely comes out. Even if he comes out, he only secretly protects the Earth. It is impossible for ordinary people to know their own names. But the person in front of me actually knows him. It seems that the other party is indeed no ordinary person. I didn't expect that you actually knew me. The Ancient One magician's expression gradually calmed down a lot. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said again, "Ancient One magician has silently guarded the Earth for so many years, and you deserve to be remembered as a famous minister by the world." Lin Yu's words once again shocked Ancient One silently. Not only does he know his name, but he also knows other things about himself. But this is not a serious problem. Ancient One magician once accepted many disciples, some of whom were unwilling to become magicians in the end because one did not force them. Those people have returned to human society again. As for the Umbrella Company, its power in human society is so great that it is not particularly difficult to find information about itself. 967. The only thing that confused Ancient One was that he didn't understand why the other party paid attention to him. "Is it possible? You knew I would come to find you?" Ancient One asked coldly. If you can even count this opponent, then the opponent will be too terrifying. However, Lin Yu did not follow the answer to Ancient One's question. Lin Yu has often imagined the scene when he saw the Ancient One. But what he never thought was that it would come so late. At this time, I already have very strong power. Even when facing Ancient One, the most powerful guy on Earth, Lin Yu no longer had the slightest fear in his heart. But Lin Yu actually has a hint of fighting intention in his heart now. When such a powerful guy appears in front of him, isn't it just an opportunity to test his true strength? I have long heard that the Ancient One magician's spells are extremely powerful. But why are you here? A sneer suddenly appeared on Lin Chi's face. The blood all over his body seemed to be boiling. The fighting spirit in my heart is constantly rising. This sentence was deliberately asked by him. The reason why I get straight to the point is that I want to fight Ancient One as soon as possible to test my strength. Gu Beck, magician, was also slightly startled. He had already noticed that the other party seemed a little too excited and seemed to want to have a fight with him. But I'm not here to fight with the opponent. Ancient One frowned slightly and said slowly, "Your Excellency's style is too flamboyant, so I hope you can stop and don't make the earth a mess." The Ancient One didn't care that the king of Wakanda and those soldiers were killed. To her, the death of a few people on Earth is nothing. However, what she is worried about is that the Umbrella Company has spread all the wars on the entire Earth and caused chaos, which is not conducive to the steady development of the Earth. Lin Yu sneered again and said, "You are too lenient. I think you should just guard your 3 holy places honestly. For other things, you should not meddle too much." Ancient One has never encountered anyone who dared to talk to him like this. The bald man in front of me is really too arrogant. Even Ancient One's calm character became a little angry. She has noticed that the other party seems to be deliberately irritating her. But the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One has lived for countless years, but he also understands that often if you want others to listen to you, you must first show your strength. This world is essentially a world of the weak and the strong. Only what the strong say will be respected. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared on Ancient One's hand. The energy of magic has been condensed in her hands. As the only Sorcerer Supreme on Earth and a magician who has lived for countless years, she has mastered many spells. The magical energy can be defended at any time. "It seems that you can't wait to fight me," Ancient One said coldly. She didn't think so. "I called you first, and I'll talk about it later." And at the moment, after hearing the Ancient One's words, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth had also curled up. His body suddenly tensed up, his hands clenched into fists, and powerful force suddenly erupted in his legs. Lin Yu's legs, hidden under his pants, flashed a trace of green, which was the Hulk gene at work. Moreover, outside the green, there was also a faint flash of thunder, which was Thor's thunder power, increasing his speed and explosive power. On Lin Yu's clenched fists, the joints began to protrude slightly and became extremely aggressive. That was the gene of hatred, which instantly turned the bones in Lin Yu's fists into powerful weapon 0. Lin Yu's eyes also became a little brighter, and the figure of the Ancient One became clearer in his sight. That is the vision-enhancing effect brought to him by Hawkeye's genes. A powerful psychokinesis also appeared in Lin Yu's brain, attached to his body, greatly increasing Lin Yu's speed. That is the psychokinesis ability brought by Alice's genes. At the same time, there were also enhancements brought by various other genes, all of which exploded in Lin Yu's body. After traveling to this world, Lin Yu used his full strength for the first time. It is a power beyond the limits of the physical body. No matter it is the Acer clan, or the Hulk, or even the body of the powerful Titan clan, I am afraid that it cannot compare. Alice and Weskier beside Lin Yu only heard an explosion-like sound, and their bosses disappeared from their eyes. All that was left was a huge amount of deep pits in the ground. Their eyes suddenly widened with disbelief on their faces. Even they didn't expect their boss to be so powerful. After being injected with the T-virus and G-virus, their eyesight was enhanced many times, but they still couldn't see the boss clearly. And at the moment, in the sight of Ancient One, Lin Yu's figure was like a cannonball, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant. Ancient One looked shocked. A touch of fear suddenly appeared in her heart. Ancient One directly used all the magical energy in his hands for defense without any hesitation. In front of her, 5 magic shields appeared side by side in an instant. Each of those magic shields was about the height of a person, shining with dazzling light. After using these magic shields, Ancient One was still a little worried. With a gentle push of her hand, a wall that looked like it was made of broken mirrors appeared in front of her. This is one of the most mysterious skills of magicians, mirror space. Mirror space has many uses, but now, the mirror space wall in front of her is completely used as a shield. The wall of the mirror space can almost be regarded as a small space barrier. Very hard. Even the Ancient One himself cannot break the wall of the mirror space. With 5 shields and a wall of seen space juxtaposed in front of the Ancient One, she finally felt a little more relieved. And at the moment, Lin Yu's figure has arrived in front of the first layer of shield. Since seeing the arrival of Ancient One, Lin Yu has been gathering his momentum. Until Lin Yu took action instantly, his momentum reached its peak. All the strength and ability in the body finally converged into this indomitable punch. This is Lin Yu's strongest punch. It's also a battle between flesh and magic. The appearance of Ancient One did not give any prompt to the system. This means that Ancient One's body is not very strong. In other words, it has not reached the point where the system takes it seriously. All her strength lies in her magical attainments. Although magic is changeable and has many methods, under Lin Yu's rapid punch, she had no time to use those fancy methods. I can only use my strongest defense ability. At this moment, Lin Yu's fist finally touched the magic shield. What shocked Ancient One was that under Lin Yu's punch, his magic shield was as fragile as a piece of paper. Boom! The first magic shield shattered. But this was not over yet. Lin Yu's speed was not affected at all, and his fist was still moving forward rapidly. Boom! Boom! The second and third paths were also broken. The look on Ancient One's face made Euron panic. However, it was too late for her to make any moves now. We can only hope for the magic shield behind and the defense of the mirror space. Boom! Boom! There were 2 voices again. The last 2 magic arrays turned into sparks all over the sky and scattered under Lin Yu's fist. At the moment, there is only the mirror space barrier between Lin Yu's fist and Ancient One's body. That is the Ancient One's strongest defense. Ancient One's eyes have reflected Lin Yu's fist behind the mirror space. That fist, after breaking 5 magic shields, was unscathed. Boom! The entire sky shook violently. Lin Yu's fist finally hit the last line of defense in front of Ancient One. A wave of air, centered on Lin Yu's fist, spread out in all directions. The bodies of Alice and Weskier, and not far behind Lin Yu, were shaking a little. The surrounding big trees even made a clattering sound. Immediately after this violent explosion, Ancient One heard a crisp sound in his ears. Kaka! Her face turned ugly again. In front of her, there was a crack in the mirror space barrier that she had never seen anyone be able to break. The location of the crack, with Lin Yu's fist as the center, quickly spread to the surrounding areas. Just like a spider web, it spread to the entire mirror space barrier in less than a blink of an eye. Then, the entire mirror space barrier shattered in front of the Ancient One. Like glass, it shattered all over the place. And Lin Yu's fist finally appeared in front of the Ancient One. A strong wind blew by, causing the Ancient One's face to shape-shift. It was also difficult to open her 2 eyes, but she still resisted closing her eyes, because Lin Yu's fist had stopped less than 10 centimeters in front of her. At the last critical moment, Lin Yu stopped his attack. Ancient One could even see blood slowly flowing down Lin Yu's fist. In the collision just now, no matter how hard Lin Yu's skin was, it was scratched by the force of the mirror space barrier breaking. However, the scratches are only on the skin and do not affect the combat effectiveness. And those small wounds are emitting terrifying high temperatures. And in the sight of the Ancient One, they are all recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. Ancient One still stood there, the panic on his face slowly dissipating. Lin Yu, on the other hand, still kept punching forward, with an inexplicable smile on his face. A dozen meters away behind Lin Yu, Alice and Weskier stared blankly at their boss's arrogant appearance, with their mouths slightly open and their hearts filled with shock. Lin Yu slowly retracted his fist. It was as if I had just done an insignificant thing. The Ancient One, however, still stood there, with the panic on his face finally turning into relief. The fight just now, although it was very fast, only had 1 move. But the Ancient One has seen Lin Yu's power. If Lin Yu hadn't stopped just now, he would definitely have his head smashed by a punch. That punch was really too strong. That was the strongest punch the Ancient One had ever seen. Not only on Earth, but probably in other universes, few people can block Lin Yu's punch. Those who lose are convinced. The Ancient One is not a competitive person. If it were another person, he might still find an excuse to say that he was not ready or something. But Ancient One is different. She has seen through many things when she was young. She understood that if it happened again, it would probably end like this again. Although the spell has many changes, in the face of absolute power, those so-called changes are of no use at all. And Lin Yu is not just a brute force. When Lin Yu punched, just now, the Ancient One could clearly see the changes on his body. Even Lin Yu's invisible psychokinesis, Ancient One can be vaguely aware of it. Please give me flowers. The most important thing is that Lin Yu was able to take back such a powerful punch in the end. It can be seen that his body has become so strong that he is completely unafraid of backlash. Under normal circumstances, if this kind of attack is forced to stop, it will definitely cause great damage to the body. However, looking at Lin Yu's current situation, there is no harm at all. Coupled with the instant recovery of the small wounds on his fist that he saw just now, Ancient One has completely understood Lin Yu's power. If you lose, you lose. You are very strong, stronger than any humanoid creature I have ever encountered. Ancient One soon returned to his previous calm. Even if she fails, she is still the powerful Sorcerer Supreme. It's just that there is one more existence that cannot be defeated. You are so strong that my fists were injured. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Lin Yu was indeed telling the truth. His fists were hard to get hurt. However, these words sounded a bit Versailles to Ancient One's ears. Ancient One shook his head helplessly, and then his face became solemn again. Although I failed, I still want to remind you that as an Earthling, you should not make the Earth such a mess. There are many powerful enemies outside looking at you. With such strong strength, you should do your part to protect your homeland. Ancient One suddenly became a preacher and preached to Lin Yu. Lin Yu hurriedly waved his hand to stop Ancient One from continuing. Don't worry, the Earth is my home. I will not do anything to destroy the Earth. The goal of the Umbrella Company is the stars and the sea, not the Earth, Lin Yu said slowly. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Ancient One also nodded. She believed what Lin Yu said was true. After all, in her eyes, there is no need for a strong man like Lin Yu to lie to herself. But Ancient One still has another question. Do you know I'm coming to find you? It was not surprising that Lin Yu knew his name, but when Lin Yu saw him, he was obviously not surprised. Obviously, he should know something. I didn't know you were coming, but I was already prepared. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly think of something and said to Weskier beside him, Oh, by the way, Weskier, tear off all the missiles aimed at Kamartaj and the 3 major holy places. Ancient One was slightly startled. Then a wry smile appeared on his face. What? Missiles against Kamartaj and the 3 holy places? Turns out he knows everything. Moreover, he was already prepared to fight him to the death and drag the entire Earth to bury him with him. Fortunately, I just lost the battle. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Yu was naturally fully prepared. A long time ago, Lin Yu arranged for Weskier to target Kamartaj and the 3 holy places with countless missiles in several secret bases. Lin Yu didn't want to drag the entire Earth to accompany him, but just so that he could use this to threaten the Ancient One when he was weak. This is the struggle of the weak to protect themselves. But now, these are no longer useful. Through that punch, just now, Lin Yu also understood his true combat power. I also understood how powerful the Ancient One's spells were. In this critical moment, the spell shield cast by Ancient One is definitely the strongest. There was no way she was joking with her own life. Therefore, after this collision, Lin Yu already felt confident. Being able to defeat the Ancient One, those missiles are naturally unnecessary. And Lin Yu 183 also doesn't want to be an enemy of the Ancient One. The Earth still needs Ancient One to protect it. There are some beings that you cannot deal with on your own. and you must rely on the ability of these magicians. Like Dormammu from the Dark Dimension. Without the Ancient One, Lin Yu might not be able to deal with it. Subsequently, Ancient One and Lin Yu chatted for a while, and Ancient One drew a portal in front of Lin Yu and left. This scene caused Alice and Weskier to worry again. The battle between their boss and the bald woman was an eye-opener for both of them. After being injected with the virus, the feeling of inflated self-confidence finally disappeared. They didn't expect that their boss was so powerful. I never thought that there would be such weird magicians on Earth. After the Ancient One left, Lin Yu and his two subordinates also focused their attention on the battlefield again. At the moment, the original battlefield has been cleaned up by the Umbrella Company. Not a single body was left on the ground. They have been returned to the Umbrella Company's Hive underground base in an orderly manner. Naturally, corpses cannot be wasted. After all, they're all raw materials for cloning, which can help the Umbrella Company expand the scale of its biochemical army. Even Chala was killed during the battle between Lin Yu and the Ancient One, and was transported back to the Hive base. Lin Yu did not let Chala go because of his special status. After all, his father died in his own hands, and this kind of hatred cannot be eliminated. In this case, it is better to send him to the west directly. After cleaning the battlefield, Lin Yu issued new orders again. That is, completely occupy Wakanda and gather all the people in Wakanda. Since Wakanda's army and royal guards were wiped out, this was made very simple. Weskier took his team and got it done quickly. And at the moment, Lin Yu has also arrived in the control room of Wakanda Palace. Here, Lin Yu connects the Red Queen to Wakanda's independent network. Soon, the Red Queen completely took over the online world of Wakanda. All the secrets of Wakanda are also presented to Lin Yu's site. A few minutes later, Lin Yu took Alice to the secret underground space of Wakanda Palace. It's here. Countless machines are running nonstop. Underneath these machines, there are huge amounts of meteorites. A meteorite composed of vibranium that is buried in the soil and cannot be seen at all. Seeing this, Lin Yu also showed a smile. The purpose of destroying Wakanda is precisely for these vibranium meteorites. And this reserve seems to be much larger than I expected. Lin Yu turned his head and said to Alice, "Call Abigail over and let her see the vibranium mine here." After hearing Lin Yu's order, Alice hurriedly contacted Abigail, the head of the Umbrella Company's Weapons Research and Development Laboratory, who was still at the Umbrella Company's Hive underground base. 10 minutes later, Abigail came to Wakanda through the portal. Then, under Alice's guidance, came to Lin Yu's location. When she saw the huge vibranium mine shining with purple light underneath, Abigail was completely stunned. I just asked the boss to get some vibranium, and the boss just bought a whole vibranium mine? This simply exceeded Abigail's imagination. She used to think that the reserves of vibranium on Earth were pitifully small. But looking at it now, the vibranium that can be seen in front of you can completely arm all the 10,000 Umbrella Company soldiers to the teeth. Use vibranium to make a steel battle suit for each of them, which is more than enough. Abigail seemed to have found her purpose. She said excitedly, "Boss, how did you get these things?" When Abigail arrived, the entire Wakanda had been completely emptied, and all the corpses were transported back to the cloning laboratory in the Hive underground base. The ordinary people of Wakanda were also escorted back to a secret base of the Umbrella Company by Weskier. Therefore, she had no idea what happened before. Hearing Abigail's words, Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, "It's very simple, just destroying a small country." Destroyed a country? Abigail was suddenly startled. The boss's words were somewhat relaxed. But, based on her understanding of her boss, it was obvious that this was definitely not a trivial matter. Since this country has such a huge vibranium mine and the whole world does not know about it, it is obviously not a small country, as the boss said. But Abigail did not pursue the matter any further. Her biggest idea now is how to transport these vibranium mines back. However, before she could think about it, Lin Yu suddenly said, "From now on, move your weapons research and development laboratory directly here. This place will be your laboratory from now on." A weapons development lab built on top of a vibranium mine? Abigail was completely stunned by the huge amounts of happiness. Linyu gave everything in Wakanda to Abigail. When this thin woman saw the seemingly endless vibranium mine, her eyes shone with excitement. Linyu has great trust in several of his core subordinates. It is enough for Lin 4.6 to just put the resources they need into their hands. Linyu, on the other hand, took Alice through the portal and returned to Raccoon City. At the moment, Weskier was leading his men, escorting tens of thousands of Wakanda people with angry faces, quietly waiting for Lin Yu's arrival. Lin Yu actually wanted to find a new environment for them to live safely. But when he saw the hatred in these people's eyes, Lin Yu suddenly felt that he should be more cruel. Just a little is enough. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu took down the tesseract from the transmission device on the side. Then, he picked up a locator made by Dr. Eric. After a flash of blue light, Lin Yu's figure disappeared in front of everyone. Even if Lin Yu felt that he should be more cruel, he still did not send the people of Wakanda to death. If you really want them to die, then send them directly to Jotunheim, which is full of giants of Jotunheim. Then they will all freeze to death within 2 days. But, with a flash of blue light, Lin Yu held the tesseract in his hand, but appeared in a place full of forests and grasslands with sweet air. After taking a breath of the air here, Lin Yu suddenly showed a smile. This place, Lin Yu has seen in the Thor 2 movie. Here is Vanaheim, the hometown of Hogun, one of the 3 warriors of Asgard. Various ethnic groups live in this place, and their living standards are still in the agricultural era. Moreover, some of the races living here are very similar to humans. So, if all these people from Wakanda were sent here, they might be able to survive if they were not lucky. However, it is not easy to have better luck, because Lin Yu knows that it doesn't seem to be peaceful here. Vanaheim was once inhabited by the Vanaprotoss, and it was considered a paradise-like place at that time. However, for some unknown reason, the Bina Clan 14 gradually disappeared from people's sight. Afterwards, various races and forces started a big melee. Whether you can survive or not depends on your luck. Lin Yu sneered and threw the locator on the ground. Then, a blue light flashed across his body again and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu's figure appeared again in the secret base of the Umbrella Company Raccoon City. Lin Yu's sudden disappearance and reappearance obviously made these Vacan adults a little confused. They have never seen anything so weird. Even Wakanda's technology cannot allow people to suddenly teleport to other places. However, Lin Yu had no time to care about their doubts. Lin Yu turned around and put the tesseract into the huge amounts of teleporter again. Then, he nodded to Dr. Eric. Dr. Eric operated it for a few seconds, and then a huge amount of portal appeared in everyone's sight. On the other side of the portal, you can see green grass everywhere, birds singing and flowers fragrant, and the air sweet. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, "Although we are enemies, I am not the one who wants to kill everyone. However, you can't stay on the Earth. I have chosen a planet for you that can allow humans to survive." Lin Yu nodded slightly to Weskier beside him, and Weskier led his men and began to drive away the Wakanda people. Although these people in Wakanda are somewhat reluctant, they do not have any power to choose. Driven by the armed members of the Umbrella Company, they all entered the portal. A few minutes later, more than 10,000 Wakanda people have all left the Earth. At this time, under the operation of Dr. Eric, the portal was slowly closed. It is estimated that they will never want to return to the Earth again in their lifetime. Without the Tesseract, it would be impossible for ordinary people like them to travel such great distances. Moreover, whether they can survive or not is another matter. Once the matter of the people of Wakanda is resolved, the whole matter of Wakanda is over. However, the relocation of the Umbrella Company's armed R&D laboratory is still in progress. During this period, Abigail should be the busiest. Moreover, the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory has some serious shortages of manpower. So, Weskier also rushed to help. Alice, on the other hand, became responsible for helping the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory recruit new personnel. After all, the location of the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory has been moved to distant Africa, and there are many things to consider when recruiting personnel. As for the other two large laboratories, the expansion work of the cloning laboratory is still in progress, and the injection work of the virus laboratory has not yet been completed, so they are both very busy. The most idle person in the entire umbrella company decisively became the big boss Lin Yu again. All the work seemed to be done without his intervention. But just when Lin Yu thought he could take a good rest, the Red Queen suddenly told Lin Yu a piece of news. Boss, just now, news about Thor was detected near an abandoned warehouse in London. The Red Queen's voice reached Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu was slightly stunned. Regarding several core characters in the Marvel world, Lin Yu has always arranged for the Red Queen to track their whereabouts at all times. If any special circumstances arise, report them to yourself in a timely manner. But what is Thor doing in London? Then, Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. That is, I seem to have forgotten a plot. That is, at the beginning of Thor 2, the ether was discovered by Thor's girlfriend Jane Foster in an abandoned warehouse in London. After Jane Foster was possessed by the ether, Thor also came to the Earth again. Could it be that the plot of Thor 2 has already begun? Many memories flashed through Lin Yu's mind. At the end of the plot of Thor 2, the Dark Elves want to turn the entire universe into darkness through the ether. It was Thor who defeated the Dark Elves through something created by Dr. Eric. But the problem is that Dr. Eric is now serving himself and has not made the instruments that should have appeared at all. If he hadn't brought Dr. Eric back to the Umbrella Company, he would be running around naked around Stonehenge with the instruments he made. In this way, there's a problem. Without those instruments, can Thor still stop the Dark Elves? Maybe there might really be some problems. Lin Yu felt that he should take action against these Dark Elves. 867 after all, it would be of no benefit to them to be alive. And, in the Marvel world, there's another character that Lin Yu likes very much, who was killed by the Dark Elf. That is Thor's mother, Queen Frigga of Asgard. She was a very wise woman, and Lin Yu had always admired her. If he could save her by the way, it is also a good choice. Moreover, the genes of Dark Elves should also be able to increase the experience value of many biochemical technology trees. The three things that Lin Yu needed to complete gradually became clear in Lin Yu's mind. Kill the Dark Elves and stop them from turning the entire universe into darkness. Save Frigga and complete the legacy Lin Yu saw in the movie in his previous life. Obtain the genes of the Dark Elves and increase the experience value of the Biochemical Technology Tree. At the moment, in a spaceship floating in the universe, a pale and ugly dark elf finally woke up from the darkness. He has been sleeping for thousands of years. And now, because TIE particles were activated again, they were finally awakened. After being awakened, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, showed a hint of excitement. The era of the Dark Elves seemed to be coming. But little did he know that this world was no longer the world he knew. Because, on the Earth, an unpredictable variable has appeared. Just when Lin Yu was thinking about how to deal with the Dark Elves, Thor, having taken Jane Foster, who was possessed by the ether, on the Bifrost, arrived in Asgard. Jane Foster was quite excited when she first arrived in Asgard. But what she didn't know was that her arrival also brought disaster to Asgard. But the Dark Elves did not take immediate action. Their leader Malekith is an old rival with Asgard, so he is familiar with many things about Asgard. Therefore, he gave his most trusted subordinate the last cursed stone to the entire Dark Elf clan. This black stone, which is about the size of a child's fist, is one of the most powerful weapons of the Dark Elves. It played a huge amount of role in the war with Asgard. As long as the Dark Elf crushes this cursed stone, he will immediately become a powerful cursed warrior. And this Malekith's men were also secretly sent to a battlefield in the Nine Realms. Now, war is burning everywhere in the Nine Realms, and Asgard's army is also stopping these wars everywhere. As for those who stir up chaos, they usually catch them in Asgard's prison and imprison them. And this Malekith's man was also among the prisoners and was captured by Asgard soldiers. This is exactly one of Malekith's plans. The day after Jane Foster was taken to Asgard by Thor, the Dark Elf spaceship quietly arrived at Asgard. The Dark Elf spaceships are very advanced. Even after thousands of years have passed, they are still very powerful. They even narrowly escaped the eyes of Asgard Bifrost guard Heimdall. However, Heimdall eventually discovered the invisible craft. While attacking the spaceship, he hurriedly contacted the guards of the Asgard Palace, hoping to close the palace's protective shield as soon as possible. But just as the Dark Elf's spaceship flew towards the Asgard Palace, in the prison of the Asgard Palace, a Dark Elf wearing a mask suddenly took out a black crystal block from his body, then crushed it suddenly. A violent red light burst out from his body. Immediately afterwards, his body instantly became taller and stronger. There are also many lines on the skin on the body. A powerful cursed warrior appeared in Asgard prison. Asgard's prison couldn't hold him at all, and he escaped from it easily. Moreover, after killing the guards guarding the prison, the cursed warrior easily released all the criminals in the prison. Suddenly, the interior of the palace also turned into a chaotic scene. And Loki, who was also imprisoned in prison, suddenly felt a little jealous when he saw the chaos. He even gave the cursed warrior directions. That direction is exactly the direction of the protective shield control room of Asgard Palace. At the same time, it is also the direction of Queen Scarlet's room in Asgard. When Asgard was in chaos, Odin instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. He hurriedly ordered his son, Thor, to suppress the riot in the prison. Then, he asked his wife Scarlet to hide with Thor's human girlfriend, and he himself led the guards to prevent the invasion of the Dark Elves. Scarlet also understood that in the current situation, she as a woman seemed unable to help. She took Jane Foster's hand and ran towards her room. But when they arrived at Scarlet's room, they were suddenly shocked, because in his room there was a strange man sitting. The man was wearing simple gray coarse cloth clothes. His body was very clean, and his head was also very clean. But the problem is, Scarlet has never seen this man. He is definitely not from Asgard. Who are you, and why are you in my room? Scarlet hurriedly protected Jane Foster behind her, and a short sword appeared in her hand. Although Scarlet is a witch, her sword skills are also very good. Facing the sudden appearance of a strange man, although she was nervous, she didn't have any fear. And at the moment, hearing the voice from behind, Lin Yu finally stood up slowly. He has been waiting here for a long time. Lin Yu couldn't estimate when the Dark Elves would arrive in Asgard. He can only come in advance. When he just came over, a system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. There are genetic hints from Odin, hints from the Dark Elf Malekith, and Dark Elf Curse warriors. This also let Lin Yu know that the Dark Elves seem to have arrived in Asgard. It's just that he hasn't come to kill Scarlet yet. However, this time, when Lin Yu stood up and turned his head, Jane Foster behind Scarlet was suddenly slightly startled. She suddenly poked her head out from behind Scarlet, pointed one finger at Lin Yu, and said with a shocked face, You are from Earth. You are the boss of the Umbrella Company. I know you. Lin Yu's predecessor was indeed very low-key. However, since Lin Yu traveled through time, the Umbrella Company has become less low-key. Several biochemical armies have been dispatched, making the Umbrella Company more and more people's attention. In particular, Lin Yu also became the second shareholder of Stark Industries. This company, which has always been on the cusp of controversy, has gradually made Lin Yu's identity known to people on the Earth. Hearing Jane Foster's words, Lin Yu suddenly showed a charming smile on his face. I didn't expect that there would be people who know me in Asgard, Lin Yu said with a smile. At the moment, Queen Scarlet of Asgard frowned in confusion. She did not turn her head, still staring at Lin Yu nervously, and then asked Jane Foster, Who is he? Scarlet did not ask Lin Yu, but asked Jane Foster directly. Compared to Lin Yu, a stranger who suddenly appeared in her room, she was more willing to believe in her son's girlfriend. Jane Foster hurriedly explained, His name is Lin Yu. He is the boss of a very large company on our planet. He used to be very low-key, but recently his name and the name of his company have often appeared in the public eye. Within sight. After thinking for a while, Jane Foster added, There is another thing. His company is very powerful. It seems that it has researched a lot of biochemical monsters. Hearing these words in Scarlett's ears made her even more confused. She was a little confused about what the company was. Not to mention any biochemical monsters. Stop! Stop! Don't introduce me yet. Scarlett hurriedly stopped Jane Foster. The more Jane Foster introduced, the more confused she became. There is only one thing she wants to know now. That is, what is the purpose of an Earthling coming to his room quietly? Scarlett raised the dagger in her hand and asked coldly again, "Tell me, what do you want to do? What is your purpose?" Although he was pointed at with a dagger, Lin Yu's expression remained calm. He spread his hands and said, "If I said I was here to save you, would you believe it?" Scarlett obviously doesn't believe in change. Even Jane Foster didn't believe it. An Earthling traveled across the distant stars to save two women who had nothing to do with each other and had never even met before. What a joke. But just when Jane Foster and Scarlett were questioning Lin Yu's words, the door behind them was suddenly pushed open again. The dark elf Malekith, followed by the cursed warrior, came to the room. However, when Malekith saw the situation in the room, he was suddenly a little stunned. "Why, besides myself, is there anyone else peeking at type particles?" Malekith was quite confused. After working hard to get through the Asgard blockade and sending his most powerful warriors to cooperate with each other, he finally arrived at Frigga's room. Moreover, the type particles are in the body of the Earth Woman, so close to her eyes. At this time, why did an accident suddenly happen? The face of the dark elf leader Malekith suddenly became even colder. He would never allow any accidents. The gathering of celestial bodies in the 9 realms, which only occurs once every 5,000 years, is about to occur. At that time, I can use type particles to directly pull the entire universe into endless darkness. At this time, type particles must be absolutely controlled by oneself. This is related to the future of the Dark Elves. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait another 5,000 years. That was something Malekith would never allow. And at the same time, just when the Dark Elf came to this room, Frigga hurriedly took Jane Foster a few steps back. Her expression became even more nervous. An Earthling who quietly appeared in his room, coupled with the Dark Elves, it was a bit chaotic. However, Frigga is very smart. She has already guessed that these two groups of people should be coming for the Earth Woman behind her, or in other words, for the type particles in her body. Those type particles were originally the weapons of the Dark Elves. For 97, it is normal for them to want to snatch it back. But that Earthling didn't know why he came to snatch type particles. At the moment, in Frigga's room, a 3-party confrontation situation formed. However, the one who receives the least attention is Lin Yu. He was a newcomer after all, and no one knew him except Jane Foster. And this time, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, could no longer wait. After all, this is the territory of Asgard. If you wait for Odin or his son to come, it will be difficult to obtain type particles again. He said to the cursed warrior behind him, "Go and get rid of that bald head, and I'll get the type particles." The 2 Dark Elves were ready to split up. Behind Malekith, the impossibly strong, cursed warrior had a sinister smile on his face. He slowly walked towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu is still very clear about the strength of this cursed warrior. In the plot of Thor 2, even Thor is not his opponent. Not only is he very powerful, but his defense is also terrifyingly strong. Even if he resisted Mjolnir's attack, he was still unscathed. However, the more powerful the gene, the more experience points it can provide to your biochemical technology tree. Lin Yu also became excited. But Lin Yu has not forgotten his other mission. At this moment, a light flashed in front of Lin Yu, and 3 biochemical monsters suddenly appeared. In the biochemical culture tank in Lin Yu's mind, there are 3 biochemical monsters given by the system at any time. They are a desperate tyrant, a thunder licker, and a frost hunter. As soon as the 3 monsters appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Malekith and Frigga's expressions became ugly at the same time. These 3 monsters have different sizes and shapes, but they all look like they are not easy to mess with. Their shapes are more terrifying than the last, and they are uglier than the evil ghosts in the underworld. But Jane Foster, who was protected by Frigga, was surprisingly not afraid when she saw these three monsters. There was actually a hint of excitement on her face. As an Earthling, how can we not know about these monsters? When they were resisting the alien invasion in New York, they were regarded as the guardians of the Earth by most people on Earth, especially the huge, desperate Tyrant, who killed countless huge alien spaceships in an instant during the Battle of New York. Jane Foster stood beside it and actually felt a sense of security. All in all, the dark garden looks much more pleasing to the eye. Unknowingly, Jane Foster's body began to slowly move a few steps towards the three biochemical monsters. Jane Foster's behavior made Frigga frown. However, at this time, all her attention is on the enemy, and she has no time to care about Jane Foster's little moves. And at the moment, Lin Yu suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. These three are my pets. They will protect you." After Lin Yu finished speaking, sure enough, the three biochemical monsters stood in front of Jane Foster and Frigga, directly facing the dark elf Malekith. This scene made Malekith look even more ugly. If it drags on any longer, Odin will discover his purpose. He finally drew his long sword from his waist and prepared to fight. And beasts at the same time. The cursed warrior also acted again, heading towards Lin Yu. The smile on Lin Yu's face suddenly disappeared, and he had no hesitation at all. The huge power in his body exploded in an instant. The last time, the battle with the Ancient One was not entirely enjoyable, defeating the Ancient One with one punch. But this time, it seems that we should be able to have a good time. Cursed warriors are very resistant to beatings, so let's try how resistant they are. A deafening sound suddenly erupted from Lin Yu's feet. The floor of Frigga's room was instantly trampled into a big hole. Lin Yu's figure also turned into an afterimage, and he punched the cursed warrior. The power of this punch was almost the same as when he faced Ancient One before. The difference is that the cursed warrior did not react as quickly as the Ancient One. When Lin Yu's fist came to his chest, he couldn't even react, and Lin Yu just took action. The leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, was also shocked. Lin Yu's speed is really too fast. Only an explosion-like sound was heard, and the other party's figure completely disappeared. Malekith suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and an unpleasant feeling arose spontaneously. Boom! As soon as the thoughts in Malekith's mind came up, Lin Yu's fist was firmly stamped on the chest of the cursed warrior. The cursed warrior's body instantly turned into a cannonball and was shot away. Moreover, it directly smashed countless walls of the Asgard palace and disappeared from Malekith's sight. The power of Lin Yu's punch was so terrifying. Lin Yu, on the other hand, turned his head, glanced at everyone in the room, and turned into an afterimage again, rushing towards the cursed warrior. Although the punch just hit the cursed warrior's chest, Lin Yu could feel that the opponent did not suffer much damage. His chest seemed flat without any dent. It was just that the body was knocked away. As expected, the strongest thing about the cursed warrior is his defense. But even though Lin Yu paused slightly, his speed still surpassed the cursed warrior who was knocked away again. Boom! Another punch directly knocked the cursed warrior's body away instantly. At the moment, Frigga's room. Only Jane Foster, Frigga, and the dark elf leader Malekith were left. There are also three biochemical monsters quietly blocking Malekith's front. At this moment, listening to the deafening sound coming from the distance, neither Frigga nor Malekith had recovered from the shock. Lin Yu's attack was really terrifying. Even Malekith was a little stunned, and Frigga was even more shocked. The other person looked like an ordinary person. How could he be so strong? She turned her head, looked at Jane Foster, and asked weakly, "Is he really a human on your Earth?" P.S. Before I knew it, there were already 100 chapters, and it has been exactly 20 days since it was released. 20 days, 240,000 words, steadily updated every day. Although the results are not very good, I will continue to persevere. I am really grateful to the boss who can see this place. Thank you. Having you here is my biggest motivation to persevere. In the following chapters, it will gradually jump out of the Earth and develop towards the universe. and there will be more and more intensive, exciting points and big scenes. I hope we can walk together and witness Lin use growth again and dominate the entire universe again. Not much more to say. Thank you. Val, thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.